322. The old Taoist came suddenly and left suddenly. He left Qin Pingan alone at the edge of the big pit. He didn't tell Qin Pingan how to leave this blessed land of lotus flowers, nor did he tell him when the Taoist temple would end. As for the fortune of ascension and the 10 people in the world, the old Taoist didn't even mention it. However, the old Taoist had left without any warning. Although he had left behind a huge mess for Qin Pingan felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted off his shoulders. His heartstrings that were about to break were loosened. He staggered and swayed a few times. In the end he could not hold on any longer and simply fell backwards. Without a breath of pure Jinqi, Qin Pingan held on with all his might. The injuries he had sustained when he was struck into the ground by Ding Ying's Yin spirit had completely erupted. It was as if Qin Pingan was lying in a pool of blood, with fresh blood flowing out continuously. But the smile in Qin Pingan's eyes was very happy. With Chuyi and Shiwu beside him, Ding Ying was dead and there was no one around. Qin Pingan extravagantly used the last bit of strength to take off the blade-nourishing gourd. Trembling, he put it to his mouth and forced himself to swallow a mouthful of wine. Too much debt didn't weigh down one's body. This bit of pain was just like scratching an itch. Qin Pingan just felt that it was a pity that he didn't drink now. Qin Pingan didn't notice that on the golden wine robe on his body, between the claws of the golden dragon in the middle of his chest, the huge snow-white pearl was filled with thick thunder plasma. And under the claws and jaws of the 2 smaller golden dragons on his shoulders, there were also a few wisps of lightning lingering around the 2 smaller pearls. However, the changes of the golden wine were not worth mentioning compared to the earth-shaking vision of Qin Pingan's body. The most thorough rebirth. Previously soaking in the thunder pool made the bones under Qin Pingan's skin and flesh have a bit of golden luster. This was the sign of the so-called golden branches and jade leaves of cultivators. Deep roots were the way to live a long life. Qin Pingan was muddle-headed and confused. It was as if he had a dream. In his dream, someone pointed at a raging river and asked Qin Pingan if he wanted to cross the river. That person asked and answered his own question. He said that if Qin Pingan wanted to cross the river without being restrained by the Great Tao, he would need a bridge. When the time came he would naturally be able to cross the river. Qin Pingan did not know how to answer. He just squatted by the river and scratched his head. His heart was here and he couldn't fake it. That person then said, "There is no story without coincidences." He also said, "Didn't you, Qin Pingan, learn some sage's principles? Could it be that the principles that you, Qin Pingan, had been holding in your stomach were just empty words?" Qin Pingan complained. He did not know how to hide his emotions. What does learning the principles have to do with the bridge? That person did not say why, only how to do it. Visualize the appearance of a bridge in your heart. Any bridge will do. You are young but you have been to many places. Don't worry, as long as it's a bridge it's fine. You don't have to pay too much attention to it. Even those in the capital of Nanyuan Kingdom are fine. When you visualize, don't restrain your thoughts. Don't be afraid of them. Just relax your mind. The more the better. What you need is to reach the 8 extremes and wander 10,000 miles. Qin Pingan, who did not know where he was, closed his eyes by the river. For some reason he thought of the golden arch bridge in the sea of clouds. It was so long that it seemed to have no end. Qin Pingan could not see the old Taoist. No matter how hard he searched, he was destined to not find any trace of the old Taoist. Therefore, Qin Pingan did not see the old Taoist glancing at the clouds above the river with a strange expression. He also did not hear the old Taoist scolding Qin Qing for causing trouble for him and the old Xiucai for not being easy to deal with. In the end, he praised the junior's foresight and courage as well as reminiscing about an old friend, who could not be considered a person. Qin Pingan opened his eyes wide. He saw that at his feet, on the other side of the long river, the outline of a golden arch bridge vaguely appeared. However, it was swaying and not stable. A book appeared in his hand. On it was a moral essay written by an old man. It recorded the teachings of a Confucian sage that had never appeared in the world. Every word left the book one after another, shining with golden light. They floated toward the golden arch bridge that Qin Pingan visualized. Every word was like a brick. Unfortunately, there was still a small part of the book that was lifeless. Especially in the pages of the middle part of the book, every word was motionless. In any case, the golden bridge above the river was as if it had the support of a person's spirit. It finally became solid. However, it was still a little short of being able to finally complete it and allow Qin Pingan to walk across the river. It lacked flesh and blood. It lacked a lot. It was like a person. If he only had a soul without a body, he would be a skeleton. A lonely ghost that could not see the sun and could not enter the world of the living. Furthermore, the length of the bridge as well as its grandeur exceeded everyone's expectations. That was why the words in the book were insufficient. The old Taoist instructed, "Go forward and see if it will collapse." Qin Pingan shook his head and replied based on his intuition, "It will definitely collapse." The old Taoist did not question Qin Pingan. After thinking for a while, he walked out of the small world that he had created. Then there was no then. At the edge of the big pit, Qin Pingan suddenly sat up. There was no river or the old Taoist. Heaven and earth were vast. There were two flying swords beside him, Qi and Shiwu. Although they were not Qin Pingan's natal flying swords, they had followed Qin Pingan all the way. They had been together day and night and depended on each other. Their minds were already connected. One was silent and the other was guilty. Qin Pingan tied the blade-strengthening gourd and stretched out his hands to pat the two flying swords. He comforted them, "It's good that the three of us are still alive. Besides, we won't be so aggrieved next time. Besides, if it weren't for you guys, I wouldn't have been able to hold on until my soul left my body." Qin Pingan stopped talking because he found that Chui and Shiwu were getting more and more silent and guilty. Qin Pingan stood up and patted the blade-strengthening gourd. As he walked, he muttered, "You guys go back here first. We have to hurry into the city and find the little lotus man. It might not be a smooth journey. Without you guys, I don't have the confidence to fight with others. If I don't rest well for 10 days or half a month, let alone this old devil, even the child who can ride the sword won't be able to relax. Later I might need you two to open the way for me." The two flying swords returned to the blade-strengthening gourd. Qin Pingan walked to the capital of the Nanyuan kingdom alone. As he got closer and closer to the city wall, his robe gradually changed from golden to a snow-white robe. Qin Pingan understood in his heart and glanced back. Behind him, the battlefield with Uniu Mountain as the center was full of spiritual qi. In this world, it should be the biggest, blessed place. Of course, it was also full of martial arts fate. If he was not in a hurry to return to the city to find the little lotus man, he would have benefited the most if he stayed where he was. However, Qin Pingan looked up at the city wall in the distance. If he took all the benefits, he could easily become the enemy of the whole world. As for whether it would be dangerous to enter the city under the watchful eyes of the public, Qin Pingan walked on the quiet and empty official road. With one step he could glide more than 100 feet. The words he said earlier were mainly to comfort the disappointed Chui and Shiwu. In fact, if anyone dared to stop him and pester him, Qin Pingan would be in the right. He had seen how invincible the old man surnamed Chui was in the bamboo house. It was a different realm from defeating a person who was invincible in the world. Uniu Mountain had been destroyed. How could there be a second sound of the heavenly drum? How could there be a place of ascension? On the other side of the city wall, even Zhou Fei, who was fooling around in the human world, felt a little heavy. It could not be that everyone had worked hard for 60 years for nothing, right? As the thunder pool in the sky dissipated, the clouds and mist were pushed aside to see the sun shining brightly. Fan Wan raised the mirror. It was shining brightly. On the mirror, her beautiful face was reflected. Just as Fan Wan was about to put away the bronze mirror, she suddenly realized that her reflection in the mirror was smiling. However, she clearly did not have any smile. Fan Wan, in the mirror, smiled and sighed. Fan Wan thought in her heart, "Silly girl." It was as if she was struck by lightning. Fan Wan threw the bronze mirror away as if it was scalding her hand. She hugged her aching head with both hands. Her face was full of bitterness and tears. Far away from the city wall, Ye cautiously called out to Palace Lord Zhou. Zhou Fei turned his head and realized that the green dress on her body had fallen off by itself. It swayed like a dancer dancing leisurely. She only cared about herself, as if there was no one else around. Zhou Fei sneered, "You're already in my hands. You still want to leave?" Zhou Fei reached out and grabbed. A handprint appeared on the shoulder of her dress. The blue dress continued to flutter to the right, constantly being torn apart until finally, there was the sound of silk being torn apart. A tattered piece of brocade appeared in Zhou Fei's hand. He furrowed his eyebrows and said, "Stop trying to play tricks on me. I want to see just how long this old woman's divine soul can hide. What are you scheming?" More and more tattered dresses appeared in Zhou Fei's hand. He and Lu Fang both knew about Tong Qingqing's roots in the vast world. Taiping Mountain's grand ancestor, in order to turn back her fragile nature, did not want her to press forward and gamble everywhere. Before throwing her into the lotus flower-blessed land, he used a true immortal's ability to temporarily turn her Tao heart upside down, making her seem like she was born afraid of death. He hoped that she could comprehend the great Tao between the two extremes and finally break through the barrier of life and death, successfully ascending to the upper 5 realms. As a banished immortal in this life, Tong Qingqing was extremely afraid of death. It was reasonable for her to hide here and there. However, if she was such a person who was afraid of death, it would not make sense for her to not cherish her martial arts talent at all. Then what was Tong Qingqing's killing move? Must be very interesting. The elders of the Mirror Heart Chamber were of the same generation as Tong Qingqing's teacher, or even a generation older. They all had high hopes for Tong Qingqing. She had a photographic memory, and in terms of erudition she was probably second only to Ding Ying. Her martial arts talent was even more amazing. If not for her overly soft and timid personality, Tong Qingqing could very well be the #1 grandmaster in Jianghu, second only to Ding Ying. With the death of Ding Ying, who seemed to be opposing the good and evil but was in fact secretly allied with him, Yu Zhenyi's desire to kill Zhong Qiu would definitely fade. Moreover, he had already obtained old demon Ding's silver lotus crown and was firmly in the top 3. Yu Zhenyi was not willing to ascend, so he would not do anything unnecessary to avoid becoming a target. After all, he had joined hands with Ding Ying to set up such a big trap against all the gurus. Yu Zhenyi had already committed a huge taboo. At present, Yu Zhenyi's combat strength was not damaged at all, so people did not dare to fall out with him and talk about the righteousness of Jianghu. At the very least, Zhong Qiu, the sharpener Lu Zong, and the hiding Tong Qingqing must have a bad impression of him. Therefore, Zhou Fei did not want to fall out with Tong Qingqing at this time. However, this green dress and the golden arhat that Monk Cloud Clay asked for from the Nanyuan Kingdom's emperor were fortunes that must be obtained. The former was to take away the demonic sex to train his son Zhou Shi's temperament. The latter was to exchange for a magic weapon to give to Lu Fang. After 60 years, Spring Tide Palace would no longer have Zhou Fei, but the sword immortal of Bird's Eye Peak would still be with Spring Tide Palace. Zhou Shi's path of martial arts would then be free of worries. In the end, it was too difficult for a great cultivator like him to have children. This was especially true for the Jiang clan of Jade Gui sect, which had only one descendant for many years. A bald old man carrying a large bag climbed up the city wall. He was Monk Cloud Clay, who had taken off his kasaya and left the Diamond Temple. Passing by Fan Wan'er, who was squatting on the ground with her hands covering her head, the old man glanced at her curiously. He didn't know why this young fairy from Jing Xinzhai was in so much pain. However, when the old man saw Zhou Fei tear the azure-colored dress apart, the old man, who was no longer a monk, shouted angrily, "Zhou Fei!" Zhou Fei sneered, "Old bald donkey, do you really think this dress came to you out of kindness? It's just one of Tong Qingqing's schemes. She's been fooled for most of her life, yet you're still so stubborn? It's true that the dress is one of the 4 fortunes, but there's nothing inside? Tong Qingqing's soul has been hidden there for a long time." The old man was unmoved. He glared at Zhou Fei like a Vajra in a temple. "It's none of your business. We agreed that you would take Miss Qingqing away from this world and I would bring you this golden arhat. If you dare to go back on your words, I'll kill you." Zhou Fei was amused. "Old bald donkey, aren't you embarrassed to call a dress Miss Qingqing?" The old man was at a loss for words, feeling a bit guilty. Zhou Fei pointed at Fan Wan'er in the distance with admiration in his eyes. "This is Tong Qingqing's direct disciple, the future master of Mirror Heart Pavilion. I'm afraid she's Tong Qingqing's mortal body." At that time she first regained her youth and looked exactly the same as Yu Zhenyi. Then she gave up her realm and cultivation and grew up with the flow of time. She became a young woman like Fan Guan. With the help of Jingyang Lu Yu, everyone in the world including Ding Ying were all fooled by her. Zhou Fei laughed. "You even lied to yourself. Tong Qingqing, you win. Forget it, they're all external objects." Zhou Fei waved his sleeve, allowing the dress to float away. Without the azure dress, the only way to get the golden arhat was to snatch it from monk duality. However, after weighing the pros and cons, Zhou Fei decided to give up both fortunes for the 3rd grandmaster spot. He could still take away the demonic sex In this blessed land of lotus blossoms, to the chi cultivators in the vast world, one was doing Dao field in a snail's shell with their hands and feet tied, while the other was like a clever housewife who could not cook without rice, unable to start. Qin Pingan's appearance had disrupted their plans. Even Ding Ying could die, so who in the world dared say they wouldn't? Zhou Fei was worried that he would fail miserably and be killed as well. Although it wouldn't stop him from leaving the blessed land, it would be a great loss. Currently, the biggest problem was that only 2 of the 10 people in the world had died. One was the head and one was the tail, Ding Ying and Feng Qingbai. 8 remained, which meant that 5 more had to die for the promise in the secret letter to come into effect. Lu Fang was indeed a longtime friend of the Jiang clan head. He quickly figured out the crux of the matter. Don't worry, I'll keep an eye on Zhou Shi for the next 60 years. For the first time, Zhou Fei chose to take a step back. Monk Cloud Clay was unwilling and didn't dare to be overbearing. He followed Miss Qingqing to Fan Weiner's side. She rubbed her eyebrows with both hands. Then this young and stunning beauty straightened her back and slapped her cheeks with both hands, making papa sounds. Fan Weiner stretched out 2 fingers and pinched the collar of the green dress in front of her. She shook it a few times and put it on herself. Then she tore it off and threw it to the old monk, who was confused. She smiled and said, "Don't worry, your so-called Miss Qingqing is still here. You just have to go to the Black Ox Mountain and wait there. She will recover very soon. She's the real owner of this dress. My soul only stayed here for a few decades. After that, I sealed it, and it's no different from a dead object. That's why Ding Ying can't find it easily. So, what did you say to this dress all these years? Was it Buddhist or romantic words? Anyway, I didn't hear a single word." The old monk held the dress in his arms and blushed. Fan Weiner narrowed her eyes and fell into deep thought. She didn't pay attention to this monk whose heart had been moved long ago. Her memories came back little by little like a clear spring flowing into her heart. However, she deliberately put it aside and didn't care about it. Instead, she started to review with the pure Fan Weiner of the Mirror Heart sect. Senior Sister Zhou Shuzhen accepted her as a disciple on behalf of her master and took her back when she was young. In the Mirror Heart Pavilion, the sect's forbidden area, Fan Weiner only bowed 3 times to the painting. She was the person who wanted to see Tong Qingqing the most in the world. Therefore, Zhou Shuzhen finally gave her a bronze mirror. She learned the White Ape's backswordsmanship and was known in Jianghu as, with the backswordsmanship, there are 2 Fan Weiners. However, Fan Weiner found that no one in the world could use the last sword of this lost art. There was neither such a sword nor such a warrior's physique. However, Zhou Shuzhen still insisted that she study the White Ape's backswordsmanship. This was the reason why Qin Pingan, the banished immortal, felt strange when he was at the White River Temple. Fan Weiner was clearly close to the Great Tao, but she seemed to be walking with a heavy burden on her back. She walked very sluggishly. This was because half of her soul was missing. She was like a walking corpse. Fan Weiner also asked Crown Prince Wei Yan on the bridge if she often saw people and things that seemed familiar. After that, at the Crown Prince's residence, Old Chef, who was originally the 3rd in the world, also noticed Fan Weiner's strangeness. However, at that time, the old man mistakenly thought that she was the reincarnation of a banished immortal. Therefore, it was relatively easy for her to be possessed. She thought of the 2 times she took the initiative to look for Qin Pingan. Fan Weiner grinned. Well, what kind of background did he have to have the ability to make Grand Marshal Uncle agree to let him possess her? She took the risk to come to the Lotus Flower Blessed Land just to warn Qin Pingan? Unfortunately, the rules of this world were too strict. It was not easy to find a loophole. Therefore, during those 2 times, Fan Weiner could only stare and couldn't say anything. As for Qin Pingan, he probably just thought of her as a crazy woman. Fan Weiner stepped on the ruins of the wall and leaned forward. One of her arms rested on her leg. She looked into the distance and smiled. At that time in the night market, at a table near her and Qin Pingan, it seemed like ordinary people were cursing. Both sides slammed the table and glared at each other. They were cursing about how they were old brothels and prostitutes. Otherwise, they would directly open a brothel in the other party's house. The real meaning was, of course, don't do things more than 3 times. However, those cursing words were really not particular. She could tell that it was the words of that arrogant little Taoist. This time, when she returned to the world, even if Grand Marshal Uncle stopped her, she would have a good talk with that little brat who she had long disliked. In the past 90 years, Ding Ying had met her several times by chance. It should not be the little Taoist's idea. However, when she was taken away by the leader of the Army Seal sect, she dared to say that it was definitely that most vengeful little bastard who played tricks on her. Although it was scary but not dangerous when she thought about it, it was very disgusting. Moreover, it was because of the possession. The most important thing was that Grand Marshal Uncle broke the rules of the Lotus Flower Blessed Land and caused all the plans of Jing Xnjai Tong Qingqing to go down the drain. Before Tong Qingqing got the bronze mirror and the soul in the green dress, the little Taoist quickly determined the final 10 people on the list. Or was it that Grand Marshal Uncle, who had been stingy all his life, met a rich man and did not care about the money anymore? Did he plan to throw money directly to get her out of the Lotus Flower Blessed Land? In Fan Weiner's or Tong Qingqing's sight, that white robe was already near the city. No, to be precise, she should be the Taoist nun of Taiping Mountain Huangting now. She was no longer the sticky puppet Fan Weiner, nor the timid Tong Qingqing. She said hello, raised her arm high and gave a thumbs up to the guy outside the city. This was the first time in her life that the famous Taiping Mountain Taoist nun admired a man younger than her. Chen Pingan raised his head and looked at the strange and unfamiliar Fan Weiner. He frowned. He just looked at Zhongqiu. They looked at each other and smiled. In Chen Pingan's mind, no matter where the Jianghu was, there should be Jianghu people like Song Yulai and Zhongqiu. Huang Ting raised his eyebrows and smiled even more. You have personality. I like it. Chen Pingan stopped outside the city. On the city wall, the top 10 people on the list were the leader of the Lake Mountain sect, Yu Zhini. He had already put on the silver lotus crown and a glass flying sword hovered beside him. He took out a jade bamboo folding fan. On the ribs of each fan was a record of a supreme martial art in small words. Zhongqiu looked relieved. He lay on the ruined city wall with his shoulders drooping. He did not look like the usual imperial tutor of the Nanyuan kingdom. Zhou Fei of the Chunqiao Palace. Tang Tie, the general of the northern Jin kingdom, looked solemn. He kept stroking the handle of his saber with his thumb. Lu Zong the sharpener. Monk of Cloud Earth, holding a soft green dress. Qing Yuanshan was hiding somewhere in the capital. Feng Qingbai, the 10th wanderer, had died under the saber of Tang Tie. Old Demon Ding, the first, had died in the hands of the banished immortal called Chen Pingan. Apart from the 10 people, there was also Huang Ting on the city wall. Although she was not in the top 10, she was afraid that even Zhou Fei would not dare to provoke her now. After her soul merged with her physical body, her appearance began to change. Her already beautiful face became even more radiant, making her even more alluring. The Bird's Eye Peak land boat was ready to stay in the lotus flower blessed land for another 60 years. It was not only for her Taoist heart, but also for her good friend's son. She was going to be his guardian. Zhou Shi, the hairpin boy, was not only thinking about the sadness of the impending departure, but also about the beautiful vision of 60 years later. Crow of the Devil sect was about to be taken out of this world by Zhou Fei. Ding Ying's death made her the most disheartened. At this moment, everyone saw the young banished immortal stop on the official road outside the city gate. Yu Zhini's eyes were dark and no emotion could be seen on his face. Zhongqiu smiled knowingly. The person who killed old Demon Ding should be so domineering. It was as if he was saying, you all saw that I, Chen Pingan, was injured in the battle with Ding Ying. Whoever wants to take advantage of the situation, come at me. We'll fight to the death after we get off the city wall. The grinder, Lu Zong, sighed as he leaned against the wall. He was worried. After witnessing the earth-shattering battle at Monstrous Ox Mountain, he really didn't have the energy to wade into the muddy waters. He felt that it was meaningless. If he had the chance to get off the city wall and safely return to Kejia Qiao's shop, he would just be a rich man in the future. At most, he would pick 1 or 2 direct disciples that were pleasing to the eye and stop thinking about other things. Anger flashed across the eyes of the Dragon Marshal General Tang Tie. He hesitated for a moment and closed his eyes to rest. Out of sight, out of mind. In the end, Chen Pingan walked straight through the city gate and gradually disappeared. Yu Zhini floated up and stepped on the glazed flying sword. He was about to head to Yunyi Mountain. The abundant spiritual qi that had gathered from all over the world had begun to disperse. Yu Zhini was a cultivator. How could he miss such a rare opportunity? Spiritual qi was different from the illusory martial fate of the world. It was not picky. As long as one had the ability, anyone could take it. Tang Tie stared at the dispirited Lu Zong and walked slowly along the horse path. Lu Zong was frightened. He jumped up and cursed, Tang Tie, you dare to treat me like a soft persimmon? Huang Ting stared at Zhou Fei, who she disliked. Qing Qing of Jing Xinzhai could tolerate the actions of the Spring-Tide Palace Lord in this blessed land, but Huang Ting of Taiping Mountain could not. In Fan Wanner's eyes, it was an ordinary bronze mirror. However, in Huang Ting's hands, it was very mysterious. She used qi to control the object and grabbed the bronze mirror on the ground. She knocked on the surface of the mirror with her fingers and it shattered with a bang. After the mirror shattered, a strange scene like a dark green pond was revealed. Huang Ting stretched out 2 fingers and seemed to be pinching something. She pulled it out and actually pulled out a sheathed long sword. She was the pride of Taiping Mountain, the 3rd largest sect in Tongye continent. She was the future sect master. As long as she reached the upper 5 realms, she would definitely become a 12th realm immortal. It would be ridiculous if she did not have any background. Zhou Shi and Ye-Er looked at each other in dismay. Both of them felt uneasy. They turned their heads abruptly. They happened to meet the eyes of the white-robed immortal who was looking at the city wall. Zhou Fei laughed and scolded, "Old Demon Ding, this arrogant guy can't do anything right. He's ruined me." Zhou Fei turned to look at Lu Fang. The latter was also helpless. "Unless this person ascends with you, Zhou Shi will definitely be in danger if he stays in Lotus Flower Blessed Land." Zhou Fei pinched his chin. If good karma was hard to form, then he would have to make other plans. However, at this moment, everyone could not help but look up at the sky. A golden hole broke open in the sea of clouds and a beam of light landed on the city wall. In the blink of an eye. Other than the immortals and grandmasters on the city wall, no one in the capital would notice this scene. In everyone's vision, a short Taoist child appeared. He held a small and exquisite 5-colored rattle drum in his hand, but carried a huge golden gourd on his back. He was almost as tall as a person and looked extremely comical. When Huang Ting saw this little guy, she snorted and no longer cared about Zhou Fei. She strode toward the Taoist child under someone who was very annoying in the vast world. After the little Taoist child caught a glimpse of the murderous Huang Ting, he rolled his eyes and said, "I'm not here to fight this time. If you go too far and annoy my master, aren't you afraid that your grandmaster will protect you for so many years in vain?" If Huang Ting was still the Taiping Mountain Taoist nun before she came to Lotus Flower Blessed Land, she would only say that it was her grandmaster's business and then attack. However, at this moment she grinned with an expression that said, "Let's wait and see when we reach the vast world." The little Taoist child also grinned disapprovingly. "You want to compete with me in terms of backing? Taiping Mountain is still a little small, isn't it? It's not like Mount Longhu of the Central Divine Continent." The little Taoist child moistened his throat and puffed out his chest. He strode on the horse path on the city wall. His voice was not loud, but everyone heard him clearly. "The rules have changed. It's great news for all of you. The last 10 people on the list, those who survive can ascend. Those who don't want to leave this world can leave by themselves after I beat the second drum and before the third. Of course, even if you don't ascend, those who walk down the city wall can still get a magic treasure. Remember, those who ascend from the city wall will leave their physical bodies in this world. Only their souls will go to other places and retain all their memories. Don't think that starting all over again is a bad thing. You'll have to experience it yourself in the future." The little Taoist child held his head high and swaggered. The top 3 on the list are even more fortunate. If the second Yu Jini chooses to ascend, he can take 3 people with him. The third Zhou Fei can take 1 person with him. My master has spoken except for Ding Ying. Those who are taken away can leave together with their physical bodies. It seems like many people are confused. Don't be surprised. Your strength is too weak and you don't have the right to participate. If you think you're lucky, you'll end up like Feng Qingbai. At this point, the little Taoist child chuckled at Huang Ting. "Don't you think it's infuriating? Your strength could have made it to the top 3. Sai, man proposes, God disposes. It's your fault for seducing those 2 outsiders and breaking the rules first. My master was very angry at that time." Huang Ting's mouth twitched. The little Taoist child tilted his head and stared at her face. He added fuel to the fire. "Huang Ting, why are you so shameless? You didn't look half as good in this world." The little Taoist child seemed to have been hit on the back of his head and suddenly fell flat on his face. He didn't feel embarrassed at all. He stood up and patted his Taoist robe. When he brushed past Huang Ting, he made a face and continued, "Finally, I'll say an old rule passed down from generation to generation. Don't tell anyone about what happened today. Just keep it in your heart. Of course, if you can't hold it in, just mention it to a few people. It's okay." After saying all this in one breath, the little Taoist child raised the rattle drum and shook it gently. There was no vision of heaven and earth. It was just a soft sound. Was this the second sound of the heavenly drum? Eugenie stepped on the glass flying sword and bowed to the little Taoist child. "Farewell, immortal master." The little Taoist child's attitude towards this peer was different. He was more serious and said like an old man, "Go. Everyone has their own ambitions. My master isn't disappointed in you, so please cherish the next 60 years. For the first time, Eugenie looked excited. He flew away on his sword and went to the ruins of the Zhanyo Mountain battlefield to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. He had hopes of breaking through again after coming out of seclusion. He might even be able to fight against Qin Pingan. Zhong Qiu smiled and asked, "Lu Zong, what do you think?" Lu Zong thought for a while and smiled. "I'll have to trouble Imperial Tutor to help me sell the shop in the future. I believe that with Imperial Tutor's means, he already knows about the few young people I've chosen. When the time comes, I'll split the money and give it to them." Zhong Qiu nodded. "It's not difficult. Then shall we part here?" Lu Zong sighed. Zhong Qiu cupped his fists. Lu Zong quickly returned the gesture. He couldn't help but ask, Imperial Tutor, aren't you leaving together? After you leave you might have a chance to come back. But if you don't leave this time, you won't have another chance to ascend. Zhong Qiu shook his head. Where my heart is at ease is my home. Lu Zong cupped his fists and didn't put them down. Zhong Qiu smiled warmly. After gently pressing down on Lu Zong's hand, he turned and walked down the city wall. The little Taoist boy glanced at Zhong Qiu's back and shook his head. Tang Che quickly followed Zhong Qiu. The cloud clay monk stepped out of the city wall and floated outside the city. With the green dress in his arms, he quickly ran in the direction of Monstrous Ox Mountain. There weren't many people left on the city wall. Zhou Fei said to Lu Fang, take Zhou Shi to hide first. It's best to leave Nanyuan Kingdom as far as possible. Once I leave Lotus Flower Blessed Land, no one can stop Qin Pingan. Lu Fang and Zhou Shi didn't hesitate. They rushed down the city wall and went around Monstrous Ox Mountain to the border of Nanyuan Kingdom. In the end there were only 4 people left. The little Taoist boy with a huge gourd, Huang Ting of Taiping Mountain, Zhou Fei of Jade Medallion Sect, and Lu Zong, a native of Lotus Flower Blessed Land. The little Taoist boy glanced at a stone bridge in the city where armed Saint Qing Yuanshan was hiding. He was full of sarcasm. He yawned and casually shook the rattle drum. The third beat of the drum sounded. If he didn't appear on the city wall, Qing Yuanshan's efforts would be in vain. He wouldn't be able to ascend and he wouldn't have any other opportunities. A bright light pillar surged and descended, enveloping Lu Zong within. He disappeared in an instant, leaving nothing behind. The little Taoist boy obviously had a whole new level of respect for Zhou Fei. He revealed a little more of the heavenly secret and said softly, that Qin Pingan, don't worry about him running amok here. He still has to suffer. Zhou Fei was enlightened. He smiled and said, thank you. The second light pillar fell on the human world. Zhou Fei stayed longer than Lu Zong. His figure was blurry, but he still had the mood to wave goodbye to Huang Ting. The little Taoist boy smiled and looked at the Taoist nun of Mount Taiping who was frowning in silence. Are you worried about your situation? Huang Ting sneered and said, go back and tell my grandmaster that I don't need to spend any money. It'll take at most 10 years. I can do what Sui Yu couldn't do. When that time comes, it'll be the time for me to break through the realm. I want to ascend with my physical body and return to the vast world. The little Taoist boy smiled playfully. He tiptoed and with the huge golden gourd on his back, he began to ascend in the air. Without the light pillar around him, he was crooked like a dog paddling as he slowly swam towards the sky. Huang Ting took a glance and didn't want to look at the scene anymore. Only this little bastard could do such a childish thing. In the capital of Nanyuan Kingdom, there was a skinny little girl who sold her books and bought 2 sets of clothes. She used the rest of the copper coins to order a table full of delicacies that would only appear in her dreams. She wolfed down the food as she was afraid that she would suffer a great loss if she ate slowly. She sat on the chair and had to stand on her tiptoes to be able to pick up the delicious food on the opposite side of the table. Her face was greasy and she felt that she had never been so happy before. A child named Chao Qinglang was brought to the yamen by a group of soldiers. There were 4 straw mats outside the hall and 4 pieces of white cloth covering them. The child squatted there in a daze and didn't say a word. Under a bridge, armed Saint Qing Yuanshan was still waiting bitterly for the second earth-shattering drumbeat. There was a scholar from the Frigid clan who heard that someone had died not far away and was dragged by his good friend to join in the fun. He had long been surrounded by the commoners. The scholar only heard that it was a beautiful woman. He thought that when she returned, he must tell her about this tragedy. Most importantly, he wanted her to go out less. Now that the 2 of them were a little short on money, it didn't matter. She didn't need to visit her relatives and borrow money to buy books for him. He flew all the way back to the main street. After turning into an alley, Qin Pingan's footsteps were heavy. When he entered the city, there were so many grandmasters standing on the city wall. Qin Pingan still had an invincible posture that he had never had before. He wore a white robe, hung a wine pot, and held a long sword. He walked confidently and at ease. However, at this moment, when he was faced with a house in the marketplace that was only pasted with cheap Spring Festival couplets, Qin Pingan raised his hand several times and put it down again. He didn't knock on the door. Qin Pingan didn't know. The old Taoist stood behind him and looked at him. The old Taoist wanted to know 2 things. How did Qin Pingan know himself? How would he view the human world? 323. Qin Pingan pushed the door open and entered the house. There was no one in the house. Without the nagging and complaining old woman, she naturally didn't have her sharp tongue and stinky tofu heart. She no longer looked like a simple and honest woman who would steal books. The way she looked at her son was always filled with pride. Without the crappy chest basket, the old man no longer carried a bag to try his luck. Every time he went out early in the morning he would tiptoe, probably because he was afraid that he would disturb his son who was going to school to study. Chen Pingan stood in the yard for a while and then returned to his room. He put the long chi sword back into the scabbard on the table. The book on the table was gone. Chen Pingan squatted on the ground and put his palms on the ground. He closed his eyes and tried to find some clues. The flying sword 15 flew out of the blade-strengthening gourd. It flew close to the ground and spun quickly. Finally, the tip of the sword pointed to the ground. Chen Pingan immediately began to dig the ground with his hands. With his current martial arts realm, his 5 fingers could cut iron like mud. His battle with Zhong Qiu on the street helped him reach the 5th state. Then his battle with Ding Ying helped him sharpen his martial arts. Compared to the battle with the old golden elixir sword practitioner on Osmanthus Island, he was much stronger both in terms of his physique and temperament. Especially when he fought with Ding Ying from the city wall to the Black Ox Mountain. This kind of life and death battle involved the foundation of martial arts and the martial arts fate of the world. Even the old man surnamed Chui from the bamboo building on Desolation Mountain would praise him. Even a pure martial artist of the 5th state might not be able to fight with such momentum. After a while he dug out a hole that was almost as tall as a person. Chen Pingan held the dying little lotus figure with both hands and jumped out of the hole. He carefully placed it on the table. He first took off the golden robe on his body and wrapped it into a ball like a small grass nest. He then placed the little thing inside the robe. After that, he hurriedly took out a grain rain coin from his Fangsuan item. Compared to the little snow coin, which had a thin spiritual qi, when he touched it, he could vaguely feel the spiritual qi flowing like water. The grain rain coin contained the most spiritual qi, which was as cold as ice. Chen Pingan held this immortal coin in the palm of his hand. With a sudden clench, the grain rain coin was crushed in his hand. Chen Pingan slightly loosened his grip and scattered the grain rain coin on the lotus figure. Chen Pingan was no longer a fledgling in Jianghu, nor was he an apprentice in the clay bottle alley. Therefore he knew exactly how many strange spirits he could buy from the immortal shops, and how many spirits that were rarely seen even in the noble families and wealthy families. Chen Pingan was no longer a fledgling in Jianghu, nor was he a peasant kiln worker's apprentice in the clay bottle alley. Chen Pingan knew more and more about this world. Pearl Grotto Heaven, Dali Dynasty, Aquarius Continent, Sword Chi Great Wall, Tong Yi Continent, Lotus Blossom Blessed Land. Chen Pingan carefully observed the lotus figure. The spiritual qi flowed through his body like spring water, as if it was slowly seeping into a dry and cracked field. Chen Pingan was slightly relieved. As long as he could still absorb the spiritual qi, it meant that he could still recover. He stretched out his thumb and gently rubbed the little guy's white and clean forehead. After settling the lotus figure down and filling the hole again, Chen Pingan walked out of the house and sat on a small stool under the eaves. He took off his wine gourd and shook it. He did not drink. After taking off his robe and golden wine, Chen Pingan emitted a strong smell of blood. The gate to the courtyard was open, and when he saw Chen Pingan, his expression was wooden. He lowered his head. Chao Qinglang was silent and indifferent as he walked into his own house. Chen Pingan wanted to say something but stopped. In the end he did not say anything and sat back on the stool until late at night. In the heat of the summer, even at night, the breeze still didn't feel cool. When Chen Pingan went to visit Xiaolian, he inadvertently caught a glimpse of a roughly made hassock fan, so he took it out of the room. In the latter half of the night watchman sounded in the distance. Chao Qinglang walked out of the house and sat next to Chen Pingan with a small stool. Chen Pingan handed over the palm leaf fan. Chao Qinglang hesitated for a moment and took it. After a moment of silence, Chen Pingan said softly, "I'm sorry." From beginning to end the child did not say anything. He did not blame Chen Pingan, nor did he say that he did not blame him. He just lowered his head and whimpered. The next day Chao Qinglang got up very late and there was no sound of the morning reading. Chen Pingan went to the school and wanted to help Chao Qinglang say hello to the teacher. However, there were only a few people along the way. When he arrived at the school he found that the door was closed. He did not even see the face of the teacher. However, Chen Pingan found that there were no spies from the Nanyuan kingdom nearby. It should be the imperial tutor Zhong Qiu's intention. In the next 2 days, there were people who secretly moved away from the area. The brothels and taverns in Zhuiyuan Alley quieted down overnight, and there were not many visitors. On this evening, Qin Pingan carried a wooden stool and sat at the corner of an alley. If it were in the past, there would be a chess stall here. Two lousy chess players would fight until the sky turned dark, while countless lousy chess players would make their moves. The street was still full of ravines and broken walls. It was unbearable to look at. Qin Pingan stood up. It turned out that Zhong Qiu was here. Zhong Qiu and Qin Pingan strolled along the street. Zhong Qiu looked tired and said with a smile, "This market in the capital has been secretly cordoned off. All the gossips have been controlled. His Majesty the Emperor and His Highness the Crown Prince are very curious about you and want to see you." I stopped them. "However, if you want, you can enter the palace at any time. Or you can come to my place to relax." Qin Pingan nodded and agreed. Zhong Qiu wore a green robe and his hair was white. In just a few days he looked old. It could be seen that the imperial tutor was not in a good mood. He continued, "Eugenie built a small hut in the ruins of the Jinyo mountain and wanted to cultivate there. His Majesty demanded that unless Eugenie moved the Hushan sect into the territory of the Nanyuan kingdom, he would expel Eugenie by force. Eugenie ignored him. I hoped that His Majesty could wait a little longer, but His Majesty did not agree. He has mobilized troops and horses. Soon there will be more than 10,000 elites surrounding the Jinyo mountain area." Qin Pingan thought for a while and asked, "That Fan Wan from the Mirror Heart House?" Zhong Qiu first told Qin Pingan about Fan Wan's life. Then he said helplessly, "I guess His Majesty must have met her in private. That's why he made this decision. He thought that as long as he had her, the general of the North Jin Kingdom, Tang Tie, and of course I, Zhong Qiu, the situation would not be too bad." Speaking of this, Zhong Qiu stood at the edge of a gully. It was the place where Qin Pingan had punched him into the air. He smiled and said, "His Majesty has tested me many times asking about your character and origin. I can neither deceive His Majesty nor involve you in these worldly grudges. I only said that you would not support the Nanyuan kingdom, nor would you help Eugenie." Later on the night of the White River Temple, Ding Ying, Zhou Shi and Ye Er snuck into the main hall to look for the golden body of Luohan. Before this, Qin Pingan had the old monk of the temple of Xinxiang, a qi cultivator, by his side. In addition, he had not been in the capital for long. Very soon he saw the green dress that liked to dance under the moonlight. Hence, Qin Pingan did not think too much about it. He only thought that it was a land of no return, due to the environment. It was just like the Baoping continent where the old sage of sword Song Yuxiao was from, where the martial arts were strong. Now that he thought about it carefully, Qin Pingan felt even more terrified and chills ran down his spine. It was just like when he took a look at the well. Although he knew that he was in the blessed land of Lotus Root, Qin Pingan still could not figure out how to enter and when to enter. As long as the old Taoist did not appear for a day, Qin Pingan would never know the answer. As the imperial tutor, Zhong Qiu's world situation had become unpredictable after the Great Battle. There were many things that required his decision. Today he came to visit Qin Pingan for two reasons. Firstly, to prevent any misunderstandings. Secondly, he came here to relax and take a breather. Hence, after talking about what needed to be talked about, Zhong Qiu bade farewell and left. Before he left, Qin Pingan said apologetically, "I can't leave the blessed land of Lotus Root for now." Zhong Qiu smiled and said, "It's okay. Anyway, you, Qin Pingan, don't look like a banished immortal." After Zhong Qiu left, he walked alone on the cold street with a gloomy expression. If the first banished immortal that he and Eugenie met back then was Qin Pingan, would it be a different ending today? Qin Pingan picked up the small stool and walked into the dark alley. Qin Pingan suddenly narrowed his eyes. There was a skinny little girl standing outside the courtyard. She subconsciously took a step back, raised her head and looked at the guy's face carefully. She did not dare to say a single word of what she had prepared to say. Qin Pingan asked, "Where are those books?" The little girl blinked and shook her head vigorously. "I don't know." As if she was afraid that Qin Pingan would not believe her, she said with a wronged expression, "A few days ago, you fought so fiercely with those bad guys. At that time, a man and a woman walked out from the alley. I didn't dare to go back to the alley and sat on the stool obediently. After that, I couldn't see you and couldn't wait for you. I was afraid that the bad guys would find me, so I quickly ran away." Qin Pingan waved his hand, indicating that she could leave. He did not want to see this scheming little girl again. The little girl said pitifully, "I beg you, let me finish my meal before I leave." It turned out that she had smelled the fragrance of the food. Qin Pingan ignored her and locked the door behind him. It turned out that Chao Qinglang had prepared dinner. The child was smart and filial. Although he had never personally cooked before, he had seen his mother cook many times. If he were to cook by himself, of course the food he made would not be delicious, but it would be edible. For the past 2 days Chao Qinglang had been cooking by himself. Qin Pingan had never joined him. Usually, Chao Qinglang would take the initiative to leave the courtyard after going to the kitchen. It was the same today. In the past, when he went back, the child would have finished eating. He would clean up the table and go back to his room. Occasionally at night, Chao Qinglang would come out to sit for a while to cool down. But today was different. Chao Qinglang sat at the table and ate very slowly. Moreover, there was an extra set of chopsticks on the table opposite him. Qin Pingan walked into the room quietly. After sitting down, he chewed slowly without making any sound. There was a flop in the courtyard. The skinny little girl stood up, patted the dust off her body and tiptoed outside the house. She did not dare to go in. She squatted there and stretched her neck to look at the food on the table. Chao Qinglang thought about it and went to the kitchen to get a bowl of rice for her. He walked to her and handed her the bowl and chopsticks. "Let's eat together." Qin Pingan put down the bowl and chopsticks and looked at her. She was about to cry. She put down the bowl and chopsticks and did not move. Chao Qinglang said helplessly, "It's okay, let's eat." She was still staring at Qin Pingan. Qin Pingan picked up the bowl and chopsticks, not wanting to look at her. She then lowered her head and began to eat. Occasionally she would take a piece of the food with her chopsticks like a thief. The 3 of them were almost done eating. Chao Qinglang got up to clean up the table. The little girl glanced at Qin Pingan and pretended to help Chao Qinglang clean up. The 2 of them were the same age and returned to the kitchen together. She looked at the courtyard and saw that the guy was not there. She lowered her voice and complained, "There's no oil and it's so salty. Do you even know how to cook? You're already an adult. Can't you be a little more mature?" Chao Qinglang was speechless. Seeing that she was unwilling to forgive him, he could only say, "I'll be careful next time." However, Qin Pingan suddenly appeared at the kitchen door. The skinny little girl immediately shut up. She was about to turn around and pretend that she did not see Qin Pingan, but she saw him waving at her with a sharp gaze. She could only walk out with her head down. Qin Pingan pulled her collar like a chicken. He opened the door with one hand and put her outside with the other. Before he closed the door, he said, "If you dare to climb over the wall again, I'll throw you out of the capital." That night, Qin Pingan had been resting with his eyes closed. Not long after Chao Qinglang came out to cool off, he heard coughing outside the courtyard door. He went over to open the door and saw her squatting on the ground. She looked up and crossed her arms. She smiled and said, "Don't worry about me. It's cooler in the alley outside." Chao Qinglang scratched his head with both hands. He was really afraid of this guy. Qin Pingan raised his head and furrowed his brows. Far away on a roof, under the bright moonlight, there was a man with a saber hanging on his back. He was dressed in a black robe and had a scholarly temperament. He held a pot of wine in one hand and smiled at Qin Pingan. Seeing that Qin Pingan didn't say anything, he tapped his toes and floated towards Qin Pingan's house. Qin Pingan took advantage of the fact that Chao Qinglang was still outside the door and threw a punch. The great general of Beijing, Tang Tie, was hit in the chest by a silent punch. He flew out and landed on the ridge of the roof. Tang Tie himself was one of the few great grandmasters in the world. He was not injured, but he was in a difficult situation. However, Tang Tie was not angry. Instead, he smiled apologetically at Qin Pingan, as if he was saying that he was sorry for disturbing him and that he was sorry for coming uninvited. Tang Tie, who was wearing the Forge Master on his waist, turned around and left. Qin Pingan did not have a deep impression of this person and did not want to have too much contact with him. Qin Pingan thought for a while and told Chao Qinglang not to wait for him. He walked out of the alley and went to Zhuiyuan Alley. Coincidentally, there was no more wine in the blade-strengthening gourd. It would be good to go out. In the middle of the night, in a deserted restaurant on the other side of Zhuiyuan Alley, there was only one table of guests. It was a family banquet because the cooks were brought out by the guests themselves. There were 3 men and 3 women. Not only this restaurant, but the entire Zhuangyuan Alley was heavily guarded. Other than the armored soldiers, there were also many experts who had concealed their identities. Unless it was a great grandmaster ranked in the top 10, it was unlikely that anyone who wanted to assassinate them would be able to see these people. These 6 people were the Emperor of Nanyuan Kingdom Wei Liang, the Empress Zhou Shuzhen, the Crown Prince Wei Yin, the second prince and the youngest princess. Then there was the Taoist nun of Mount Taiping Huang Ting, and the former Fan Wan'er and Tong Qingqing of the Mirror Heart House. The young Princess Wei Zhen had inherited her parents' looks and was a rare beauty. However, she still felt ashamed of her inferiority when she was beside the Taoist nun. She was usually quite lively, but tonight she didn't dare to speak much. She had been nestled beside her mother, Zhou Shuzhen. She especially admired this Taoist nun who was as beautiful as a fairy. She was able to perform even better than the state preceptor Zhong in front of her imperial father. She had collected a lot of books over the years. They were all strange novels that her two brothers could not stand her pleading and collected from the market. What was Jianghu? The Jianghu that she envisioned was when, on a moonless and windy night, a pair of immortal swordsmen and woman slaughtered their way into the lair of the bad guys that made people tremble with fear. When the sky turned white, the bandits and devils had already been beheaded. The pair of man and woman looked at each other and smiled. Finally, they spurred their horses and left, continuing to ride their horses in the Jianghu. Emperor Wei Liang smiled and asked, "There is Yu Jini on the outside and Qin Pingan on the inside. Is it really okay?" Huang Ting's answer was not very polite. "Actually, these two people are in the capital. It's okay. One has an unusually firm heart for cultivation, and the other doesn't care about you. It's just that you as emperors like to use the phrase, 'How can you allow others to sleep beside your bed?' You feel uncomfortable in your heart. I can understand this. Plus, I don't like Yu Jini, so let's just fight with him." Then Huang Ting's words were even more presumptuous. "I promise to use all my strength to fight with Yu Jini. After that, if I lose, the so-called elite army of the Nanyuan kingdom can't stop Yu Jini. He even broke into the palace and killed your whole family. I can only try to avenge you before I ascend." Wei Liang shook his head and smiled bitterly. He drank to relieve his boredom. In fact, the most uncomfortable person was Empress Zhou Shuzhen. Her junior sister became her master, and then she became Huang Ting of Mount Taiping. The most disappointed person was probably the Crown Prince Wei Yan. The Fan Wainer he loved in his heart could never be found again. Qin Pingan suddenly laughed. "The scenery in the capital of the Nanyuan kingdom is very good, especially the food. It is very good. Before I leave the capital, I will definitely go there again." The emperor asked curiously, "Immortal master, what is it?" Halfway through his sentence, Wei Liang stopped himself. He raised his wine cup and drank it in one gulp. "Immortal Master Qin has just set the rules. I have broken the rules. I must punish myself with a cup." Qin Pingan took off his wine gourd. "I may have to trouble your majesty to send 2 jars of wine to me." Wei Liang laughed. "Immortal Master Qin, you are too easy to fool as an honored guest." The emperor made a joke. Empress Zhou Shuzhen, the 2 princes, and the princess immediately laughed. Qin Pingan was a little slow to realize and laughed as well. Otherwise he would appear too unreasonable. In the distance, the Taoist nun Huang Ting was facing the window, but the corners of her mouth were curled up. Qin Pingan filled the blade-strengthening gourd with wine and left the restaurant. However, he did not return to his residence in the alley. Instead, he went to the night market nearby a temple based on his memory and ate a big bowl of that numbing, spicy, and scalding thing. If one did not eat spicy food, did not drink wine, and did not drink strong wine while eating the spiciest hot pot, what joy was there in life? This was what the old sword sage of the Shui kingdom said. In the past, Qin Pingan did not feel that it made much sense. However, now that he was in the bustling city, he felt that the old man's words were true. After paying the bill, Qin Pingan left the bustling night market and walked slowly. In a quiet and deserted place, he leaped onto a roof ridge and went to the official's house deep in the courtyard. He went to his private library. This time he was not there to inquire about the history and geomancy of this world, but to look for books about bridge construction. Unfortunately, his search was fruitless, so he thought about the books and archives of the Ministry of Works. After weighing the pros and cons, he thought that it would not be too difficult to ask Zhong Qiu if he had the chance to ask the nation preceptor for help. Also, he had to ask Zhong Qiu for information about a scholar. Out of the library, Qin Pingan stopped at the rooftop of a tall building and sat down to drink. In the end, he raised his middle finger to the sky. There was no thunder. Qin Pingan put away the wine gourd and stood in the cool breeze. He was lost in thought. When he left the balcony of the Eagle Fortress and entered the Nanyuan Kingdom, he came across a town of paper dolls. The old monk of the Temple of Heart Reflection once repeated a sentence. "If you look at it, it will look at you." The woman who was still Fan Wainer at that time stared at him twice in the White River Temple and the night market. Her gaze seemed familiar, but she did not speak. It was not that she did not want to, but that she could not. After thinking about it carefully, he felt even more terrified. Qin Pingan sighed. The lights of the mortal world and the stars in the sky. Someone said that the latter could be the corpses of many gods. Who said that? Qin Pingan patted his head. He could not remember. He did not drink much tonight, but he was very drunk. Qin Pingan fell backward and fell into a deep sleep. An old Taoist stood on the roof and glanced at the young banished immortal who was sleeping soundly. Thinking of the scene he saw earlier, the old Taoist twitched his mouth. In the small courtyard, a young man was apologizing softly to a child. In fact, his face was full of tears. The old Taoist muttered to himself, "In your eyes, is there no small matter in the mortal world?" 324. The old Taoist held a small snow coin between his fingers, which slowly dissipated on his fingertips. He stepped out of the capital of the Nanyuan kingdom and arrived at the ruins of Mount Uniu without a sound. Even Yu Jini, who was cultivating here, did not notice anything strange. Outside the simple hut, Yu Jini stood with his hands behind his back under the moonlight. The masters of the Lake Mountain faction and several direct disciples had been ordered to return to the faction and were not allowed to show their faces in public. The childlike leader of the righteous faction was wearing the silver lotus crown. This was one of the agreements between the two. After the deed was done, Ding Ying had to give him the Taoist crown. The Taoist crown was called Go Qin. It was the most mysterious magic weapon in the history of the lotus flower blessed land. Apart from being able to protect the body and spirit of the wearer, it could also temper the body and calm the mind. More importantly, the Taoist crown could help to find the banished immortals who were hiding everywhere. Yu Jini had already roughly grasped the supernatural power of Cactus Mountain View. When he was overlooking the capital of the Nanyuan kingdom from the peak of Mount Uniu, Ding Ying, Qin Pingan, and Lu Fang were the most dazzling lights in his eyes. Now that he had the Taoist crown, he was like a tiger that had grown wings. Yu Jini was 90% sure that as long as he could successfully escape from the encirclement, all the banished immortals would have a hard time in the future. The azure glass flying sword hovered beside Yu Jini. There was also a celestial treasure in his sleeve that he had just obtained. The little Taoist boy with the huge golden gourd on his back did not go back on his words. Those who did not want to ascend and chose to leave the city would be given a magic weapon. Yu Jini found a jade scroll in the ruins of Mount Uniu that had been razed to the ground. This was the message to heaven written by the ancient emperors and monarchs. However, the words were strange and there was no record of it in the Four Kingdoms. Yu Jini knew that the answer would most likely be in the Veneration Tower or the Mirror Heart Chamber. These two places had the best understanding of the banished immortals in the human realm beyond heaven. Yu Jini didn't feel anything about Ding Ying's death, let alone feel sad. At most, he was angry that Ding Ying's efforts had gone to waste, which had caused many of his and the Lake Mountain faction's plans to change greatly. You fight with the heavens, I take care of the world. This was the tacit understanding between Ding Ying and Yu Jini. Their great Daos complemented each other. Therefore, the two grandmasters who were most likely to fight to the death, privately chose to form an alliance and set up the trap of the Southern Yard. The difference between the two of them was that Ding Ying wanted to kill everyone else on the list, while Yu Jini only targeted the banished immortals, Zhou Fei, Tong Qingqing, Feng Qingbai, and of course Qin Pingan who had appeared at the end. Yu Jini began to stroll under the moonlight. Every breath he took was for cultivation. This was also the reason why Yu Jini had given up his peak martial arts cultivation with great perseverance and courage. In cultivation, the most important thing was one's temperament. This was what Yu Jini was looking forward to. If the realm of martial arts was too low, the group of Jianghu boors would still be oblivious to the fact that they had been rolling in the mud for their entire lives. People like Qing Yuan Shan are insatiably greedy, wishing that everything they see will be in their pockets. People like Tang Jie are greedy for power on the battlefield. They dream of one day sitting on mountains and beauties. It would be best if they could leave their names in history after death. At that time, with Tang Jie and Qing Yuanshan's temperament as fence-sitters, they would definitely change their rudder and completely side with the Southern Yard Kingdom. Yu Jini returned to the hut and stretched out his hand. His palm gently brushed across the blade of the colored glass flying sword. He was now able to ride a sword and travel far away with the grace of an immortal. However, compared to the true carefree travel recorded in the books, it was too far away. It was a pity that he could not fly too high or travel too far with the wind. Yu Jini looked up at the bright moon. One day he would be able to ride a sword above the human world and look down at the mountains and rivers. Only the sun, the moon, and the stars were higher than him. Yu Jini suddenly lowered his gaze. On the incomplete city wall of the capital, he could not see the faces of the people clearly. However, in Yu Jini's eyes, there was a bright light that was extremely eye-catching. Yu Jini sneered, "They're here already?" On the city wall, there was a young female Taoist priest with a sword on her back. She sat cross-legged on an arrow step. In one hand she held a steaming clay pot. The aroma permeated the air. Her chopsticks flew as she ate while muttering, "Oh my God, this thing is really delicious. It's just too spicy. No, 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 next time I can't buy 2 bowls at once." At the city gate below, several horses galloped out to deliver a military order personally issued by His Majesty the Emperor. The imperial guards and the 3 capital garrisons, except for the army responsible for guarding the south gate of the capital, were to withdraw from their stations and retreat 20 miles. It was as if they were making space for someone. For Eugenie and the beautiful female Taoist priest on the city wall. She buried her head in the food and occasionally glanced in the direction of Yanyo Mountain. If Eugenie fled now, there was nothing she could do. She could not catch up with him. She placed the clay pot beside her and placed a pair of chopsticks on top of it. The female Taoist priest of Taiping Mountain, Huang Ting, stood up and patted her stomach. She was full of regret. "This supper is a bit too much. I've gained 2 pounds. Sai Fan Weiner, rice bowl? You're a rice bowl, aren't you?" When it began, the 3 Southern Garden elites began to move their stations slowly. The female Taoist priest, Huang Ting, stared at Eugenie with sharp eyes. She wiped her mouth and said softly, "I think I'll be thin again after this battle." Qin Pingan, who was sleeping soundly on the roof, was awakened by the huge commotion outside the city. He looked to the south and saw 2 bright sword lights reflecting each other. It was Eugenie's colored glass flying sword and Huang Ting's sword in the mirror. Qin Pingan did not return to his residence to get the long qi. Instead, he took out a sword and a knife from Flying Sword 15 and hung them around his waist. They were Do Ziji's sword, Infatuation, and the narrow knife, Ceasing Snow, which had been passed down from generation to generation in the Eagle Castle. He swept away, his figure like a wisp of smoke. Zhongqiu was already standing on the city wall. Qin Pingan came to the side of the Southern Garden Imperial tutor. Qin Pingan asked, "They're fighting just like that?" Zhongqiu nodded and said, "Huang Ting is a cultivator from your hometown. Her perception of spiritual qi is far better than ours." Qin Pingan said, "Does she think that Eugenie will lose if she keeps swallowing spiritual qi like a whale?" Zhongqiu said helplessly, "Of course not. If so, Huang Ting would have attacked long ago." According to her, she deliberately waited until Eugenie was full before attacking, so that Eugenie would not have an excuse if he lost. Qin Pingan really could not understand the thoughts of the crown nun of Mount Taiping. She would rather spend so much time and effort to be lazy than to put in some effort? Chao Qinglang memorized a few articles and went to the kitchen to cook. Qin Pingan said that he might be back very late today. Chao Qinglang nodded. Qin Pingan left the alley and passed by Zhuiyuan Alley. The courtyard where Ding Ying and the evil Cultia heir stayed was lifeless. It was obvious that it had been abandoned. The incense in the temple of Xianxiang was getting fewer and fewer. As for the martial arts school's morning practice, they were working harder than before. Shouts came one after another, and the martial arts master's voice was especially loud. It was probably because of the previous battle that frightened the common people and made them feel that the world was not peaceful. However, it also fascinated the Jianghu disciples. If there were no storms, could it still be called Jianghu? This time, Qin Pingan did not wear the golden wine. He wore a brand new green robe. First, the lotus figure had not yet recovered, so he still needed a robe that looked like a small paradise. Second, Qin Pingan did not want to show off. He even left the blade-strengthening gourd in the house and let Chui Wu and Chui Wu look after the lotus figure who was recovering. However, he hung the long sword Infatuation and the narrow saber Stopping Snow at his waist. In this way he looked like a wanderer who liked to play with swords and spears. Qin Pingan went to look for Zhongqiu. He wanted to trouble the Nanyuan imperial tutor with another matter. Although the big pile of books that the little girl stole from the house were all ordinary books, and the 2 immortal books bought by the inverted mountain were kept in the square-inch object, Qin Pingan still wanted to get them back. This was because on the title page of each book, there was a description of where Qin Pingan bought it and when it was written in regular script. These books that were collected from everywhere had a special meaning to Qin Pingan. It had nothing to do with what the Confucian sages said, "There is a house of gold in a book, and there is a jade in a book." Everyone knew that Zhongqiu lived near the imperial palace, but few people knew the specific location of his seclusion. Fortunately, Qin Pingan was now so famous in the Nanyuan kingdom that a master of the Nanyuan kingdom who was recruited by the imperial court showed up and respectfully led Qin Pingan to Zhongqiu's residence. It was a quiet mansion in the Chongxian market. Chongxian market was the real foot of the emperor. The people who lived here were either rich or noble. The streets and alleys were covered with dense shade. In the serene silence, there was a graceful atmosphere and strict rules. It was completely different from the crowing of chickens and barking of dogs and the chattering of orioles in Zhuangyuan Alley. There was no plaque hanging in the mansion. It was not big in the Chongxian market and only had 3 courtyards. Qin Pingan thanked the master in charge of leading the way. It means that I have been in the imperial court of the Nanyuan kingdom for so many years and have not done my job well. I only know how to give orders. Speaking of this, Zhongqiu, who had led Qin Pingan out of the small door in the backyard, suddenly asked, as the imperial tutor, how should he deal with people arguing and fighting on the road? Qin Pingan thought for a while and said, if it does not affect his work, he should take care of it. Zhongqiu asked again, and then? Qin Pingan shook his head. Zhongqiu smiled and said, according to what you said, as an official with a very high position, he can indeed take care of these trivial matters as long as it does not affect his work. However, the most important thing is that he should immediately reflect on himself. Why would there be people arguing and fighting on the streets within his jurisdiction? After some thought, Qin Pingan deeply agreed. Zhongqiu and Qin Pingan walked on the secluded street, under the deep shade of the trees. In the middle of summer, many of the markets in the capital were like steamers, so hot that there was nowhere to hide. However, here the pedestrians felt much cooler. Zhongqiu sighed and said, this was originally an allusion in a sage's book. That imperial tutor told the people around him that this matter should not be handled by him. He should not have overstepped his boundaries. When I first read this when I was young, I felt enlightened. However, the more books I read and the more people I saw, it was inevitable that I would have doubts and be puzzled. Zhongqiu did not continue. Qin Pingan did not speak either. He only thought that if Mr. Qi or the sage of literature were here, they would definitely be able to solve Zhongqiu's problems and explain those principles clearly. Zhongqiu laughed and no longer felt sad. He started to talk about business with Qin Pingan. Yu Zhini has already returned to the sect in Songlai Kingdom and brought Qing Yuanshan, the sage of arms who secretly left the city. At that time, everyone on the city wall except for Zhou Fei who had ascended Year of the Devil cult, and Lu Zong, all of us who walked down the city wall had some gains. Yu Zhini seemed to have found a golden jade manuscript, Monk Yun too got a white jade lotus root, and the spies in the capital did not find out what Tang Tie got. Zhongqiu got a book of pictures of the 5 sacred mountains. The things in the book are all about the immortals. It talks about how to confer the 5 sacred mountains and gather the spiritual qi of the country's mountains and rivers. However, I don't practice Taoism or magic, so this book is meaningless to me. Zhongqiu sighed and continued, because Qing Yuanshan was hiding in the city, he missed the sound of the drum and ended up empty-handed. His disciples have been expelled from the country. However, if Qing Yuanshan himself had run slower, I would have left him here. After all, Qing Yuanshan is a vengeful person. In order to make up for her friend's mistake, she threw a purse to an old woman who was setting up a stall. In order to show off her horsemanship, she fell hard and flipped over on the horse. Covered in mud, she still held her head high and was in high spirits. At that time, Qin Pingan even gave her a thumbs up, but at that time the woman ignored him and even rolled her eyes. At first, no one recognized Qin Pingan. After all, he was not wearing a white robe and had a scarlet wine gourd hanging from his neck. However, these young people were respectful and fearful of imperial tutor Zhongqiu. When Zhongqiu appeared, they all kept quiet out of fear. The 2 disciples also felt a little guilty. They had indeed neglected their martial arts in the past few days. There was no helping it. These friends came rushing over, their eyes shining as they talked about the deeds of the white-robed sword immortal. They all said that the young grandmaster who had killed old Demon Ding was on very good terms with their master and might be waiting here for him to appear. Old General Lu Zhao's grandson and granddaughter even swore that their grandfather's face was glowing when he returned home. He said that during the battle between Yu Zhini and the Mirror Heart Temple's disciple outside Qingqing City, the sword immortal named Qin Pingan was standing by his side. They regretted not meeting earlier and were already friends despite their age difference. It was a pity that sword immortal Chen was a very busy immortal. However, he promised to visit the general's residence whenever he was free. Lu Zhao's youngest grandson was only 12 or 13 years old. He would repeat this story almost every day, beaming with joy and feeling proud. His sister, on the other hand, did not repeat the same old story over and over again. However, her face was also full of anticipation and admiration. Zhongqiu turned to look at Qin Pingan, who nodded. Zhongqiu stood on the training field and said to the 2 disciples, "I've found a senior for you. He will teach you fist techniques. Do your best." Qin Pingan was a little helpless. He lowered his voice and said softly, "Didn't you say that you would only spar with them and not teach them anything?" Zhong Qiu smiled and said, "Let's just chat for a bit. These two little fellows already know how to deal with me, their master. Whatever I say now won't be of much use. They might even take the words of an outsider as their standard." A tall and valiant young man strode over and asked, "Master, who is this senior? He's both a saber and a sword. Why can he teach us fist techniques? Could it be that his fist techniques are higher than yours?" The young man looked at Qin Pingan, his eyes clear. He smiled and said, "Senior, it's not that I look down on you, but my master's fist techniques are too high. If you taught me saber and sword, I wouldn't say that. Right, my name is Yan Shijing. I'm straightforward. Senior, please don't blame me." A young girl slowly walked behind him. She was already looking for Qin Pingan's flaws. However, she walked slower and slower because she was shocked to find that the person was just standing there casually. She couldn't find any flaws in his stance. This uncomfortable feeling was too similar to the feeling that her master, Zhong Qiu, gave her. She could see a tall mountain but not the peak. She could see a river but not the bottom. This young man in a green robe must be a martial arts grandmaster with an outstanding realm. The young girl was about to remind her senior apprentice brother Yan Shijing to be careful when the latter said softly, "I can already see it. I'm not a fool. How many people in our Nanyuan kingdom have the face to walk side by side with our master?" The young girl asked, "Join hands?" The young man didn't hesitate. He said in a low voice, "Let's try to last 10 moves. Master is watching us." The young man and the young girl took up a stance at almost the same time, ready to attack. Qin Pingan thought for a moment and began to walk forward. It was just the 6-step stance and Zhong Qiu's peak stance. Just as the two were about to rush forward, Qin Pingan took a step forward. It was like a mountain was pressing down on their shoulders. They couldn't move, as if they would die if they made the slightest movement. With another step, their bodies and minds were frozen. The valiant young man was about to grit his teeth and move forward. The young girl wanted to take a step to the side to avoid the sharp edge before making a plan. After Qin Pingan took 3 steps, the momentum of the martial brother and sister had completely collapsed. After 4 steps, the two were already staggering back. They were sweating profusely and their faces were pale. Qin Pingan stopped and asked, "If you know that you won't die by punching, why don't you punch? If one day you really have to fight to the death with someone, knowing that you will die, won't you still not dare to punch? Then, can you only punch when you meet an opponent who is on par with you, or an enemy who is weaker than you?" The young man sat down on the ground. The young girl said angrily, "Senior, you are a top grandmaster. As soon as you come up, you use your power to suppress others. How can there be such a competition in the world, such a teaching of fist techniques?" Qin Pingan still asked, "Why don't you punch?" The young man lowered his head. The young girl's eyes were red and she began to cry. She only tried her best to glare at the stranger who liked to bully others. Qin Pingan realized that he might have gone overboard. He turned his head and said apologetically to Zhong Qiu, "I rarely spar with others. I don't really understand the true rules of Jianghu." Zhong Qiu shook his head thoughtfully and said softly, "When I teach my disciples fist techniques, I am afraid that they will make mistakes. So, I follow the principle of, don't punch when you're strong too much. My original intention is that they will not fight with others based on personal feelings in Jianghu. They should not use their power to bully others and their punches should not be heavy. More importantly, I want them to throw themselves into the battlefield in the future and have at least 10 years to serve their country. So, my disciples have always been suppressed by me. Now, it seems that I am not wrong, but I have still killed the possibility of them surpassing me." Zhong Qiu sighed and smiled at Qin Pingan, "You have to change." He never thought that the young man who could barely endure being humiliated by an outsider, would not be able to accept his master, whom he regarded as his father, admitting his mistake. Moreover, it was for them. In the young Yan Shijing's heart, his master, Zhong Qiu, was the world's truly flawless martial arts grandmaster. He was also a literary sage. In his anger, the young man suddenly stood up. However, he did not launch a sneak attack on the green-robed man. Instead, he glared at him. "Come again." Qin Pingan took a step forward. However, it was not the leisurely boxing stance. Instead, he threw a punch at Yan Shijing's forehead. It was like a thunderstorm. The young man took another step back. Qin Pingan asked, "Where is your punch?" The young man was at a loss. He was dazed. Qin Pingan sighed. He turned around and said to Zhong Qiu, "Someone once told me that practicing boxing seems to be cultivating strength. It is to be a pure martial artist. However, the cultivation of the heart is very important. Since you practice boxing, you cannot talk about human emotions. For instance, Mr. Zhong, you said that you should not use your fist when it's too high. I've thought about it and found that it's reasonable. However, Mr. Zhong, you should not use your fist when it's too high. It's something that people in your realm and cultivation base should do. It's just a principle that your disciple should understand. It's one thing to understand the principle, it's another thing to do. Only in this way can you have a clear conscience when you punch anyone in the future. Zhong Qiu smiled and nodded. That is the principle. He had a general understanding of Qin Pingan's temperament. When doing something, no matter how big or small it was, he had to pursue perfection. Therefore, even if he was really uneasy in the beginning and did not know how to spar with others or how to teach them fist techniques, once he took the first step, Qin Pingan took out the seriousness of an enemy encirclement on the street. Zhong Qiu was a bystander, so he saw it very clearly. Perhaps even Qin Pingan himself did not know how confident he was at that moment. He even had a conceit that said, "When I punch, all the martial artists in the world only need to raise their heads and sigh." Zhong Qiu was actually a little curious. How did the approachable Qin Pingan achieve such a state of mind when he punched? He was even more curious about how Qin Pingan practiced boxing. No matter what, Zhong Qiu respected Qin Pingan for both. Qin Pingan was a little embarrassed. It's just something I randomly thought of. It might not be suitable for your disciple, Mr. Zhong. Zhong Qiu shook his head and said seriously, there are always some principles that can be applied everywhere. What you said just now is suitable for all martial artists. Qin Pingan was afraid that the boy and girl's heart to practice martial arts would crack, so he carefully chose his words. Although he was not very good at it, he tried his best to comfort them. For those who practice boxing, other than being able to endure hardships, you must be calm. Only then can you punch quickly and calmly, moving forward with indomitable will. Then one day, no matter if you meet me, the world's #1 martial artist like your master, or a seemingly invincible opponent like Ding Ying, you will be able to punch quickly. Qin Pingan chose a wine shop on the side of the street. He ordered a jug of wine and 2 side dishes. The wine was the most expensive kind in the wine shop. The old Taoist appeared out of thin air and sat across from Qin Pingan. No one in the bustling wine shop noticed that something was wrong. A wine bowl appeared in front of the old Taoist. The wine poured from the jug into the bowl. When he reached out, a pair of chopsticks appeared in his hand. He picked up a piece of scrambled egg with scallions and ate it with relish. He smiled and said, "Did you just realize that you took everything for granted in the past? You always thought that you were an ordinary person. As long as others were willing to work hard, most people could reach your level today. Did you just realize that it was laughable?" Qin Pingan asked, "Senior, are you so free?" The old Taoist also gave an irrelevant answer like Qin Pingan. "Then you're looking down on the person who taught you the martial arts. If you continue to follow your previous state of mind, sooner or later you'll end up in the same situation as that person. You'll look around blankly and be alone. When that time comes, you won't be willing to ask for help for fear of implicating others. Haha, you'll probably be able to get a worthy death." Qin Pingan nodded and said, "If I wasn't good enough, I wouldn't be sitting here drinking leisurely with you. I would have died here without knowing why. In my next life, even if I'm lucky enough to be enlightened when I leave Lotus Blossom Blessed Land, no matter what happens outside, I'll fight you to the death." The old Taoist drank the wine and ate the side dishes. He said casually, "Of course. Since you've entered Lotus Blossom Blessed Land, if you're not good enough and die in the hands of Lu Fang or Ding Ying, unless Qin Xingdou and Lao Xiucai join hands, then I'll hold my nose and let you go. Otherwise you can just stay here and be reincarnated. Therefore you should toast yourself with a glass of wine to thank yourself for surviving." In the depths of Qin Pingan's heart, this old Taoist was no better than the man who sold candied haws. It wasn't that the old Taoist was deliberately targeting Qin Pingan. In fact, Qin Pingan knew that he wasn't qualified at all. It wasn't that the old Taoist was wrong. Qin Pingan just didn't like that kind of feeling. It wasn't even the way people looked at ants. It was more like a person looking at his own chicken. Whether to fatten it up and kill it or continue to raise it, it all depended on their mood. However, it was also possible that Qin Pingan wasn't standing high enough and couldn't see the scenery in their eyes. Qin Pingan drank a bowl of wine. Putting aside whether Jianghu was good or bad, the wine in Lotus Blossom Blessed Land was really bad. Qin Pingan drank slowly, completely ignoring the old Taoist. He was thinking about how he got to where he was today. From Clay Bottle Alley to the alley outside Chao Qinglong's door. It turned out that in the world there were countless forks in the road under everyone's feet. One had to treat oneself well. Only then could one treat the world well. But it was very difficult. The injustice in one's heart could be washed away with wine, but there were so many injustices in the world, so what? After Qin Pingan, his fists became stronger and his sword became faster and faster. Then, the more capable he was, the more he saw other people's injustice. Did he have to care about everything? But if he didn't care, how could he overcome the hurdle in his heart? Wasn't it also an injustice? Would he let down Mr. Qi and the principles in the book? Would he let down Li Baoping's martial uncle? But he also wanted to take revenge. He wanted to fulfill his promise with Sister Sword Spirit. He wanted to practice boxing and become a 7th realm martial artist. He wanted to practice swordsmanship and build the longevity bridge to become a great sword immortal. He wanted to study and become a person like Mr. Qi. He also wanted to marry such a good girl as his wife. What should he do? He didn't want to think about the thousands of reasons. He would think about it after getting drunk. Qin Pingan's head fell heavily on the table with a thud. In his sleep, someone seemed to have asked him how he felt after seeing the biggest river. Qin Pingan was drunk. He laughed and replied that the water was so big the fish must be big. In the past, Little Treasure Bottle always complained that his fish soup was too weak. Next time he would catch a big fish and add enough salt. The old Taoist's mouth twitched. He no longer used Taoist magic to draw the wine from the pot. Instead, he poured himself a bowl of wine and asked, "There are so many mountains. How is the scenery?" Qin Pingan slapped the table. He was still drunk and mumbled, "I don't know. But there is a sentence in the book, I saw how charming the mountains were. But I walked on many mountain roads. It was too difficult to walk in rainy and snowy weather. It was too difficult to walk." The old Taoist put down his wine cup and looked at Qin Pingan. He said angrily, "How did Qi Jingchun teach such a drunkard?" 326. When Qin Pingan woke up, the moon was already high in the sky. Perhaps it was because Qin Pingan was carrying a sword, but the tavern's innkeeper did not dare to chase him away. He pinched his nose and allowed this wanderer to stand in the latrine without taking a shit. Qin Pingan gave him a bit more silver, a windfall from the sky. The old tavern's innkeeper was very happy. Qin Pingan slowly walked back to Zhuiyuan Alley. The brothel business was cold and cheerless, and the bored and beautiful women were lazily lying on the railing. Qin Pingan raised his head and looked at them. He noticed that the makeup on these women had lightened a lot, but they looked better than the heavy makeup they used to wear. Along the way there were many women chatting and teasing upstairs. One of them directly threw an embroidered handkerchief to Qin Pingan and shouted, "Handsome boy, come up and sit. Sister will treat you to tea. Sit on my lap." The brothel she was in and the women in the nearby brothel began to jeer and talk dirty. Qin Pingan easily dodged the embroidered handkerchief. He only looked back at the embroidered handkerchief that had fallen to the ground. He went back to pick it up, rolled it into a ball and gently threw it back to the woman. The women in the brothel on the street were silent at first, but then they burst into laughter. Qin Pingan's heart was as calm as still water as he walked back to the alley. At the corner of the street stood a man and a woman in ordinary clothes. They were not old, less than 30 years old, but their breathing was long and steady. In the world of lotus flower blessed land, they should be young masters with good talent and a good foundation. Of course, compared to geniuses like Smiling Face and Hairpin Man Zhou Shi, there was still a big gap between them. The two of them reported that they were spies in the capital under the direct command of the state preceptor, Zhong Qiu. The man handed Qin Pingan 2 parcels, which contained the stolen books they had collected from a bookstore in a neighboring market, as well as the books on bridge construction that they had picked out from the yamen of the Ministry of Works. The woman, on the other hand, handed Qin Pingan a secret file about the scholar surnamed Jiang and the Peepa woman. Qin Pingan realized that no matter if it was a man or a woman, when the two of them handed him something, their state of mind and hands were very unstable. Qin Pingan smiled at them. After thanking them, he walked to Chao Qinglong's house. He killed the pink Vajramashien and the Peepa woman on the street, almost killed the Bird's Eye Peak land boat, defeated the imperial tutor Zhong Qiu, and finally killed the demon sect master Ding Ying. For these spies of the Nanyuan kingdom who wandered the borders of the imperial court in Jianghu, it was just like how the old general Liu Shao couldn't help but exclaim, "What a true immortal!" when he saw the battle between Yu Jini and the female crown princess Huang Ting on the city wall. Qin Pingan was now even more powerful than when Ding Ying was at her peak. When Qin Pingan slowly walked to the courtyard door and pushed it open, the young woman took a deep breath. It turned out that she had been holding her breath all this time, not daring to breathe. She softly said, "So he really is so young." After saying that, he felt a little embarrassed. At this moment, the man suddenly stepped out of the courtyard. He leaned back and gave the woman a thumbs up. He smiled and said, "Good taste." The woman was stunned. Even the man who did not smile was caught off guard. When the door closed, the woman suddenly covered her face and stomped her feet. The man sighed. In fact, she was not usually so silly. She had been a spy for 7 years and was good at hiding. She had always been meticulous and steady. She had made a lot of contributions to the Nanyuan court. Even the state preceptor Zhong favored her. This time, the two of them were responsible for keeping an eye on Tang Tie, the general of the Dragon Martial Kingdom of Northern Jin Kingdom. It was obvious that Zhong Qiu trusted her. In the courtyard, Chao Qinglang and a little girl whose name was unknown were sitting on a stool. They were of the same age and were not chatting. The little girl was eating melon seeds. She must have asked Chao Qinglang for some. The shells of the melon seeds were scattered on the ground. When she saw Qin Pingan, she was a little flustered. Qin Pingan glanced at the ground. She immediately put the melon seeds in her hand into her pocket and put them away. After greeting Chao Qinglang, Qin Pingan went into the house. He lit the oil lamp and opened the 2 packages. The books sold by the little girl were intact and were stacked on the table. The books from the Ministry of Works were placed on the other side. 2 small mountains of books, one on the left and the other on the right, guarded by the 2 door gods. Qin Pingan opened the secret file. It recorded the past of scholar Jiang and concubine Pipa in detail. Qin Pingan put it back in the envelope and put it in a book. Qin Pingan began to review the inexplicable chess game. Although he had entered the Lotus Blossom Blessed Land this time, he had gained a lot. In the battle with the martial arts grandmaster Zhong Qiu, not only did he successfully break through the bottleneck of Realm 4, Zhong Qiu had even lowered his status and taken the initiative to punch him in the second round to help him stabilize his Realm 5. Zhong Qiu also had his own considerations and guessed that Ding Ying and Yu Zhini were most likely working together to set up a trap to prevent them from succeeding. But no matter what, Zhong Qiu's grandmaster bearing, martial strength, and temperament all made Qin Ping admire him. After that, the battle with Ding Ying was satisfying and full of twists and turns. It was the first time Qin Pingan had truly held a sword to face an enemy. As expected, a pure martial artist still needed to sharpen his body on the line between life and death. Even though Qin Pingan was not clear about the 5th realm of the other martial artists in the world, he believed that his 5th realm foundation was quite good. This was his foundation. No matter how much of a miser Qin Pingan was, he would not exchange it for anything. Even if he could not build the longevity bridge on this trip to the Lotus Blossom Blessed Land, it would still be worth it. Compared to when Qin Pingan had hoped to try his luck at the ancient battlefield ruins or the martial saints temple to try his luck and reach the 5th realm, the result was much, much better. However, although the situation was good, there were also hidden dangers. The problem was that Ding Ying's golden body of Yin God had struck him from the peak of the Black Ox Mountain to the huge pit outside the mountain. Especially at the bottom of the Thunder Pool, the Lotus Blossom Blessed Land was involved with the vast spiritual chi and broken martial fate of the Black Ox Mountain area. The seawater flowed backwards into Qin Pingan's body and seeped into his soul. Qin Pingan vaguely sensed that a mist had appeared on the lake in his heart. It lingered and did not disperse. Thunder and lightning intertwined like dragons and serpents soaring through the clouds. Moreover, there were streaks of sword light flashing in the mist, as if they were slaying dragons. Fortunately, the spiritual energy that clashed with the pure martial artist's true energy was isolated in the faraway vassal towns. For the time being, there was no uprising or rebellion. After all, in the vast world, chi cultivators and pure martial artists were 2 completely different paths from the very beginning. Martial artists had to disperse all the spiritual chi in their body and cultivate a pure genuine chi that was like a fire dragon patrolling the wilderness. On the other hand, chi cultivators' first step was to cultivate the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. The more the better. After that, they had to remove the impurities and preserve the impurities. They had to expand their territory and build their chi residence and aperture acupoints into their own small abodes. Like a huge lake beside a great river, chi cultivators could always connect themselves with the world regardless of whether it was a flood or a dry season. Chi cultivators could always create an elixir chamber and become a golden elixir cultivator. After that, they would nurture their yin spirit and yang spirit and finally become an earth immortal. The current situation in Qin Pingan's body was a confrontation between the pure genuine chi and the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. The 2 armies faced each other and formed their own formations, barely managing to maintain the situation where they minded their own business. Qin Pingan collected his thoughts. He picked up the blade-strengthening gourd beside the table and drank a mouthful of wine. It was so difficult to build a longevity bridge. It was really easier to destroy a bridge than to build one. He had almost died in this lotus flower-blessed land. Thinking of this possibility, Chin Pingan could not help but feel scared. Even if 60 years in the lotus flower-blessed land was not equal to 60 years in the vast world, he would definitely miss the 10-year appointment with Miss Ning. 10 years later, how old would Li Baoping and Li Huai be? During this period would they be bullied? And what about Gu Qin, who had gone to the book slip lake? Would Lu Xianyang return to his hometown in glory and then not be able to find him after returning to the small town? What about the bamboo house in Luopa Mountain, the ancestral home in Mud Bottle Alley, and the shop in Dragon Riding Alley in Longquan County? Chin Pingan stood up. Soon there was a knock on the door of the courtyard. The skinny little girl also ran to Chin Pingan's side room to ask for credit. Just as she was about to remind Chin Pingan that there was a guest, the door opened. Chin Pingan saw the female spy from the Nanyuan Kingdom standing outside the courtyard with a long box in her hands. Chin Pingan walked over and she explained softly, "This is the relic of concubine Pipa. The imperial tutor just ordered someone to bring it over and asked me to give it to immortal master Chin Pingan." Before Chin Pingan could say anything, she had already run away with a blush on her face. Chao Qinglang looked at this scene and was just curious. The skinny little girl's eyes rolled around as if she was deep in thought. Chin Pingan put the pipa back in the room. Chao Qinglang went back to her room to read under the light. The little girl continued to sit on the bench and eat melon seeds. This time, she learned her lesson and didn't dare to scatter the shells on the ground. Instead, she piled them up beside her feet. Chin Pingan walked to the bench and found that Chao Qinglang had left her fan on the bench. He gently picked it up and sat down. He said to the little girl, "You can go home now." She ate the melon seeds and blinked her eyes. She shook her head and said, "Home? I don't have a home. I'm just a little beggar. How can I have a home? There are a lot of bad people among the beggars. They often beat me. I'm too young and I don't have enough food to eat. I can't beat them. They have taken all the good places in the capital. I can't compete with them, so I can only find a place to live. For example, under the bridge or above the stone lions of the rich." Chin Pingan asked, "Where are your parents?" The skinny little girl ate the melon seeds and said with a smile, "They died a long time ago. I'm not from the capital. It's thousands of miles away from here. There was a plague in my hometown. I was still young at that time. I fled with my parents. My mother died on the road. My father took me here. The officials in the capital are not bad. They set up a lot of porridge outside the city. My father died after drinking a big bowl of porridge." Chin Pingan asked again, "How old are you this year?" She finished eating the melon seeds and stretched out her two palms. She hooked a little finger and shook it. 9 years old. Chin Pingan didn't say anything else. She laughed a few times. "I don't look like I'm 9 years old, right? I can't help it. I'm hungry, so I can't grow tall. Did you see the person who gave me the little snowman last time? She was only 6 years old, but she was taller than me. The little teacher in this courtyard, Chao Qinglang, is also younger than me." Chin Pingan gently waved his palm leaf fan. He seemed indifferent and cold. The little girl had been looking at Chin Pingan's face and eyes. Seeing him like this, she cursed in her heart. Rich people, no one was good. He never cared about the lives of others. He was obviously a very powerful big shot. He could let her live a good life with just a little money, but he just refused. She was already 9 years old, but she was as skinny as a 5 or 6-year-old child. Chin Pingan didn't find it strange because he had been like this before. It wasn't until he left Clay Bottle Alley and the small town and went to Old Yao's dragon kiln as an apprentice that he started to grow taller. Before that, Chin Pingan was half a head shorter than his peers. Chin Pingan didn't take off his infatuation and ceasing shui today. So even if he was sitting on a small bench, he still looked very dignified. This was the reason why the little girl was especially obedient tonight. Chin Pingan waved his palm leaf fan and asked, "How much did you sell those books for?" She wrinkled her face and wanted to squeeze out some tears, but she couldn't. She could only raise one hand and cry out, "I really didn't steal the books. I can swear that if I lied, I will be struck by lightning and die a horrible death." Chin Pingan smiled and asked, "If you lied, who will be struck by lightning and die a horrible death? You don't seem to be clear." Her face changed slightly and she laughed dryly, "Of course it's me. Who else could it be?" Chin Pingan nodded. "Then who are you? What's your surname and name?" The little girl bent down and fiddled with the melon seed shells with her fingers. I have a surname but no name. My parents left early and didn't have time to give me a name. At this point she raised her head and smiled brightly. But father told me that our family's ancestors were very rich. They were very, very high-ranking officials and managed several thousand people. Chin Pingan put down his palm leaf fan and shook his wine gourd. Do you miss your parents? She blurted out. What do I miss them for? I can't even remember what they look like. Probably because she felt that saying this would be unpleasant, she immediately changed her words. Actually, I miss them a lot. I often dream of them, but unfortunately, I can't see their faces clearly. Every time I dream of them, I wake up in the morning with a face full of tears. It's so sad. Chin Pingan turned to look at her. The little girl stretched out her hand again. I swear. Chin Pingan asked, Are you really not afraid of the heavens? The little girl was a little annoyed, but she didn't dare to contradict this guy. She quickly lowered her head and muttered, What heavens, my ass? Chin Pingan stood up and put down his palm leaf fan. He walked out of the courtyard and saw a person standing at the corner of the street. That person had a silver lotus crown on his head. He had a young appearance and height and carried a long sword on his back. When Chin Pingan walked to the corner, the person had already retreated to the opposite side of the street. This was to show his attitude that he wasn't here to pick a fight, but to discuss something. Chin Pingan didn't have a good impression of this person. Eugenie, the leader of the Lake Mountain sect, the so-called leader of the righteous faction who secretly colluded with Ding Ying, and the unshakable second in the world. Eugenie smiled and said, My return to the capital of the Nanyuan kingdom this time is for business and personal reasons. The business is to discuss with Zhong Qiu and ask him to hand over the Five Mountains Atlas. Then, the Lake Mountain sect and I can move to the Nanyuan kingdom and won't compete with Zhong Qiu for the position of imperial preceptor. The personal matter is to ask you if you have the so-called deity money, snow money, summer money, Guyu money. As long as you have any, I'm willing to exchange it with you. As long as it's in Lotus Blossom blessed land, I can help you find it. Chin Pingan asked back, If I really want it, can't I find it myself? Eugenie shook his head. Why waste your time? After all, I'm more familiar with Lotus Blossom blessed lands Jianghu and Imperial Court than you are. For cultivators, time is the most valuable. The gathering of spiritual qi in the Yunyu mountain was the result of the old Taoists' heavenly magic, which moved all the spiritual qi in Lotus Blossom blessed land. It was definitely not normal and could be said to be a rare occurrence in 100 years. However, the three types of deity money of the banished deity were the materialization of the spiritual qi of heaven and earth. Eugenie, who wanted to achieve immortality, urgently needed this item and only he could afford it. Eugenie pointed at the glazed flying sword on his back. Chin Pingan, other than exchanging this sword for deity money, I can also help you collect the relics of the banished deity in Lotus Blossom blessed land. I can even help you get the magic weapons that Tang Tie, the monk of Cloud Mud and the others have obtained. Moreover, you're a pure martial artist. Very good, then I'm quite happy now. Eugenie suddenly smiled. I hope we'll meet again. The glazed flying sword flew out of its sheath and hovered at his feet. He stepped on the flying sword and prepared to leave the capital of Nanyuan. As for Zhong Qiu, there was no need to look for him. Just as Chin Pingan had exposed, only if Chin Pingan agreed would he have a chance to persuade Zhong Qiu. Eugenie's flying sword had just risen 3 feet when he heard that person say with a laugh, Short winter melon, I hope we'll meet again. Eugenie's killing intent surged. He turned the tip of his sword and stared coldly at the rude young banished deity. Chin Pingan asked calmly, Eugenie, you feel humiliated just because someone called you a short winter melon? What's so great about cultivating Tao and becoming an immortal? Chin Pingan's hands were already on the hilts of infatuation and snow stopping. Eugenie snorted. He rose on his flying sword and turned into a rainbow. Chin Pingan turned and walked back to the alley. The guy who was peeking out quickly turned and ran. The little girl felt pity as she ran. It would be great if the two of them died fighting. Chin Pingan returned to the courtyard and closed the door. At the entrance of the kitchen, the little girl sat on a stool and pretended to sleep. Chao Qinglang had already turned off the lights and was sleeping. Chin Pingan entered the house, took out his sword and knife, and began to flip through the books to read about bridge construction. After that, it was peaceful. The capital of Nanyuan was like this and the whole world seemed to be the same. Just like that, from the last solar term of summer, Chin Pingan slowly turned the pages of the book until the beginning of autumn. The old Taoist did not come looking for him, so Chin Pingan could only wait. The Pearl Grotto heaven in his hometown was once a pearl that hung above the territory of Dali. The Huangliang blessed land in the inverted mountain was also an entrance that even immortals could not find. Who knew what the lotus flower blessed land was and where it was in Tongya continent? The school near the alley was still closed. The skinny little girl shamelessly stayed there. She learned to carry water and sweep the floor every day. Although she still cut corners, she was lazy when she could. Generally speaking, after the beginning of autumn, the people in the marketplace could look forward to the full moon of the Mid-Autumn Festival. The children in particular began to wait impatiently, counting the days with their fingers. The family was reunited eating mooncakes, looking at the big round plate hanging in the sky and laughing happily. Chen Pingan was enjoying the shade in the courtyard that night. He suddenly realized that he, Chao Qinglang, and the little girl did not look forward to the Mid-Autumn Festival. However, during this period Chao Qinglang smiled a lot more. Sometimes he was really annoyed by the little girl whose mouth was as poisonous as arsenic. However, after the annoyance they would interact as usual. He did not hold a grudge. Occasionally he would quarrel with her, but Chao Qinglang was no match for her. Once, she scolded him until his eyes turned red and his lips trembled. However, when she asked him for melon seeds that night, Chao Qinglang quietly took them out and gave them to her, saying that there were only a few left. When she said that there were no more, he quickly went to buy more. "You're already an adult, do you still need me to teach you how to buy things?" This made Chao Qinglang sulk for a long time. He did not talk to her for the whole night. The little girl did not care about this. She only cared about eating melon seeds and chatting with him. She never cared whether he talked to her or not. She only said what she wanted to say. Chao Qinglang rolled his eyes. In the end he could not take it anymore and went to the house to read. 327. They finally left the bottomless lotus flower paradise. After the old Taoist left, the first thing Qin Pingan did was to inquire about the current year of the North Jin Kingdom. He was really afraid that the so-called 60 years in the mountain was already 1,000 years in the world. On the mobile phone. Otherwise, after being cheated by the old Taoist for decades and losing his long chi sword, he would not be able to find anyone to take revenge on. Fortunately, after asking the merchants on the official road of the North Jin Kingdom, he heaved a sigh of relief. It was only the 7th year of the Guangxi dynasty instead of the 6th year of the Guangxi dynasty. At this time, it was also autumn in the Tongyi continent, similar to the solar terms of the lotus flower paradise. Qin Pingan was already traumatized by the North Jin Kingdom and did not dare to stay any longer. He went all the way to the north. He had long heard of the famous peaceful mountain and wanted to take a look from afar, but now he did not have a good relationship with Zhou Fei of the Spring Tide Palace, Lu Feng of the Bird's View Peak, and the banished immortal Feng Qingbai. Qin Pingan wanted to find an immortal fairy and go straight to the Aquarius continent. Although when he left his hometown, Old Yang reminded him not to return to the small town for 5 years, there were still many places he could go. For example, the old dragon city where Fan Air was, the Qinghuan kingdom where Zhang Shanfeng and Su Yuanxia traveled, the Shushui kingdom where the old sword sage Song Yuxiao was, the Shujian lake of Guqian, and the great Sui kingdom academy where Li Baoping and the others studied. In short, it was not advisable to stay in the Tongyi continent for long. Qin Pingan put away the oil paper umbrella that he brought from the blessed land. The two walked along the official road. The skinny little girl kept looking around. "Where is this? It's not our Nanyuan kingdom, is it?" She did not understand a single word that Qin Pingan had said to the others. Qin Pingan nodded. This little burden was also the reason why Qin Pingan wanted to leave the Tongyi continent immediately. If he brought her along, it would be very troublesome if they encountered the bandits from the mountains and swamps. But when he thought of Lu Tai, the haze in Qin Pingan's heart thickened. That man selling candied fruits. Mountain chi cultivators, especially those that reached the earthly immortal level, would often be able to observe the mountains and rivers like a deity. Even though the immortal Taoist was omniscient and omnipresent in the lotus flower blessed land, in the end, it still wasn't something that made one feel relaxed. When he returned to his hometown in the future, he would definitely ask Elder Cui or Wei Pai carefully about this supernatural power and immortal technique. They would find out what the techniques were and what the taboos and restrictions were. Pei Qian continued to ask, "Is it your hometown? Is it a place where immortals live?" Qin Pingan laughed involuntarily and shook his head. "It's not my hometown, nor is it some fairyland." Pei Qian saw that he didn't want to talk about it, so he didn't probe further. She raised her hands and rubbed her eyes. "What's wrong?" Qin Pingan asked. Pei Qian raised his head and smiled brightly. "Feels weird, but I can't remember anything. I was just cleaning Chao Qinglang's house and now I'm here." Qin Pingan glanced at her. Pei Qian immediately corrected himself. I finished cleaning the yard and sat on a bench to eat melon seeds. The two of them walked for more than 20 miles. The little girl was so tired that she was panting like a cow. She frowned bitterly and said that the soles of her feet had blisters. Chen Pingan rented a horse carriage at a courier station. After negotiating the price, they headed north. They agreed to stop at a county at the border of the North Jin Kingdom. The journey would take about 2 days. The North Jin Kingdom of the Tongyi continent was very different from the lotus flower-blessed land. There had been no war for a long time, so the courier station management and customs clearance were very relaxed. As long as one had money in their pocket, even if they weren't an official, they could stay in the courier station. It was Pei Qian's first time riding a horse carriage, so she felt very fresh. Sitting in the carriage, she felt very comfortable. From time to time, she lifted the curtain to look at the scenery outside. After autumn, she could often see golden persimmon trees not far from the official road. She drooled at the sight and wished that Chen Pingan could ask the coachman to stop the carriage quickly so that she could steal 8 or 10 caddies of persimmons. Chen Pingan took advantage of the time when she was looking outside to take out the 4 scrolls. The scrolls were all different. One was made of rosewood, one was made of white jade, and the other 2 were made of unknown materials. The 4 people in the scrolls were vivid and lifelike. The founding emperor of the Nanyuan Kingdom, Wei Xian, sat in the usual emperor's posture. He wore a golden dragon robe, but his figure was not tall and sturdy. Instead, he was a little thin and small. Sui Yi, who failed in his ascension, carried a sword on his back and looked valiant and heroic. The person in the painting looked like they were looking at the painting. The chief of the demonic order, Liu Baixiang, wore a bright red armor. Both of his hands were propped in front of him. Wei Xian looked more like a monarch in the mortal world. The martial arts madman Zhu Lian, who died in the hands of Ding Ying, had a stooped body with his hands behind his back. He squinted his eyes and looked like a little old man in the marketplace. These 4 painting scrolls only cost Guyu money? The problem was, how much grain rain money would it take for the person in the painting to walk out from it? Furthermore, the concept of loyalty and devotion was still debatable. Taking a step back, Chen Pingan was a pure martial artist. Even the magic robe, golden wine, infatuation, and stopping snow were all external objects to him. Fortunately, after traveling around the world with the old Taoist at the lotus flower-blessed land, Chen Pingan had a better understanding of the affairs of the world. Unknowingly, he started to look at the general trend of the world of the Aquarius continent, as well as the situation and position of the Lizhu cave in the territory of Dali in a new light. Regarding the matter of external objects, Chen Pingan's thoughts were no longer so extreme. Otherwise, based on his temper in the past, these 4 paintings would have been sold by Chen Pingan at a sky-high price. Pei Qian stretched his neck to look at Sui Yu's portrait and said softly, "This sister is really beautiful." Chen Pingan ignored him and kept the 4 scrolls gently. He did not keep them into the object core in front of Pei Qian. He temporarily placed them by his feet and sighed in his heart. These 4 ancestors were too difficult to take care of. How could it be compared to the 1st and 15th of the lunar month? With the blade-strengthening gourd, not to mention the grain rain money, they had relied on each other for survival for so long and fought side by side many times. They did not even spend a single grain of snow. Refining and nurturing swords did not require Chen Pingan to spend any effort. Actually, Chen Pingan owned a piece of dragon beheading platform. It was the best whetstone in the world for refining and nurturing flying swords. However, how could Chen Pingan bear to let the dragon beheading platform, which was engraved with the words naive and Ning Yao, be missing? Fortunately, on the 1st and 15th of the lunar month, Shun Lian did not throw a tantrum with Chen Pingan over this matter. However, he planned to return to Longquan County in the future and strive to purchase a small piece of dragon beheading platform from Sage Ruanqiong. He could not treat them unfairly. Chen Pingan would not be frugal with this expenditure, even if it was not the grain rain money but the golden fine copper money. Chen Pingan looked at her. Pei Qian also looked at him worriedly. She was afraid that he would kick her off the horse carriage. She was unfamiliar with this place, wouldn't she be bullied to death? In the capital of Nanyuan Kingdom, she was at least familiar with the roads. She knew which doors she could steal, which children's belongings she could rob, who she could not provoke and who she needed to please. She had her own calculations in her heart. When she arrived here, the horses were entering winter. A heavy snowfall came crashing down. If she did not starve to death, she would freeze to death. She had seen with her own eyes many old and young beggars who could not survive the heavy snowfall. Pei Qian knew that Chen Pingan did not like her. Just like she knew that Chen Pingan liked Chao Qinglang very much. She did not want him to like her. As long as he took care of her food and drinks, it would be fine. It would be best if he could give her a lot of money. As for whether he liked her or not, how much was it worth? The coachman was an old man in this line of work and was familiar with the roads. Chen Pingan and Pei Qian stayed at a courier house. The coachman stayed in the carriage for the night. Chen Pingan asked for 2 low-class rooms and Pei Qian stayed next door. Chen Pingan bought some food from the courier house and packed it in a bag. It was convenient to carry it diagonally. He also put some ordinary books in it. Otherwise, it would be too eye-catching to go out empty-handed. After giving Pei Qian a portion of food, Chen Pingan went to his room. He took down his sword and lit the oil lamp on the table. He took out a carving knife and a small emerald green bamboo scroll. He started to write down what he saw during this trip to Lotus Flower Paradise. There was a knock on the door. Chen Pingan went to open the door. Pei Qian stood outside and said timidly, "It's so dark, I'm a little scared." Chen Pingan found it funny. He thought to himself, "You have the guts to climb on a lion's back in front of a rich man's house to sleep. Why would you be scared living in a house?" But Chen Pingan still let her enter the house. She obediently closed the door. Chen Pingan gestured for her to sit opposite the table and said slowly, "This is called Bronze Leaf Continent. It is a very big place. We are going to Aquarius Continent. My hometown is at the north of Aquarius Continent. From tomorrow onwards, you will start to learn the elegant language of Aquarius Continent and the Dali Mandarin of my hometown." Pei Qian smiled brightly and nodded her head vigorously, "Okay." It wasn't that she wanted to learn some *T elegant language, but the meaning behind this guy's words was obviously to bring her to his hometown. Didn't this mean that she could eat and drink without worrying about food and clothing along the way? But what Chen Pingan said next was like pouring cold water on her head. It made the skinny little girl's expression fluctuate, and she was full of complaints. Chen Pingan picked up the carving knife and continued to carve on the azure immortal mountain bamboo slip that Wei Pai gave him. He lowered his head and continued to carve on it meticulously. At the same time he said to Pei Qian, "From tomorrow onwards, other than teaching you elegant language in Mandarin, I will also teach you how to read and write. If you learn well, you will be able to eat your fill every day. If not, you will have to eat less." She made a bitter face. "I am very stupid." Chen Pingan made an "oh" sound. "Then I can save money." Pei Qian secretly glanced at Chen Pingan. It didn't seem like he was joking. She immediately smiled and said, "I will learn diligently." Speaking up to hear, she leaned on the table and whispered, "Can you buy me some clothes?" Chen Pingan didn't raise his head. "When the weather turns cold, I will buy you some thicker clothes." She muttered, "It's autumn and the weather is already very cold. Also look, my shoes have holes. Really, I'm not lying to you. If I accidentally get sick, you still have to take care of me. It will be very troublesome." Speaking up to hear, she lifted her feet. Her shoes were really worn out and sure enough her black toes were exposed. Chen Pingan put down the carving knife and used his finger to gently wipe away the bamboo debris. "Go back to sleep, we have to get up early tomorrow." Pei Qian didn't say anything else. She quietly got up and left the room. After returning to the next room, she closed the door and immediately smiled. She immediately straightened her face, not allowing herself to laugh out loud. She threw herself on the bedding and rolled around happily. Finally, she looked up at the ceiling. After kicking off her shoes, she thought of Chen Pingan's appearance and silently said, "Go back to sleep." She didn't dare to say it out loud and then she made a face. Before going to sleep, she jumped out of bed and lit the oil lamp on the table. Only then did she sleep until dawn. It would be a waste not to light the lamp. Rich people should be like this. In the next room, Chen Pingan wrote densely packed travel notes of lotus flower blessed land, on 3 bamboo slips. He blew out the lamp and began to practice the 6-step stance walking, combining it with all kinds of proper sword-holding gestures. Still his grip was empty. His steps were silent like a fish in the water. His fist intent was completely restrained, and his divine essence was restrained. Compared to the time when Chen Pingan practiced boxing by the Dragonbeard River, his fist intent flowed through his whole body. It was a world of difference. The little boy in green and the little girl in pink were still young. Moreover, Chen Pingan treated them more like an elder brother to 2 children. This was the nature of their temperament and had nothing to do with their age. If something big happened, not only would Chen Pingan not let them take risks, but he would also keep them away from trouble. As for the 4 painters, Chen Pingan didn't have that many burdens. As for how they would get along after getting to know each other, that would have to wait until then. Out of the 4 paintings, Qin Pingan didn't know which one to choose first, but he was very sure that he wouldn't choose first. It would be the painting of Sui Yui. If Ning Yao found out in the future that he was following a woman who walked out of the painting, and that he spent a lot of Guyu money, what would happen? Therefore, Qin Pingan first kept this painting into the 15 flying swords. After that, he also kept the founder of the evil sect, Liu Baixiang. With one look, he could tell that he was an arrogant and unruly person, and also the founder of the largest underground force in Lotus Flower Blessed Land. After Qin Pingan managed to invite him out with great difficulty, what if he was an ambitious and ruthless devil like Zhou Fei from Springtide Temple, who disregarded ethics and committed treason? Was he going to imprison him back into the paintings again? There was no reason to treat money as money in this world. Guyu's money was not Nashua's money, and even if it was Nashua's money, it wouldn't do. After keeping the second painting, there was only Wei Liang's ancestor left, and the seemingly amiable martial madman Zhu Lian. The latter was once the owner of the Silver Lotus Crown. This made Qin Pingan's heart beat like a drum. When he fought with Ding Ying, he almost lost his life on Mt Mengniu. That was the most dangerous battle in Qin Pingan's life. Qin Pingan stared at the 2 paintings, hesitating. The little lotus flower figure sat silently in front of Qin Pingan, also seriously examining the 2 paintings. Qin Pingan couldn't make up his mind, so he asked with a smile, "Which one do you like more?" The little lotus flower figure turned its head. The little guy with only one arm pointed at the paintings, then pointed at himself as if asking Qin Pingan if he really wanted him to choose. Qin Pingan smiled and nodded his head. The little guy quickly stood up and ran around the edges of the 2 paintings with his eyes wide open. Sometimes he would lie on the table and look at the 2 people in the paintings, looking very serious and adorable. Qin Pingan laughed at himself. The little guy finally squatted on the ground and pointed at the painting of Wei Xian beside him. Qin Pingan laughed, "That's him." After the little guy got up, he quickly ran to the edge of the table and pulled on Qin Pingan's sleeve. He was a little worried. He was probably afraid that he had chosen the wrong one. "It's okay." Then, because she did not cherish her clothes, they were soon torn by the thorns on the mountain paths. She relapsed. After Qin Pingan promised to buy her a new set of clothes when they reached the next town, she became energetic again. However, the border of the North Jin Kingdom was long and the mountain roads were difficult to travel. Pei Qin's face was black all day long. Every time she was asked by Qin Pingan to practice writing on the ground with a branch, she would deliberately write until earthworms crawled. She would not write more than 100 words. During this period, Qin Pingan fed another 3 grain rain money. Because Qin Pingan was now practicing boxing when he walked and almost every breath was to strengthen his physique, it seemed that all of Qin Pingan's energy was spent on the sword furnace. Only when Qin Pingan practiced the sword furnace did Pei Qian feel energetic. She did not dare to approach Qin Pingan. She stood in the distance and silently watched him stand still like a piece of wood. After a while, Pei Qian also felt bored. That night, Qin Pingan took her to sleep in the wilderness. This time in the border city, besides the small cowhide tent specially prepared for Pei Qian, Qin Pingan also bought a fishing hook and fishing line. He found a thin bamboo in the mountain and made a fishing rod. Then he began to fish by the stream at night. Late at night, Qin Pingan turned his head and saw a red light flashing in the distant forest. Soon a strange scene appeared. There was a palanquin with 8 people with red lanterns hanging at the 4 corners. The bearers of the palanquin seemed to be monsters that grew up in the wild. The characters beating the gongs and drums were a group of otherworldly ghosts. The leader was a white skeleton with a rusty sword on its waist. Next to the palanquin was an old woman who was gorgeously dressed. She was wearing a festive bright red dress. Her cheeks were red and her face was pale. However, she was surrounded by wisps of black smoke. Qin Pingan was familiar with the affairs of the mountain, so he knew that this was the so-called marriage of the mountain god. He didn't want to cause unnecessary trouble, so he pretended not to see anything. 328. People's hearts were not like the surface of the street, which could be cleaned up after a heavy rain. That incident in the capital between the emperor, the general, and the peddlers were all immortals fighting, and there were still ripples. At the time, Qin Pingan had helped Zhong Qiu teach Yan Shijing and the others martial arts, and those friends of the youth who had come to join in the fun had been one of those ripples. After old General Liu Shao walked down the city wall, he bragged to his grandchildren that he and Qin Pingan were friends despite the difference in age. The relocation of many families near Zhuiyuan Alley was also true. Ding Ying was dead. Yu Zhini flew away on his sword, leaving Zhong Qiu to clean up the mess. After sending Chao Qinglang to the school, Qin Pingan went back the way he came. Holding an umbrella, he walked on the still lonely and cheerless street. As the imperial court gradually relaxed the curfew on the market square, he could see sparse passers-by on the street. However, the crowd was still very weak. Most of them were brave Jianghu people who came to admire the battlefield. They clicked their tongues in admiration at the ravine created by the bird overlooking Peak Sword Immortal. As for the area around Zhangyo Mountain, it was still a forbidden area and was cordoned off. The imperial court had ordered that anyone who crossed the Thunder Pool would be killed without mercy. Many officials from the imperial astronomer appeared. The simple hut left behind by Yu Zhini was not torn down either. Some Wolin heroes saw Qin Pingan and thought that he was just like them who came to admire the Grandmaster. Qin Pingan hesitated for a moment and went to visit the martial arts school. The gatekeeper saw that he did not look like someone who would ruin the school's reputation, and had a good temperament, so he did not dare to neglect him. He quickly went to inform the master of the school. The master of the martial arts school came to welcome Qin Pingan in person. It was said that the latter came because of the school's reputation and was quite proud. The disciples who came to the school also felt proud. Qin Pingan spoke clearly, but he spoke to the master's heart. Obviously, he had heard of the school's reputation in advance. The real income of martial arts schools in the capital was to catch a few big fish who were looking forward to Jianghu and had money in their pockets. With the support of these rich kids who did not have to worry about money, the martial arts school could make money. The talented disciples who could bear hardships were the inner core, and the rich kids who came to the school for fun were the face. Both were indispensable. The master entertained Qin Pingan in the main hall. He asked his disciples to serve tea and began to chat. When they talked about martial arts, the master did not talk about it in depth. He would not be so careless and casually spread the details. He just sighed that it was not easy to find a good disciple. If he was lucky, he could find such a good disciple in 4 or 5 years. If he was unlucky, he could not find one in 10 years. The master also said that the practice of martial arts was not only to strengthen the body, but also to hand the practitioner a weapon. The most important thing was the morality of martial arts. Otherwise, the more skilled the disciple was, the more trouble he would cause if he had a bad temperament and liked to bully others. If he did not agree with him, he could kill someone with 2 or 3 punches. In the end, the school and the martial arts school would be implicated. Qin Pingan asked about some external martial arts theories. At first, the master was evasive and had a difficult expression. Qin Pingan pretended to be enlightened and said that he had forgotten about the important matter. He took out 20 taels of silver and placed it on the tea table beside him. When it came to practicing the sword, he had learned to apply what he had learned early on. Mr. Qi had broken the pink-robed Lu Qiqing's sword in the ancient temple. The sword spirit had unsheathed his sword in the painting of mountains and rivers. The sword he had slashed at Sui Shan. They were all Qin Pingan's sword. Allianz had once said that Qin Pingan would be more successful if he practiced the sword than if he practiced the fist technique. This was the reason. For those who taught the fist technique or the sword, if their fist technique or swordsmanship was too good, the harder it was for them to learn the fist technique or the sword. It was difficult and bumpy. Jing Dafeng was a clear example. He was talented enough and his realm was high enough. He was a 9th realm martial artist. However, when he was on the line of life and death in Old Dragon City, Qin Pingan had said to him, he realized that the disciple did not have to be inferior to the master. Only then did he break through the bottleneck. To practice the fist technique, one had to cultivate the mind. Qin Pingan had asked Yan Shijing, Zhong Qiu's favorite disciple, why he did not dare to use his fist technique. As for why Zhong Qiu was not too disappointed in Yan Shijing, it was not that Zhong Qiu did not have high hopes for the young man. It was because Qin Pingan had already given him the answer. Zhong Qiu could say, don't use your fist at a high level. For the time being, Yan Shijing could not do it. It was the same principle. When facing the ancestors of the 3 sects, do not retreat from the will of the mountain-shaking fist. After much practice, Qin Pingan could do what he said. However, Yan Shijing could not grasp the essence of it, so there was no need to force him. The twists and turns of this technique required one to use 1,000,000 fists and walk the Jianghu before one could truly see through it. Through the conversation between Yan Shijing and his junior sister, Qin Pingan had already understood that he was not ordinary. Zhong Qiu's disciple was a proud son of heaven. The devil sex crow and the hairpin man Zhou Shi were not as good as him in terms of cultivation or temperament. However, Qin Pingan still could not clearly see that he was invincible in the lotus flower-blessed land. Fortunately, Qin Pingan had already vaguely felt the signs of oneness of heaven and men. This was a solid step, a huge step for a martial artist. It was a state of mind that many 8th and 9th realm martial artists would not have. After Qin Pingan left the martial arts club, he returned to his residence. The skinny little girl was in a daze under the eaves. The torrential rain turned into a drizzle. When she saw Qin Pingan, she grinned. Qin Pingan noticed that she was a little wet from the rain. He pretended not to see and took the bag with the pipa in it. He was going to find the poor scholar surnamed Jiang. There were 3 markets away from here, so it was not close. After Qin Pingan left the courtyard and walked out of the alley, the little girl sneakily locked the courtyard door and practiced her fists under the eaves. She was secretly learning from Qin Pingan's imitation of Ding Ying and the blind Taoist thunder technique. With one hand facing the sky and the other clenched in front of her, she walked slowly. The threshold for the two was extremely high. One was the number 1 in the world, and the other was related to the thunder technique of Qi trainers. For the time being, Qin Pingan only had a rough stance and not much true meaning, let alone a little girl who had not even learned any fists. After learning this set of fists, she felt a little bored and changed to other stances which she secretly learned on the street. She learned one of Qiu Qiu's punches, Lu Fang's sword that split the street, and Qin Pingan's 6-step pile walking. The little girl was crooked and could not get the hang of it. Of course, she did not learn any of them. After messing around for a long time, the little girl shouted and gave an aggressive roundhouse kick. As a result, she fell heavily. After getting up, she felt hungry and limped to the kitchen to steal food. She felt that she had learned a lot of martial arts and planned to practice on Chao Qinglang when he came back. Of course, the premise was that Qin Pingan was not present. Qin Pingan watched her fooling around from a rooftop. He frowned and left silently. When he chatted with her last night and asked her how old she was, she said that she was 9. She also casually stretched out her hands. One of her palms had a little finger bent, and the other 4 fingers were extremely straight. Moreover, when she came back from the well with the bucket, Qin Pingan carefully observed her breathing and footsteps. Qin Pingan walked on the street with an umbrella. He decided not to practice the pile walking in the small courtyard in the future. Jiang Quan was a child of a poor family. He studied hard for more than 10 years and was well versed in poetry. In his hometown he was recognized as a child prodigy and a talent. However, he lost in the imperial examination. Although he was now in dire straits, he did not complain. He rented a house with his fellow villagers and continued to study diligently every day. However, between his eyebrows, there was a faint sadness. Every day when he was tired from studying, he would walk out of the alley and wait at the street corner as if waiting for someone. His 2 fellow villagers knew where Jiang Quan's knot was. Today they took him to a nearby market to buy books. Although they said that they were going to buy books, in fact the 3 of them were embarrassed. They flipped through some of the few editions of the sage books and glanced at some of the rare copies of beautiful women from afar. Under the impatient gaze of the shopkeeper, the 3 of them resentfully walked out of the bookstore. They saw a young man with an umbrella and a backpack standing outside. He looked at Jiang Quan and asked, "Are you Jiang Quan? I am Gu Ling's relative in the capital. I have something to ask of you." Jiang Quan's face was full of surprise. He said excitedly, I am Jiang Quan. Where is she?" Now, the capital of Nanyuan Kingdom was not very peaceful. This time, after she went to borrow money from her relative, there was no news of her. In addition, someone was killed in the alley near where he lived. At that time, the Yaman's attitude was very bad. They dispersed the onlookers and took the body away. They only heard that it was a Jianghu woman who died miserably. Some people guessed that she must have died in a grudge. This made Jiang Quan worried for a long time. Day after day these days he could not even calm down to read books. That person said indifferently, "Our Gu family is an official family in the capital. Although Gu Ling's family is in the local area, their official career is not very good. I heard that there are people who have mixed in the Jianghu and have not had the face to contact us for many years. This time she took the initiative to look for us and asked to borrow money. The elders in the family were not very happy. They did not care about the money, but felt that it was humiliating for the family and did not want to acknowledge this relative. Gu Ling insisted on borrowing money and even vowed that you would definitely be able to pass the imperial examination. So, she will be able to return the money very soon and that person will marry her officially. The elders in the family know that the imperial examination is not easy. How would they believe that a poor scholar can pass the imperial examination? So they asked Gu Ling for this pipa and then were willing to lend her the money. At the same time, They asked her to promise that she will only agree to meet you after you pass the imperial examination. That person took off his luggage and passed it to Jiang Quan. He even took out a bulging money pouch. There are 50 taels of silver inside and 2 banknotes. Save some expenses and it will be enough for you to last until the next spring scholar tree. If you, Jiang Quan, do not have the confidence to pass the examination, I can actually pass a message to Gu Ling. Both of you can elope. One of you can give up your family's traditions while the other can give up her books. At least you can live together. I feel that it is better than suffering for 3 years and then being publicly separated by the elders in your family. Oh right, the elders in the family were angry that she was stubborn and broke the pipa in private. If you have the chance in the future you can buy her a new one. Jiang Quan was stunned. The poor scholar believed that the young man in front of him was really the son of a rich family. In fact, his heart was beating like a drum. Standing in front of this person, Jiang Quan felt a little ashamed. He asked timidly, "Why are you helping me?" The person replied, "I am only helping Gu Ling, not you." Jiang Quan took the pipa but did not take the money bag. He asked politely, "Aren't you the son of the Gu family? Why are you siding with Miss Gu? Since Gu Ling likes you so much, I want to see what kind of person you are." The person was silent for a moment and slowly said, "The book says that if 2 people love each other, they will be together forever." Jiang Quan smiled knowingly and felt a little more confident. As if to encourage himself, he nodded vigorously and said, "How can it be together forever?" Then Jiang Quan shook his head and said, "I don't want the money. I can go out and set up a stall, help people write letters, write couplets and so on. I can support myself. There is no reason to take this money and let Miss Gu be bullied in the family. But I will have to trouble you to write a letter to her when you go home and tell her to wait for me to pass the imperial examination." Speaking of this, Jiang Quan smiled brightly and said, "Maybe in the future there will be a titled wife." Jiang Quan hurriedly waved his hand. "You don't have to say this in the letter. You may not be able to do it. I'll keep it in my heart. If that day really comes, I'll bring her to you and let her know that I have such thoughts today." That person was also a strange person. He still stuffed the money into Jiang Quan's hands and said something strange, "You must accept this money. This is Gu Ling's goodwill, and it is the cleanest silver in the world." The other 2 people also persuaded Jiang Quan to accept it. The person turned and left. Jiang Quan asked loudly, "Little brother, after the examination, how can I find you?" The person turned his head and said, "If you pass the examination, there will be someone who will find you and tell you everything." A light drizzle came to the world again. Every letter he wrote was filled with earnest advice, warning his family to be diligent and thrifty, and pass down morality to the family. After the contents of the letters were published, it was passed down as a story in the present and future generations. A prince of the northern Jin kingdom who was warming his hands outside a classroom on a snowy day. A hedonistic son who ran amok outside and was full of evil was filial to his grandmother at home, silently tucking in the corners of his elders' blankets. An important minister of the Songlai kingdom who worked hard for the country's political reform. Of the 7 or 8 people who were directly related to him, more than half of them used the name of the political reform to seek personal benefits, eliminate dissidents, or figure out the emperor's heart, secretly forming factions. In the end, the political reform failed. After that important minister was imprisoned, he was still generous, but regretted that he died before his ambition could be realized. A young hero of the Jianghu who was at the end of his rope had his parents killed in revenge. After that, he experienced more than 10 years of hardships and endured humiliation. When he took revenge, he killed dozens of people from his enemy's family, happily avenging his debt of gratitude and hatred. After the young hero who had already become a great hero left, there was a little girl with an even younger child. At the time, the 2 siblings were playing zong zong and hid in a narrow wall, escaping disaster. In the end, the 2 children kowtowed at the grave, determined to take revenge. There were 2 similar incidents regarding the folding of boxes and the delivery of books. Both involved county magistrates who needed to be held accountable by the imperial court. One of the county magistrates privately gave the courier coachman a brocade bag of tricks, lying that he had encountered bandits on the way and even letting the courier cut himself with a knife. In the end, he got away with it, deceiving the imperial court officials who investigated the matter. The other was clearly in the heavy snow and cold winter, and the road was blocked. In order to complete the mission, the courier had to force his way across the river and drowned. The county magistrate reported the truth, but in the end the courier was flogged 100 times and left thousands of miles away. The county magistrate's salary was suspended for a year, and the local government gave him a bad evaluation, with no hope of promotion within 5 years. After that, it was even more treacherous. The river of time began to flow backward. He saw the knight-errant Feng Qingbai and Tang Tie call each other brothers. In a border city, the two sat across from each other, drinking wine, slapping their knees and singing loudly. Qin Pingan also came to the outskirts of the capital of the Nanyuan Kingdom and saw the woman named Gu Ling. He saw her first meeting with the scholar Jiang Quan, and saw how they met and loved each other. Before entering the capital, there was a heavy snowfall. Gu Ling, who had just completed an assassination, accompanied the scholar to rush to the imperial examinations. The woman stood alone in the heavy snow. This year she met a scholar. In her gloomy and bloody life, it was as if another snowfall had fallen. The vast and boundless earth was clean, causing her to mistakenly think that she was the best woman in the world. Although she knew that the heavy snow would definitely melt and she would still be that bad woman, to be able to have such a meeting, it could be considered that the heavens did not treat her unfairly. He saw a skinny little girl who would occasionally go outside the city to take a few glances at a small mound of green grass. Finally, Qin Pingan saw himself and glanced at the well. Twice he went to the private library to flip through the books. There were tens of thousands of books in the library and most of them were brand new. Many books had been opened for many years, but the smell of ink was still the same after being flipped open. There were so many sages' teachings and beautiful poems, but no one understood them. He stood at the door of the outer courtyard of the small alley. He raised and lowered his arms several times, not daring to knock on the door. When he and Chao Qinglang held the umbrella and went to the school, the little girl stood at the door of the courtyard, staring at their backs. Her face was covered in rain, but she did not notice. In the end, Qin Pingan stood alone under the eaves, holding the oil paper umbrella that had accompanied him for so many years. It was still drizzling on the street. The old Taoist was no longer by his side. Right and wrong, good and bad, right and wrong, good and evil. Qin Pingan saw many things. He did not see a single principle that he felt was right and proper. On the contrary, many of the principles that he had insisted on in the past did not make sense. For no reason, Qin Pingan recalled that after the incident on Osmanthus Island, he saw the old boatman who had pushed the boat across the sea for Lu Qin. He looked at him and said, "You want to destroy my Tao." Before this, even though he knew that the hairpin man Zhou Shi was not the real murderer, he still made up his mind. According to Zhong Qiu, if there were really 5 places, he would use one of them to directly take Zhou Shi under his command and kill him with one punch. Before this, he was full of disgust for the skinny little girl, but for some reason he did not want to think too deeply about it. However, it was not that he did not gain anything. He began to feel that he had spent money putting in an extra piece of snow. Even if that piece of snow cost money, it was next to the poem that he thought was extremely beautiful. After the rain, the sky cleared. Qin Pingan walked all the way to the well and stood there looking down at the bottom of the well. At this moment, the skinny little girl in the small courtyard raised her head to look at the glaring sun. Taoist temple, Taoist temple, Taoist temple. The old Taoist sat in the sky looking at the two of them. In the lotus grotto connected to the lotus blossom blessed land, a Taoist sat by the pond looking at the three of them. According to the words of one of the disciples, he was just looking at other people's Taoism because he had nothing to do. Qin Pingan suddenly withdrew his gaze and smiled. He left the well. Although he didn't understand anything, he did understand one thing. That annoying little girl, he had to teach her some principles. He would start from the simplest. If she couldn't understand and it was useless, then he didn't need to care about her anymore. However, he still had to teach her. After teaching her, she would at least know what was good and evil. Whether she was evil or good, it was her own business. The old Taoist's face was gloomy and he was not in a good mood. He wanted to throw Qin Pingan out of the lotus blossom blessed land. He did not manage to defeat the old scholar. Therefore, he waved his sleeves and Qin Pingan stepped out of the lotus blossom blessed land. It was actually the courier route of the northern Jin kingdom in Tongye continent. He was wearing a golden robe with the blade strengthening gourd at his waist. The only thing missing was the long chi sword on his back. However, his martial arts realm was already at the 5 states, so he did not disappear into thin air like the lotus blossom blessed land. Furthermore, the telepathic flying swords number 1 and number 15 were also in the blade strengthening gourd. Qin Pingan hurriedly looked around. Fortunately, not far from the road, the little lotus person was poking his head out. Obviously, the little fellow Qin Pingan was still confused. The old Taoist stood beside him. According to the agreement, you can take away 5 people from the lotus blossom blessed land. I have chosen 4 of them for you. The old Taoist held 5 scrolls in his hand and threw them aside. They were arranged in front of Qin Pingan and floated in the air. One of the scrolls opened by itself, depicting a man in a dragon robe sitting upright. This is the founding emperor of the Nanyuan Kingdom, Wei Xian. A woman with a sword on her back said, "The right side of the Sui dynasty. He gave up martial arts but still has the bearing of a sword immortal." The founder of the devil sect, Liu Baixiang. Zhu Lian. These 4 people have a complete physical body and soul. Before this, you can use the Guyu money to raise them and throw them into the painting every day. Sooner or later, when they have enough food and drink, they will be able to walk out of the painting and serve you wholeheartedly. As for how their martial arts realm will be in the future, whether they switch to cultivation and become Qi refinement warriors, it will depend on your ability as their master, Qin Pingan. Of course, the premise is that you can afford to raise them. The old Taoist obviously did not want to say anything more to Qin Pingan, nor did he give Qin Pingan a chance to interject. Before Qin Pingan could ask who the last person was, the old Taoist stretched out his hand and pulled out a skinny little girl. He slapped the back of her head and she fell face down on the road. When she raised her head, her face was blank. Qin Pingan looked at the tall old Taoist and asked, "What about the longevity bridge?" The old Taoist's face was indifferent. "The foundation has been laid. You can explore yourself." Qin Pingan asked again, "What about the long Qi sword?" The old Taoist looked into the distance. "I will return it to Qin Qingdu." Qin Pingan kept the 4 scrolls into the 15 flying swords and bade farewell to the old Taoist. The old Taoist was not in a good mood and returned to the lotus flower paradise. He glanced at the lotus flower paradise that bordered the paradise. That guy had already left the lakeside. The old Taoist smiled. Qin Pingan and the skinny little girl stared at each other. Qin Pingan sighed. "What's your name?" The little girl had a big heart. Although she didn't know what had happened, after patting the dust off her body, she still replied with a smile, "Didn't I say before that I only have a surname? My parents didn't have time to give me a name, so I gave myself a name. One word, Qin. I like money." Qin Pingan asked, "What's your surname?" The little girl puffed out her chest and replied, "Pei. It's E with clothes underneath. I heard from my father that it's a big surname in my hometown. There's clothes in my surname and my name is Qian. How lucky." Qin Pingan slapped his forehead. Surname Qian. Pei Qian. Compensate, no wonder he did not like her. 329. They finally left the bottomless lotus blossom blessed land. After the old Taoist left, the first thing Qin Pingan did was to ask about the current year of the northern Jin kingdom. He was really afraid that the so-called 60 years in the mountains meant 1,000 years in the world. On the phone. Otherwise, after being cheated by the old Taoist for decades and losing his long Qi sword, he would not be able to find him for revenge. Fortunately, after asking the merchants on the official road of the northern Jin kingdom, he heaved a sigh of relief. From the 6th year of Guangxi, it was only the 7th year of Guangxi. It was also autumn in the Tongya continent, which was roughly the same as the lotus blossom blessed land. Qin Pingan was already traumatized by the northern Jin kingdom. He did not dare to stay any longer and headed north. Previously he had heard of the famous Taiping Mountain and wanted to take a look from afar. Now he no longer had such thoughts. Qin Pingan did not have a good relationship with Zhou Fei from the Spring Tide Palace, Lu Fang from the Bird's Eye Peak, and Wanderer Feng Qingbai. He wanted to find an immortal fairy and head straight to the Aquarius continent. When he left his hometown, Old Yang reminded him not to return to the town for 5 years. However, there were still many places he could go. For example, Fan Air's Old Dragon City, Zhang Shanfeng and Su Yuansha's Qinghuan Kingdom, Song Yu Shu Shui Country, Guken's Book Lake, and Li Baoping's Great Sui Kingdom Academy. There were many places. In short, it was not suitable to stay in the Tongya continent for long. Qin Pingan kept the oil paper umbrella that he brought from the blessed land. The two of them walked along the official road. The skinny little girl kept looking around. "Where is this? It's not our Nanyuan kingdom, right?" Previously, when Qin Pingan was talking to someone, she did not understand a single word. Qin Pingan nodded. The extra burden was also the reason why Qin Pingan wanted to leave the Tongya continent immediately. If he brought her along, unlike when he traveled with Lu Tai, it would be very troublesome if they ran into robbing cultivators from the mountains and lakes. However, when he thought of Lu Tai, Qin Pingan's heart became even more gloomy. That man who sold candied haws. The mountain Qi cultivators, especially after ascending to the earth immortal realm, could often observe the mountains and rivers like gods. Although old Taoist Bulao was omniscient and omnipresent in the lotus flower-blessed land, it was still not something that made people feel relaxed. When he returned to his hometown in the future, he would definitely ask the old man surnamed Chui or Wei Pai about this divine ability and immortal art in detail. He would also ask about it and what were the taboos and restrictions. Pei Qian continued asking, "Is it your hometown? Is it a place where immortals live?" Qin Pingan couldn't help but laugh and shake his head. "It's not my hometown, nor is it some fairyland." Pei Qian saw that he didn't want to say more, so he didn't ask any more. She raised her hands and rubbed her eyes. Qin Pingan asked, "What's wrong?" Pei Qian raised his head and smiled brightly. "Feels weird, but I can't remember anything. I was cleaning Chao Qinglong's yard just now, and now I'm here." Qin Pingan glanced at her. Pei Qian immediately corrected herself. "After cleaning the yard, I was sitting on a bench and eating melon seeds." The two of them walked for more than 20 miles. The little girl was so tired that she was panting like a cow. She frowned bitterly and said that there were blisters on the soles of her feet. Qin Pingan rented a horse carriage beside a relay station. After negotiating the price, they headed north. They had agreed to stop at the border county of the North Jin Kingdom. It would take about 2 days. The North Jin Kingdom of the Tongya continent was very different from the lotus flower-blessed land. There had been no wars for a long time. Whether it was the management of the relay station or the customs clearance, it was very lax. As long as one had money, even if one wasn't an official, one could stay at the relay station. It was Pei Qian's first time riding a carriage, so she felt very refreshed. Sitting in the carriage, she felt very comfortable. From time to time, she would lift the curtain and look at the scenery outside. After autumn, not far from the official road, she could often see a golden persimmon forest, which made her drool. She couldn't wait to ask Qin Pingan to tell the coachman to quickly stop the carriage so that she could steal 8 or 10 pounds back. Qin Pingan took advantage of the time when she was looking outside to take out the 4 paintings. The axes were different. One was made of red sandalwood, one was made of white jade, and the other 2 were made of unknown materials. The 4 people in the paintings were very lifelike. The founding emperor of the Nanyuan Kingdom, Wei Xian, sat in the usual posture of an emperor. He wore a golden dragon robe, but his body wasn't burly. Instead, he was a little thin and small. The dragon robe was loose and didn't match. Sui Yu, who failed in his ascension, carried a sword and looked valiant. He looked like he was looking at the person in the painting. The head of the devil sect, Liu Baixiang, wore a bright red armor. He held a sword in front of him. Wei Xian looked more like a monarch. The martial madman Zhu Lian, who died in the hands of Ding Ying, had a stooped body. He put his hands behind his back and squinted his eyes. He looked like a little old man in the marketplace. Did these 4 paintings only take Guyu money? The problem was, how much Guyu money would it take for the person in the painting to come out? Moreover, the concept of loyalty was debatable. Taking a step back, Qin Pingan was a pure martial artist. Even the golden wine, infatuation, and static snow were regarded as mere worldly possessions. Fortunately, this time in the lotus blossom-blessed land, he was brought by the old Taoist to travel the world. Qin Pingan understood more about the affairs of the world. He started to look at the worldly affairs of the Aquarius continent and the situation and position of the Pearl Cave in Dali. He was no longer so extreme about the worldly possessions. Otherwise, according to his temper in the past, these 4 paintings would have been sold by Qin Pingan at a sky-high price. Pei Qian stretched his neck to look at Sui Yu's portrait and said softly, "This sister is so beautiful." Qin Pingan ignored Pei Qian and gently kept the 4 paintings. He didn't put them away in his space ring in front of Pei Qian. He placed them by his feet and sighed in his heart. These 4 ancestors were too difficult to raise. How could they be better than Qi and Shiwu? They had a blade-strengthening gourd. Not to mention Guyu money, they had relied on each other for so long and fought side by side many times. They didn't even spend a single snow. Refining and raising the swords didn't require Qin Pingan's effort. In fact, Qin Pingan had a dragon beheading platform. It was the best whetstone in the world for refining and raising flying swords. However, Qin Pingan couldn't bear to lose the dragon beheading platform that was engraved with the words, naive, and Ning Yao. Fortunately, Chuyi and Shiwu never lost their temper with Qin Pingan. However, they planned to return to Longquan County in the future and try to buy a small dragon beheading platform from St. Ruanjiao. He couldn't treat them badly. Qin Pingan wouldn't skimp on this expense. Even if it wasn't Guyu money but gold essence copper coins. Qin Pingan looked at her. Pei Qian also looked at him worriedly. She was afraid that he would kick her out of the carriage. She was unfamiliar with this place. Wouldn't she be bullied to death? In the capital of Nanyuan Kingdom, she was familiar with the roads. She knew which family she could steal things from, which family she could rob, who she couldn't provoke, and who she needed to please. She had a little calculation in her mind. Here it was winter. A heavy snow fell. She would freeze to death even if she didn't starve to death. She had seen many old beggars and little beggars who couldn't survive the heavy snow. They looked very ugly when they froze to death. Pei Qian knew that Qin Pingan didn't like her. Just like she knew that Qin Pingan liked Chao Qinglang very much. She didn't want him to like her. She only wanted him to take care of her food and drink. It would be best if he could give her a lot of money. As for whether he liked her or not, how much was it worth? The coachman was an old man who was familiar with the road. Qin Pingan and Pei Qian stayed in a post house. The coachman stayed in the carriage for the night. Qin Pingan asked for 2 low-class rooms and Pei Qian stayed next door. Qin Pingan bought some food from the post house and put it in a bag for easy carrying. He also put some ordinary books in it. Otherwise, it would be too eye-catching to go out empty-handed. After giving Pei Qian a portion of food, Qin Pingan went to his room. He took out his sword, lit the oil lamp on the table, took out a carving knife and a small green bamboo slip, and began to record what he saw and heard in this trip to Lotus Flower Blessed Land. There was a knock on the door. Qin Pingan went to open the door. Pei Qian stood outside the door and said timidly, "It's dark. I'm a little scared." Qin Pingan thought it was a little funny. He thought to himself, "You have the guts to climb on the lion's back in front of a rich man's house to sleep. Living in a house you're scared?" But Qin Pingan still let her into the house. She obediently closed the door. Qin Pingan gestured for her to sit opposite the table and said slowly, "This place is called Tongyi Continent. It is a very big place. We are going to Aquarius Continent. My hometown is north of Aquarius Continent. From tomorrow onwards, you will start learning Aquarius Continent's official language and my hometown's Dali official language." Pei Qian smiled brightly and nodded her head vigorously, "Okay." It was not that she wanted to learn some *T official language, but the guy in front of her was clearly implying that he wanted to take her to his hometown. Didn't this mean that she could eat and drink without worrying about food and clothing along the way? But Qin Pingan's next words were like a bucket of cold water poured over her head. The skinny girl's face turned gloomy and she was full of complaints. Qin Pingan picked up the carving knife and continued to carve words on the bamboo scroll that Wei Pai gave him. He lowered his head and meticulously carved each stroke. It just so happened that the 4 words "dreaming like death" would cause a person's soul to be like stagnant water in an ancient well, obtaining complete recuperation and vitality. However, Qin Pingan had gone on 2 long journeys, and each time he went far away, Qin Pingan did not dare to sleep too deeply. Thus, he kept delaying it until he returned to Longquan. This time, leaving the Lotus Blossom Blessed Land was really too hasty. Otherwise, Qin Pingan would have definitely collected all the martial arts in that world. Now that he thought back, the martial arts path that Ding Ying took was actually not wrong. She truly stood at the peak of the mountains, and could be said to be the peak of martial arts in the Lotus Blossom Blessed Land. To reach this step, other than one's own comprehension, one also needed to observe the scenery of the lower peaks, mutually corroborating each other, finding and filling in the gaps. Finally, it became one's own fist intent. That was the true definition of a fist beyond the heavens. Wasn't this similar to reading and reasoning? It was also similar to the construction of bridges in the books of the Ministry of Works. Unknowingly, the sky outside the window had already turned white. Qin Pingan had been practicing his fist for the entire night, but he did not even sweat. This was probably one of the conveniences that came with reaching the 5th level and attaining great success in his soul. However, he was wearing a golden robe, so it did not matter whether he sweated or not. While Qin Pingan was practicing his fist, the little lotus flower person, whose injuries had already healed, was sitting at the table and dozing off. After leaving the Lotus Blossom Blessed Land, the little guy seemed to have something on his mind. Qin Pingan stopped practicing and sat at the table. The little guy's head drooped. Qin Pingan smiled and rubbed its head. He did not say anything. Comforting people was not something that Qin Pingan was good at. He took out another 4 scrolls and placed them on the table. He began to consider whether or not he should make a bet. In the past, Qin Pingan was extremely fearful of luck. Now, the knot in his heart had been untied. Actually, after Liju Grotto Heaven collapsed and fell to the ground, he had been schemed against by the sect leader Lu Chen. He was involved with He Xiaoyang of the Divine Grandeur sect. During his trip to the Great Sui Kingdom he had good luck. After parting ways with Yi Xiaoyang on the Kuan ship, his luck was still not bad. Moreover, Qin Pingan's current wealth was not considered small. Not to mention the huge profit he had made from traveling with Lu Tai, the Yin spirit that accompanied Zheng Dafeng in the old Dragon City had spent a total of 10 pieces of Gu money to buy a small bamboo scroll made of valiant bamboo from him. It was as if he wanted to buy a part of the saying, there are differences between immortals and immortals. Yin and Yang are separated. The soul stabilizes the spirit, and the spirit molds the golden body. Hence, Qin Pingan did not have extravagant hopes of keeping the 4 scrolls alive. He chose one of them as if it was a small bet for fun. It was still appropriate. Chaos had already arisen. Qin Pingan indeed needed some helpers to help look after his family business. Qin Pingan did not dare to have extravagant hopes of the old man surnamed Shui. He was just teaching and learning martial arts. He could not ask for more. Wei Pai was after all a mountain god. He had his own responsibilities. The 2 little fellows, the little boy in green and the little girl in pink, were still inexperienced. Furthermore, Qin Pingan treated them more like an elder brother to 2 children. This was due to his temperament and had nothing to do with age. If something big happened, not only would Qin Pingan not let them be in danger, he would only let them stay away from trouble. The surface of the painting was soon covered with a layer of grain rain coin. It was misty like the water vapor of a lake. Then it suddenly rippled and spread out. Qin Pingan looked at the painting of Wei Xian again. There was more life in it. Especially the luxurious dragon robe that was flashing with golden light. It was a pity that he could not see any more clues. He was still in a fog as to how many grain rain coins he needed to spend. Qin Pingan made up his mind. He threw 10 grain rain coins into the painting. If there was still no clear sign, he would consider it a waste. Carefully putting away the painting, Qin Pingan hung a cotton bag around his waist. He went out to call Pei Qian next door and continued on his way. After knocking for a long time, the little girl opened the door with sleepy eyes. When she saw Qin Pingan, she was a little reluctant. After she was dressed, Qin Pingan saw her walking towards him. He pointed to the bed. Pei Qian looked at him blankly. Qin Pingan said, "Tidy up before you go." Pei Qian felt wronged and said, "We paid to stay in the post house. You spent a lot of money." Qin Pingan was silent. Pei Qian had to turn around and tidy up the bedding. Qin Pingan glanced at the oil lamp on the table and frowned. After that, they rode the carriage all the way to the north. The coachman was familiar with the route and most of the time was just right for the 2 guests to stay in the post house and some town inns. There was no chance for them to eat and sleep outdoors. Qin Pingan began to teach her the official language of the Eastern Treasured Vase continent and the Dali dynasty. He then took out a Confucian book he bought from the bookstore in Zhuiyuan Alley and taught her how to read. At the same time, he also taught her how to read in the official language, killing 3 birds with 1 stone. However, Pei Qian was not very focused on learning. She had already learned more than 100 characters. However, it was obvious that she did not like to read. She obviously preferred to sleep in the carriage. Even if she did not do anything, Qin Pingan ignored her. As long as she slept, she could sleep for half a day. After she woke up, she would open the curtains to admire the scenery and then sleep after that. It was considered a skill. After that, there was a lot of rain. Slowly, the carriage finally arrived at the county city at the border of the northern Jin kingdom. Qin Pingan paid the other half of the money and started to walk with Pei Qian. As the weather was turning cold and it often rained, Qin Pingan still bought her a set of thick clothes and new boots. However, he did not give them to her immediately. Every day she looked at Qin Pingan's bag and even asked him to carry it for her. The normal cities in the northern Jin kingdom did not have strict security. As long as the coachman pulled some strings, Pei Qian, who did not have a household register or a customs pass, could be brought into the city smoothly. However, it was different at the border. Qin Pingan began to bring her across mountains and rivers. Pei Qian and the hard-working Li Baoping were worlds apart. Even though Qin Pingan carefully took care of her leg strength, she still complained incessantly and squeezed out tears time and time again. Even if Qin Pingan's temper was good, he was annoyed. However, Pei Qian felt better for a few days after she was given a new set of clothes and boots. Then, because she did not know how to cherish her clothes, they were torn and tattered by the thorns on the mountain paths. Her old habits relapsed. Qin Pingan promised to buy her a new set of clothes when they reached the next town. Only then did she regain her energy. However, Beijing's border was long and the mountain paths were difficult to traverse. Pei Qian's face was gloomy all day long. Every time Qin Pingan asked her to practice writing on a tree branch, she would purposely write so that the earthworms would crawl. He told her to write 100 characters and not one more. During this period, Chin Pingan fed her another 3 grains of grain rain money. Because Chin Pingan was now practicing his fists while walking, almost every breath he took was to temper his body. Therefore, it seemed that Chin Pingan put all his energy into practicing the sword stance furnace. Only when Chin Pingan practiced the sword stance furnace would Pei Qian have the energy. She did not dare to get close to Chin Pingan. She stood in the distance and silently watched him standing in the same place, motionless like a piece of wood. After a long time, Pei Qian also felt bored. That night, Chin Pingan took her to sleep in the wilderness. This time in the border county city, other than the small leather tent specially prepared for Pei Qian, Chin Pingan also bought fishing hooks and fishing lines. He found thin bamboo in the mountains and made a fishing rod. Then he began to fish by the stream at night. In the middle of the night, Chin Pingan turned his head and saw a red light flashing in the forest in the distance. Soon a strange scene appeared. There was a large palanquin with 8 people carrying 8 big red lanterns hanging from the 4 corners. The people carrying the palanquin seemed to be monsters that grew up in the mountains. The people playing gongs and drums were a group of otherworldly ghosts. The leader was a white skeleton with a rusty sword at its waist. Next to the palanquin, there was an old woman who was gorgeously dressed. She wore a festive bright red dress. Her face was pale and her cheeks were red. However, there was black smoke lingering around her. Chin Pingan was now familiar with the mountain affairs. He knew that this was most likely the so-called mountain god getting married. He did not want to complicate matters and pretended that he did not see anything. However, he did not expect that Pei Qian would wake up at this time. After she got out of the leather tent, she rubbed her eyes and stared blankly at the wedding procession. 3:30. Chin Pingan put down his fishing rod and came to Pei Qian's side. The old woman was already looking at the skinny little girl with a smile. Her eyes were full of rumination. She raised a slender arm and the palanquin came to a sudden stop. All the mountain spirits and monsters, including the white-boned swordsman, looked over in unison. Chin Pingan cupped his fists and took the initiative to apologize to the wedding team. Birds had their own ways and mice had their own ways. Especially the difference between yin and yang, the world was orderly. Like this encounter, if Pei Qian had not violated the taboo by blatantly looking at them, the wedding procession of the mountain god would not have cared about the existence of Chin Pingan and Pei Qian at all. They would have passed by. This was also the reason why many woodcutters and fishermen in the world lived near mountains and lakes for generations without suffering any disasters. The old woman saw that Chin Pingan was quite sensible, so she nodded and waved her hand again. The wedding team began to beat the gongs and drums again and continued to welcome the wife of the mountain god. The skinny little girl almost got into big trouble, but Chin Pingan did not blame Pei Qian this time. She was not a cultivator and did not know the rules of cultivation. It was understandable. Chin Pingan did not teach her well, so he could not blame her. However, if Chin Pingan had told her the truth, she would still be so reckless. Chin Pingan asked softly, "Can you see them? Can you hear the gongs and drums?" Pei Qian's little face was pale. She nodded and said, "I heard the noise and got up. I thought it was a dream. It was so scary." Chin Pingan stretched out a finger and gently pressed it between Pei Qian's eyebrows to help her stabilize her divine soul. If one accidentally encountered a filthy otherworldly item, even if ordinary people could not see it, it would not harm them. However, if people did not have strong yang qi, their souls would easily drift around and hurt their vitality. There were many ghosts in the world that said people were possessed and fell ill. It was usually because of this situation. It was a conflict between yin and yang. Fortunately, Pei Qian was fine. Chin Pingan warned, "Although I don't know why you can see them, if you meet them again in the future, you must turn a blind eye to them. Otherwise, it would be easy for us to get into trouble and be seen as a provocation by the other party." Fortunately, the wedding procession tonight is more orthodox. I reckon that they're from the nearby mountains and their status is similar to that of the officials of the mortal realm. That's why they didn't stoop to our level. Pei Qian had a lingering fear in his heart and could only nod desperately. Chin Pingan asked, "Have you ever seen any wandering ghosts in or out of the city all these years in the Nanyuan kingdom?" Pei Qian pulled a long face and shook his head vigorously. "I've never seen these filthy things before, not even once." Chin Pingan pondered for a moment before reminding him, "When you're traveling, you're not allowed to call them dirty things." Pei Qian replied, "Got it." Chin Pingan sighed and comforted her, "Go back to sleep. I'll keep an eye on you. Everything will be fine." Pei Qian did not dare to sleep anymore. She insisted on following Chin Pingan to the stream. This time she was completely obedient and sick. She did not even dare to ask for new clothes and shoes anymore. She felt that following Chin Pingan and being able to eat and drink to her heart's content was already the happiest thing. Chin Pingan picked up the fishing rod again. Pei Qian took a stone and drew circles on the ground. Once bitten, twice shy. At this moment, she did not dare to raise her head to look around. She always felt that there were terrifying, strange things hidden in the darkness. She asked, "The book you gave me said, 'See no evil, hear no evil.' Is this the truth?" Chin Pingan could not help but laugh. It seemed that she had to suffer before she could learn something. Although this was a sage's teaching and should not be interpreted like this, he did not want to deny the book's truth that she had painstakingly figured out. He said, "This sentence has a lot of truth. You can't say that it's wrong, but it's far from enough. In the future, when you read more, you'll naturally understand more." Pei Qian wanted to chat more with Chin Pingan to suppress the fear in her heart. She casually asked, "Then why is there a sentence in the book that says don't talk about strange forces, chaotic gods? You just said so many strange things. Is the teacher's truth wrong, or is it you who is wrong?" Chin Pingan smiled slightly. "As long as you read more books, you'll know whether I'm wrong or the sage's truth is wrong." Pei Qian was a little unhappy and did not speak. She was silent for a long time and finally asked a question. "Are you unable to beat them?" Chin Pingan laughed involuntarily. "Since we were wrong in the first place, does it have anything to do with whether I can beat them or not?" Pei Qian raised her head, her eyes shining. "If you can beat them, you don't have to lower your head and apologize to others. They should apologize to us and make way for us. If they beat drums and gongs and make people die of noise, they should apologize to me and be willing to pay for it." Chin Pingan asked, "Even if I can beat them, what does it have to do with you?" Pei Qian was stunned for a moment and squeezed out a smile. "We're on the same team." Chin Pingan kept staring at the stream and the fishing line. He seemed to be talking to himself. There's no difference between right and wrong. From the beginning to the end, he did not give a clear answer whether he could beat those mountain monsters. He was afraid that after she knew the truth, she would lose all her scruples and be inconsiderate. Chin Pingan had a rough idea of the cultivation level of the mountain god who was waiting for the bride at home. Whether it was the county magistrate of the secular yamen or the city god who was in charge of the affairs of the underworld, if they went out on patrol, there would be a guard of honor. They had the habit of beating gongs to clear the way. If their rank was higher, there would be more sounds. This time, because it was a wedding procession, most of the gongs and drums were incessant. Most of them were festive. They did not let the reapers of hell hold wooden plates of silence and avoidance, nor the most eye-catching official title plate. But every once in a while there would still be rules of officialdom. For example, according to the rules of etiquette, the gongs would be sounded 9 times to clear the way. It was probably the face of the mountain god, to show off to the surrounding neighbors and ghosts. This showed that after the death of the mountain god, he was an official. In addition to the mountain god temple and the clay statue, he was also qualified to open his own mansion. In the treasured vase continent and Tongya continent, he was regarded as a governor of a foreign land. He was similar to the brother of the little boy in green who was the royal river god. He was at least equivalent to the 6th realm of Qi cultivator. Maybe he was at the 7th realm, the Dragon Gate realm. As for whether Chin Pingan could beat him, it was very simple. Eugenie was in the blessed land of lotus flowers where the aura was thin. He had already reached the Dragon Gate realm. The reason why Chin Pingan was willing to bet on the 4 scrolls was not only because he valued the martial arts realm of the founding emperor Wei Xian and the martial madman Zhu Lian, but also because of their potential. In fact, Zhou Fei of the Spring Tide Palace had already said that the imperial tutor of the Nanyuan kingdom, Zhong Qiu, was expected to reach the 9th realm of martial arts in 30 to 40 years. The real body of the banished deity Zhou Fei was the head of the Jiang family of the Jade Gui sect. He was also a Qi cultivator of the 11th realm. His foresight could not be wrong. However, the 2 words expected were far from being a sure thing. After all, the path of martial arts was not smooth. It could end prematurely. Even so, Chin Pingan's initial decision to bet 10 grains of grain rain money on each picture scroll to buy the word hopeful was absolutely worth it. Pei Qian did not know what was the point of fishing. After sitting for half a day without any harvest, he began to find something to talk about. "Do you often meet so many strange fellows in your hometown? Then, isn't it very dangerous for people like me? I will definitely not be too far away from you in the future." Chin Pingan focused on fishing. It was also a kind of cultivation. Regardless of whether the fish was big or small, he lightly pecked at the bait. The fishing line trembled slightly and passed it to the fishing rod in the palm of his hand. Then he threw the rod to catch the fish. This was like facing the gang chi of a martial artist. There was only a difference in strength and strength. There was no essential difference. Moreover, Chin Pingan had purposely chosen a slender bamboo pole. It was fine to fish in a stream or pond, but if it was a big river and he was fishing for a big fish of 7 to 8 caddies, as long as he wasn't careful, it was very easy for the fishing line to break or even the fishing rod to break. This was very similar to the time when he burned porcelain and pulled blanks. Chin Pingan liked this kind of familiar feeling. Although he ignored the little girl, Chin Pingan thought of himself for no reason. After careful consideration, he realized that he was actually no different from her. In Mud Bottle Alley or the ignorant Dragon Pearl Grotto Heaven, just like in the capital of the Nanyuan Kingdom, danger lurked everywhere. It was not in the mountains, rivers, gods, immortals or cultivators, but in the 3 meals a day, in the poverty and hardship, in the occasional cold, in the bitter cold of winter. Leaving Dragon Pearl Grotto Heaven was like leaving the lotus flower blessed land. The world was wider, but more unimaginable dangers followed one after another. The wind and rain were heavier. One could say that one would die. The two were in similar situations, but their styles were very different. She did not know how to cherish fortune. As soon as she had some copper coins, she would spend them extravagantly. Chin Pingan, on the other hand, would carefully protect every hard-earned surplus. She liked the new and hated the old. As long as her clothes and shoes were old or tattered, she would not linger on them. She would turn her head and hope that a new set would fall from the heavens. She was never embarrassed by the charity of others. She would even beg for a reward, not knowing how to be grateful. It seemed that no one had taught her anything right. But Chin Pingan had taught her a lot now, but she was still so heartless and difficult to change her nature. Chin Pingan was a bit annoyed. When he took Li Baoping, Li Huai and Lin Shui to the Great Sui Kingdom, and later Cui Dongshan, Yu Lu and Xie, Chin Pingan had never been so depressed. Chin Pingan put away the fishing rod. Pei Qian rested her chin on her hand and asked, "Why aren't you fishing?" "There are no fish hooks yet. The fish soup is delicious and the dried fish is also delicious." Chin Pingan wanted to say something but hesitated. In the end, he swallowed some words back into his stomach. He originally wanted to get straight to the point with her. For example, if Chao Qinglang was here, as long as he was willing to learn, he could generously teach him fist techniques and wholeheartedly teach him swordsmanship. Even if Chao Qinglang wanted to become a cultivator, he could help him. Guyu, money, magical weapons, whatever he had, he could give them to him one by one. But Pei Qian, even if you have the talent to practice martial arts, I, Chin Pingan, am not even willing to let you take a second look at the mountain quaking fist 6-step stance. Chin Pingan thought of Alliance's appearance that time. After that, they accompanied each other all the way. Did he look at him the same way, like how he looked at Pei Qian now, or how he looked at Chao Qinglang in the courtyard? Chin Pingan suddenly asked her, "Do you want to learn how to fish?" Pei Qian whispered, "Can I not learn? I still have to memorize and practice writing every day. I'm afraid I can't learn what you teach me." Chin Pingan smiled and said, "If you don't want to learn, then don't learn. Go back to sleep. If there are no accidents, the wedding procession will return later and take the bride to see the mountain god prefect. Just remember to pretend to be asleep when the time comes. From tomorrow onwards, you will be in charge of the package and the fishing rod." Pei Qian thought of those dirty things that passed by tonight and did not dare to reject Chin Pingan. She returned to her tent hesitantly and tossed and turned for a long time before falling asleep. Chin Pingan thought for a while and still secretly pasted a heart-calming talisman outside her tent. About 2 hours later, the wedding procession with 8 sedan bearers returned from the original route in a lively manner. Before they left, their momentum was even greater. Behind them were many family members of the bride's family and mountain spirits. Some of them had already transformed into human forms, while others were still walking in the mountains with their real bodies. Among them was a pitch-black spider that was as big as a millstone. There were also 2 burly apes that sped through the forest as if they were flying. There was also a female ghost whose face was covered in blood and who was dressed in burial clothes. When they saw Chin Pingan flipping through a book by the stream, many of them were tempted to make trouble. However, there were many reapers in the procession who dispelled these thoughts. Chin Pingan suddenly stood up. From afar, a maidservant holding a lantern in her hand, dressed in a pomegranate dress, floated over. When she saw Chin Pingan, she curtsied and smiled gently. "Esteemed guest, my prefect is celebrating a joyous occasion today. Just now, Granny asked me to deliver a message to you. Are you interested in attending tonight's banquet? Rest assured, My lord has always been known for his fairness and strictness. If you attend the banquet, not only will you not lose the slightest of your lifespan, you will also be given a gift. Chin Pingan shook his head and smiled. I really don't dare to disturb your lord. I hope you can thank Mama for her kind invitation on my behalf. The maidservant was not angry that this person did not know what was good for him. She smiled gracefully. Then I wish you a safe journey. If you encounter any trouble within a radius of 800 miles, you can mention my lord's name, Jin Huang. I guarantee that your journey will be smooth. Chin Pingan smiled and cupped his hands in thanks. Here, I congratulate you on your joyous occasion. The maidservant smiled sweetly and left, leaving behind a fragrant wind. The maidservant returned to report. When the old woman heard that Chin Pingan did not wish to attend the banquet, she dismissed it with a smile. Unfortunately, this young man had missed out on a great fortune. Her lord was known for his generosity. Tonight, all those who attended the banquet could drink a cup of orchid wine and take away a small piece of 1,000-year-old ginseng. Others would do anything to come to the manor to celebrate, but this fellow didn't know how rare it was. Forget it, it wouldn't be good to hold a knife to his neck and beg him to accept his gift. In a palanquin carried by 8 people, a hand as white as a lotus root gently lifted the exquisitely embroidered curtain. She wore a phoenix coronet and a red veil over her head, hiding her face. She looked at the old woman outside through the red veil. The old woman bowed and smiled. Miss, is there something you need? A soft voice spoke through the red veil. How much longer until the palanquin can enter the manor? She was an ordinary woman from a scholarly family. Several years ago, she met the lord who was incognito in the county city and fell in love at first sight. However, she wanted to be married to a mountain god. Being in the world of the living would harm her virtue in the world of the dead and her merit as a lord. She was infatuated with him and fulfilled her filial duties for 3 years. With the lord's secret help, she paved a path for her family. Afterwards, she didn't hesitate to slit her wrists and commit suicide. Afterwards, she married into the Jin Huang manor with her own body. It could be said that she was perfectly justified and didn't overstep the bounds of etiquette. This was a beautiful manor built in a mountain valley. It was brightly lit and a banquet was held throughout the night. The man who was getting married was wearing a golden robe and had a majestic aura. He sat on the main seat with his newly married wife beside him. The white bone swordsman should have a very high status in the mountain deity mansion. Unfortunately, it was just a skeleton. Naturally, it couldn't drink wine. It had been standing under a pillar in the main hall. When Excellency Jin Huang was drunk, he raised his head and glanced at the sky outside the hall. He secretly gave the white bone swordsman a look. The latter nodded and left the hall. The majestic man sneered, "Everyone, the banquet is over. Next, it's someone's turn to drink the forfeit. I was kind enough to entertain my friends, but many of you actually dared to collude with a lowly water demon and tried to attack my Jin Huang manor. Did you really think that I didn't know anything?" The door slammed shut. The man turned to his wife and smiled gently. He patted the back of her cold hand. "Don't be afraid." He smiled apologetically and sighed, "I've wronged you this time. A wedding banquet ended up like this. Alas." The woman wasn't afraid of this mountain god husband. She joked, "Do you want me to marry you again? Just treat me better for the next 100 or 1,000 years." The man laughed heartily. What else could he ask for after marrying such a wife? Apart from the elite troops of the mansion led by the white skeleton, there was also a group of people who were recuperating elsewhere. Most of them were Qi refinement warriors. The 2 armies converged and left the mountain god's mansion, which was still lively and beautiful just a moment ago, to intercept and kill the troops who were trying to attack the mansion at dawn. In the main hall, many of the mansion's auxiliary officials and ghost constables who seemed to be drunk like mud immediately sat up straight and took out their weapons from under the table, eyeing covetously. To the north of the northern Jin border, not only was there a mountain range, there was also a huge lake that was claimed to be 800 miles wide. There was a big island on it, and there was a large temple that wasn't recognized by the imperial court. It was huge and had a lot of incense. A lake demon proclaimed itself as the water god. The imperial court of the neighboring country of northern Jin was helpless and could only let it be. For 200 years, the water god's manor and the Jin Huang manor had been hostile to each other. There were constant conflicts, but no one had the strength to leave their own territory and kill the other. This was a true conflict between water and fire. The winner would definitely destroy the other party's golden body, destroy the temple and cut off the incense. The loser would sink into oblivion. As long as the golden body was destroyed, it meant that even the afterlife would be a luxury. The two battles, the pretense in the main hall of the Jin Huang Manor and the narrow path outside the call, started almost at the same time. Excellency Jin Huang was in the main hall. Immediately there were people who changed sides and kowtowed to beg for mercy. The battle was sporadic and the situation was one-sided. On the other side of the mountain, a man in golden armor and a dark green robe led hundreds of lake spirits under his command to fight against the mountain god prefecture. It was an earth-shattering battle. The white skeleton with a rusted sword was a seventh realm martial artist when he was alive. After his death, his soul didn't dissipate. Although he didn't have the combat power of his peak, he was still murderous. In the army of water demons he was invincible. The water god stood on a big carriage pulled by a water dragon horse. He held an iron spear in his hand. It was a celestial magic treasure that was left at the bottom of the lake. For hundreds of years, it had been running amok and taking things by force. Therefore, although it took 100 years to build the golden body of Excellency Jin Huang and wasn't regarded as the orthodox one by the imperial court, its cultivation state was higher than that of Excellency Jin Huang. This time, it took advantage of the marriage of the mountain god manor to win over a large group of mountain demons and bribe them with money. Its overall strength was already stronger than the other party. That was why it dared to leave the lake and lead the army ashore. It was determined to destroy the Jin Huang manor. The battle of Tao between the mountain god and the water god depended on whose cultivation state was higher and whose plan was further. Chen Pingan woke Pei Qian up early in the morning. The two of them ate some dry food and started to hurry on their way. They deliberately avoided the direction of the Jin Huang manor. Then he instantly unsheathed his sword. He slashed with his sword. The green water buffalo was slowed down by the demon suppression talisman. It knew that it was not good. Just as it was about to make a detour, a sword aura slashed down on its head. With a bang, the huge creature with eyes as big as copper bells was directly split into two by the sword. He sheathed his sword and rode the demon suppression talisman, which had no spiritual energy left, back into his sleeve. Chen Pingan did not even look at the two halves of the corpse. He carried the little girl and continued forward. Excellency Jin Huang, who was rushing from afar, was also covered in wounds. He hurriedly stopped near the water god's corpse, holding the great demon's iron spear. The mountain god swallowed his saliva. Although he was shocked, he did not feel much fear. Instead, there was some respect from the bottom of his heart. With a solemn expression, he cupped his fists and said, "Farewell, immortal master." Chen Pingan did not stop walking. He only turned his head and waved at the righteous god with a smile. "It's nothing. Don't mention it. The next time there's a banquet like this, don't casually invite others. Although it's out of kindness, the path of cultivation is most afraid of accidents. However, if I pass by this place in the future, I'll definitely disturb you and ask for a cup of wine." Fortune and disaster seemed to be far away, but in reality, it was only a matter of time. The mountain god Excellency said, "I've learned my lesson." Chen Pingan carried Pei Qian for more than 5 kilometers before putting her down. One big and one small, one tall and one short, they looked at each other. She put on a blank face and pretended to be a fool. Chen Pingan extended his hand. She frowned and slapped 2 lantern-lifting talismans into Chen Pingan's palm. "Can't you give me one? I've run so far on the mountain path. In the end, I really can't run anymore." Chen Pingan walked forward slowly. "Then do better in the future." The little girl grunted and walked silently beside him. Heart of stone. What kind of person, Pui? I was blind. Chen Pingan pinched her ear and said, "It's not good to talk bad about others all day long in your stomach." Pei Qian stood on tiptoe and cried, "I won't do it again, I won't do it again." Only then did Chen Pingan release his grip. After a moment, Chen Pingan pinched her ear again. The little girl's eyes were red. She vowed solemnly, "I really won't do it again this time." After another 10 steps, just as Chen Pingan extended his hand, Pei Qian sat on the ground and cried loudly. Chen Pingan continued walking. Seeing that he had no intention of stopping, she quickly stopped crying, stood up, and walked forward timidly. In order to stop herself from cursing that fellow in her mind, she found a way to control her thoughts. She began to murmur the contents of those books. It was so miserable. Chen Pingan no longer cared about her. They walked in the vast forest. Thinking of the mountain character seal, Chen Pingan became even more silent. However, where the imprint was, there was a sentence from the sage, and there was a banded gentleman, like cutting, like polishing, like grinding. Because there was only one coin, the young man had taken all the good fortune for himself. It was the will of the heavens. This made even the old minister, who longed for magic, not dare to snatch it away. The old man, who had been in the imperial court for most of his life, had a sincere respect and admiration, and said, "An expert who is out of this world, really has the hands of an immortal." On the way up the mountain, Chin Pingan made a big bamboo box for himself. Logically speaking, other than the cotton bag, it could store many other things. However, Chin Pingan still let Pei Qian carry the bag and the bamboo fishing rod. He also made her a small and delicate walking stick. After that, the mountains and rivers were far away. Chin Pingan seemed to have changed from the initial rush to leave Tongyi continent, to return to his hometown in Baoping continent, to calm down again. However, the tired little girl, Pei Qian, was full of complaints. She was just as straightforward as when they first met, and her words were hurtful. It was not known whether it was because she had read some books, or because she was worried that Chin Pingan would leave her in a fit of anger. Even if she complained, Pei Qian learned how to beat around the bush. Chin Pingan always turned a deaf ear to her complaints, which made Pei Qian more and more resentful. Along the way, the two of them saw a lot of sights that broadened Pei Qian's horizons. It was like encountering countless fireflies on an autumn night. It was like hanging small lanterns. While Chin Pingan was not paying attention, she used her walking stick to beat the ground until it was littered with corpses. As soon as Chin Pingan turned his head, she immediately stopped and pretended to hurry on with the journey. They also walked through an extremely strange dense forest. The soil was fertile, the branches stretched out, and there were all kinds of shriveled corpses of birds and beasts hanging on the branches. Pei Qian was so scared that she grabbed onto Chin Pingan's sleeve before she dared to walk. Before Chin Pingan entered the forest, he took out a Yangqi lantern talisman and threw it into the forest. He found that the ordinary talisman suddenly lit up, but it burned slowly. Chin Pingan walked straight into it. Pei Qian begged Chin Pingan to give her a talisman as a protective talisman, but Chin Pingan turned a deaf ear to her. He told her that if she was afraid of those strange things, she could recite loudly. The teachings of the sages could ward off evil spirits. Pei Qian was skeptical, but she still held onto Chin Pingan's sleeve tightly while trying her best to recite the contents of the book. In fact, that Confucian classic was very thin. She could recognize all the words on the side, and she had finished reading the book. Pei Qian had wanted to change to a new one. He didn't want her to flip through and only read one book. It was too boring. However, Chin Pingan didn't allow it. He wanted her to read it over and over again, and not only to read it, she had to read it out. In the morning he practiced the sword furnace stance and she had to read it. In the evening he practiced the sword furnace stance and she had to read it. In the end she really memorized all the chapters. When the two of them walked out of the forest, there were no strange movements. Pei Qian was sweating profusely. She was tired from reading and her voice was hoarse. It wasn't until the two of them walked more than 10 miles that the trees began to shake crazily, as if they were venting their anger. After that, the two of them passed by a valley. Beside a waterfall, colorful butterflies fluttered about, dazzling one's eyes. Pei Qian took advantage of Chin Pingan's cooking to kill more than 10 colorful butterflies at lightning speed. She picked the most beautiful one and with a pa sound she clamped it between the pages of the book. In the end she received a solid chestnut from Chin Pingan, causing her to squat on the ground and cry out in pain. Her forehead was red and swollen, and she didn't have a good expression when eating. The two of them also met a woodcutter who was chopping firewood and went down the mountain. They even ate a meal. Chin Pingan wanted to give some money, but the simple and honest family refused. Chin Pingan could only give up. Before walking out of the fenced courtyard, he wanted Pei Qian to thank them. Pei Qian, who had eaten a lot of food, wasn't too willing. However, when she inadvertently saw Chin Pingan's gaze, she immediately bowed and thanked them obediently. The two of them walked out of the continuous mountain range and encountered a large river. This was the first time Pei Qian saw a boatman pulling a large boat. Under the scorching sun, those men were shouting songs, causing her to be dumbfounded. After that she secretly laughed. It seemed that there were quite a lot of people in the world who lived miserably. However, she quickly put away her smile. If that guy saw her, she wouldn't have a good ending. This time she only collected a little less firewood. If he was hungry, she would only be able to eat a small bowl of rice. This Chin Pingan was really hard to please. Rich people were always asking for a beating. When she secretly learned a peerless swordsmanship with her walking stick, she would definitely beat him up until he cried for his parents. At that time she would see how he would continue to glare at her. Eating on the mountain and drinking water in the river. Walking by the river, she suddenly felt like fishing. She asked Chin Pingan to help her make a fishing rod, but he ignored her. Pei Chin had no choice but to take a hatchet and chop a thick bamboo. After chopping it down, she realized that it was not a fishing rod, but a bamboo wormwood. With a sad face, she picked a thin one. Fortunately, Chin Pingan was a miser and didn't go too far. He gave her a fishing hook and fishing line. However, the two of them were also fishing. Chin Pingan caught a lot of fish and even a big carp that was as long as her arm. However, she didn't catch a single shrimp from the beginning to the end. Could it be that the guys in the water also looked down on people? She couldn't wait to jump into the water and kill all the fish and shrimp in the river with her fishing rod. However, the big pot of fish soup that night made Pei Chin happy. She nervously asked Chin Pingan to eat 3 bowls of rice. She said that she had used up all her strength fishing today and had to eat rice to make up for it. She said that she would drink less fish soup and would not compete with him. She thought that he wouldn't agree, but she didn't expect that the guy actually nodded. This was a full meal. The fish soup was poured into the rice. There was nothing more delicious in the world than this. Anyway, she ate until her stomach was round. Later, she followed Chin Pingan to fish again. She threw and swung the fishing rod carelessly, but the hook still didn't move. That guy, on the other hand, caught a huge black carp. It took him at least a quarter of an hour just to compete. Seeing Chin Pingan running back and forth on the shore, she rolled her eyes. You're a guy who knows swordsmanship and immortal spells. Don't you think it's embarrassing to be played by a stupid fish like this? Looking at her fishing rod that was as steady as a mountain, and complaining about the guys hiding under the water who didn't give her any face, Pei Chin sighed heavily. She only felt that she had a lot of good skills, but unfortunately the heavens were not on her side. She had no place to use her skills. Therefore, she decided not to fish for the rest of her life. She spent so much patience and effort, but there was no harvest. What was the point of doing it? That day during lunch, Chin Pingan talked to her about some fishing techniques for the first time. Pei Chin understood the theory, but she was still unwilling to learn how to fish. However, Chin Pingan said that the next time he went fishing, he would personally teach her, so she didn't throw away the fishing rod. She said tentatively, "Fish soup is delicious, but I'm a little tired of eating it every meal. Sai, why don't we eat something else?" Chin Pingan replied, "Okay, you go and find something." Pei Chin played dumb. "I'm too young. I want to, but I don't have the strength." The next day, Chin Pingan didn't use his fishing rod. Instead, he took Pei Chin's fishing rod and waited for half a day. He ignored the small fish pecking at the bait. After a big fish about 7 to 8 catties took the bait, he suddenly raised the fishing rod. The fishing rod stretched out in a beautiful arc just right. Pei Chin, who had been yawning for a long time, immediately widened her eyes. Chin Pingan asked her to quickly take the fishing rod and let her deal with the big fish. Pei Chin jumped up and took the fishing rod. The scene that followed made Chin Pingan unable to bear to look at it. With both hands tightly grasping the fishing rod, the little girl clenched her teeth and without saying a word, she began to pull the fish back with all her might. Chin Pingan had said before about walking the fish slowly, reeling in the line and releasing the line, not letting the big fish see the light in a hurry, removing the strength of the fish bit by bit, and making it choke a few times, but Pei Chin didn't listen to a single word. She wanted to rely on brute force to pull the fish ashore. A good fishing should have been leisurely, but for Pei Chin, it was like a tug of war with someone. The fish was not small, and in the water, it was a strong black fish. On the contrary, Pei Chin's strength was not great. With a careless move, the skinny little girl staggered a few steps and was dragged into the water with the fishing rod. She once laughed at Chin Pingan for talking nonsense. How could there be a fish choking water in the world? Now it was Pei Chin's turn to choke water. She couldn't swim, but after a strong force she was unwilling to let go. In the end, it was Chin Pingan who pulled her out of the water, but the fishing rod had been dragged away by the big fish. This time, Pei Chin didn't cry heartbreakingly. The little girl stood on the shore like a drowned rat, with her mouth wide open, crying silently. The fish was gone, tonight's fish soup was gone, and the fishing rod was gone. Even if she knew that there was still dry food, she wouldn't starve and there would be food to eat, but she didn't know why she was so sad. Chin Pingan helped her wipe away the tears on her face and the river water, but he didn't comfort her. He just thought of the scene when he was young. Before he met Lu Xianyang, who was good at fishing, he didn't know how to pay attention to fishing. He didn't know how to pick the time and place, so he often returned empty-handed. On a sunny afternoon, his skin would hurt from the sun. That was probably how he felt. After that, there was only pickles and rice for the meal. Pei Qian went to the small tent to change her clothes. During the meal, Pei Qian was unhappy. Qin Pingan smiled and asked, "Why are you suddenly so bold? Aren't you afraid of drowning?" Pei Qian, who was squatting beside him, lowered her head and ate the rice. She mumbled, "Aren't you beside me?" Qin Pingan tipped her with a chestnut. Pei Qian suddenly raised her head and said angrily, "Why did you hit me? I'm so sad." Qin Pingan smiled and said, "Eat your food." Pei Qian snorted and turned her head to look at the river. She was a little sad that the fishing rod she made with her own hands was gone. Qin Pingan said, "I'll give you my fishing rod." Pei Qian was a little confused. Seeing that he didn't seem to be joking, she grinned and said, "Then I'll borrow you to fish often in the future. I'm very generous." Qin Pingan was so angry that he laughed. She was so clever that she didn't want to use it on her studies and writing. Only in the dead of the night when she was sleeping soundly would Qin Pingan take advantage of the night watch to silently practice the six-step stance and swordsmanship. They passed by a small town and bought some things. Qin Pingan bought her a new outfit. Pei Qian was overjoyed. That night they slept in a small inn. Pei Qian hadn't slept on a bed for a long time. She was so happy that she rolled around on the bed. Suddenly she saw a white cat curled up by the window, staring at her. Pei Qian jumped off the bed and shouted, "Rebel! How dare you stare at me?" She took the mountaineering staff leaning against the table and poked the white cat. The white cat really did what she said. It wanted to rebel. Not only did it not run away, but it also moved around the window. It was agile and avoided the attacks of the mountaineering staff. Occasionally it would whisper at Pei Qian. Pei Qian gasped for breath. She supported herself with the mountaineering staff and stared at it. "Where did you come from? Tell me your name and I'll spare your life." Of course Pei Qian was just teasing it. But the white cat actually glanced at her and said, "Crazy girl, is there something wrong with your brain?" It turned around, leaped up and left. Pei Qian was so scared that she threw away the mountaineering staff and knocked on the door next door. After Qin Pingan opened the door, Pei Qian said in a trembling voice, "There was a cat just now that could speak." Qin Pingan nodded and said, "I heard it." Looking at Qin Pingan's unsurprised expression, Pei Qian said in a daze, "We're not in the mountains. How can there be monsters?" Qin Pingan sat back at the table and continued to flip through the immortal book that he bought from the inverted mountain. He nodded and said, "There are many spirits and ghosts in the streets. It's not rare. Most of them won't disturb the world. Some rich families will keep many interesting spirits and ghosts. For example, some rich women will have many kinds of little guys in their dowries. They have wings and can fly. They can help their masters dress and put on makeup." Pei Qian sat on the opposite side of the table, feeling wronged. She leaned on the table and said, "Won't you scare me to death? I was almost scared out of my wits just now." Qin Pingan smiled and said, "There are all kinds of things in the boundless world. When you go through more mountains and rivers you won't be surprised." Pei Qian sighed and said, "I see." Qin Pingan said casually, "We saw the old man boiling tea at the top of the mountain and the woman washing her hair by the stream. In fact, they were mountain spirits and didn't mean to hurt people. Instead, they yearned for the secular life. Didn't you have a good chat with them?" Pei Qian was stunned. The old man was not only amiable, but the beautiful sister who finished washing her hair also played a song with a leaf for her. Pei Qian frowned and trembled with fear. Qin Pingan smiled and said, "They're not human. The rest of the people we met were like us." On their way they actually met local officials who urged the people to pave roads and build bridges, rich people and famous people who were touring the mountains and rivers, and a courtesan who made Pei Qian's eyes light up. They were dressed up, which meant that they were full of money. There was also a wanderer who traveled the Jianghu with a man and a horse. He sat high on the horse and asked Qin Pingan and the others for directions with an arrogant face, which made Pei Qian very angry. Pei Qian suddenly asked, "What about that little guy?" She was talking about the little lotus person. Qin Pingan smiled and said, "He doesn't want to see you." Pei Qian stood up and went to her room to take the book from the package. She returned to Qin Pingan's side and accompanied him to read the book. She didn't dare to go there for the time being. She was afraid that the white cat would come back for revenge. Her swordsmanship was not good enough. She didn't have the confidence to kill demons. Qin Pingan closed the book and quietly took out the picture scroll. He had already thrown 9 pieces of grain rain money, but still couldn't make the founding emperor of the Nanyuan kingdom come out of the picture scroll. This made Qin Pingan somewhat helpless. Qin Pingan spread out the picture scroll and held a grain rain money in his hand. The last grain didn't produce any results, so he could only give up. Using the grain rain money to fill a bottomless pit, Chin Pingan's money didn't fall from the sky. But when Chin Pingan threw the grain rain money into the picture scroll, it was still like a clay ox entering the sea. The mist rose, but that was it. Pei Qian had put down the damaged and wrinkled book and stood beside Chin Pingan. He didn't deliberately hide this matter, so Pei Qian had seen the scene of the picture scroll eating money many times. Seeing Chin Pingan disappointed again, she smiled and said, "If I change my surname to Zheng, will it be better?" Pei Qian compensate money. Zheng Qian earn money. Chin Pingan sighed and was about to put away the picture scroll. Turning his head, he saw a white cat standing by the open window. It didn't look at Chin Pingan but sneered at Pei Qian, "Little girl, go eat shit." Then it flashed away and went to the next table to shit. Pei Qian was confused. Chin Pingan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It really held a grudge, which was the same as Pei Qian. Chin Pingan was suddenly shocked. He stood up and pulled Pei Qian behind him. A little Taoist boy with a huge golden gourd on his back sat on the windowsill, smiling at Chin Pingan. The white cat jumped onto his shoulder and curled up. He didn't expect that the little lotus person would make things difficult and unintentionally help Chin Pingan choose Wei Xian. Chin Pingan asked, "Then why did you only tell me the amount now?" The little Taoist boy laughed and said, "As long as I told you the answer before you put in the last one, it's not considered breaking the rules. My master won't blame me." The little Taoist boy saw that Chin Pingan wasn't angry and became more bored. He waved his hand and said, "That's all. I hope we won't have the chance to meet in the future. Seeing you is annoying." Chin Pingan didn't mind and asked, "Is there an immortal ferry that leads to the Aquarius continent?" The little Taoist boy was very unwilling to tell Chin Pingan, but when he thought of his master's temper, he could only tell him the location and didn't dare to be rash. The little Taoist boy saw the little head that popped out from behind Chin Pingan and snorted. He seemed to be very dissatisfied and didn't want to look at her. He swept back and disappeared from the window with the white cat on his shoulder. Chin Pingan opened the painting again and threw in the 11th Guyu money. Without hesitation. Mist filled the air and shrouded the entire room. Chin Pingan pulled Pei Qian back a few steps. They were 5 or 6 steps away from the table. The 1st and 15th of the blade strengthening gourd were ready. A short man in a dragon robe rose from the ground from the painting. He stood on the table, then walked to the stool and then to the ground. Looking at Chin Pingan, the founding emperor of Nanyuan said with a straight face, "Wei Xian greets the master. In the future I will kill the enemy at your command." Chin Pingan nodded. Then the two looked at each other without saying a word. The atmosphere was stagnant and a little awkward. Wei Xian suddenly said, "Master has such a domineering aura." Chin Pingan was speechless. Pei Qian felt that he had learned something new. "Damn, isn't this guy too shameless?" Wei Xian looked around and slowly said, "Master, you have a set of eye-catching clothes. I'll change and go out for a stroll tonight. I'll take a look at the great mountains and rivers of the world. When Master sets off, I'll naturally appear." Chin Pingan took out a new set of clothes for him. Wei Xian took off his dragon robe and changed into Chin Pingan's clothes. He supported himself with one hand on the windowsill and jumped over the wall, disappearing into the night. Pei Qian asked, "It's so late. What are you looking at?" Chin Pingan said helplessly, "How would I know what he is thinking?" The night passed uneventfully. Pei Qian returned to her room and saw the pile of shit on the table. She was so angry that she gritted her teeth. The next day, Chin Pingan and Wei Xian appeared outside the inn as expected. After that, Wei Xian didn't speak anymore. Wei Xian wasn't even as tall as Chin Pingan. It was hard to imagine that he was the founding emperor and the #1 grandmaster of his generation. He was known for his outstanding martial arts and was known to be invincible on the battlefield. As time passed, Pei Qian got used to Wei Xian's existence. She just treated him as if he didn't exist. At the end of winter, the three of them approached a small town near the border. Further north was the Great Spring Dynasty, which was one of the more powerful forces in the Tongya continent. The immortal fairy that the little Taoist mentioned was at the northernmost point of the Great Spring Dynasty. Walking at the border and seeing the small town, Pei Qian begged Chin Pingan, "Give me another talisman, the one that shines with golden light. Show it blocked that big blue water buffalo." Chin Pingan was deep in thought. Pei Qian wasn't willing to give up. "I don't want you to send me. I just want to stick it on my forehead. I beg you. Aren't we in a hurry? Don't you want me to walk faster and return to that Dolly Dragon Spring earlier?" Smack. It really stuck on Pei Qian's forehead. It was slanted so that it didn't block her vision. Pei Qian immediately smiled like a flower and he really quickened his pace. She had a huge mansion in the capital of Nanyuan country on her forehead. How could she feel tired? Walking with it was like taking a stroll in her own house. Wei Xian, who was following behind the two of them, glanced at Pei Qian. He probably felt the same as the white cat. He felt that there was something wrong with this lass's brain. Qin Pingan had the long sword infatuation and the narrow saber stopping snow hanging at his waist. He took off the blade-strengthening gourd and drank a mouthful of wine. Wei Xian's footsteps were slightly heavy at the beginning. Now he was relaxed and at ease. Pei Qian couldn't tell what was going on, but Qin Pingan was well aware. When the three of them walked up a hill, they saw dust flying in the air not far away. More than 100 cavalrymen were fighting and retreating. There were already dozens of corpses on the ground. These cavalrymen seemed to be risking their lives to protect an old man. Qin Pingan's eyes were more focused on the two Qi refinement warriors who were chasing after the cavalrymen. One of them was a swordsman. In Wei Xian's eyes, he was more focused on the cavalrymen. There was a look of admiration in his eyes. He muttered to himself, "Soldiers who have been through hundreds of battles. When they dismount, they become elite soldiers. When they dismount, they become iron cavalrymen. This should be the border army of the Yao family of the Great Quan dynasty." Pei Qian was no longer afraid of this short and small man. She was puzzled. "How do you know all these? Do you usually wander around just to find out about these?" Wei Xian turned a deaf ear to her. His eyes were burning. The Nanyuan country was once known for its iron cavalrymen. They forced the grassland cavalrymen to retreat beyond the Great Wall. They almost paid tribute to the Nanyuan country. It was Wei Xian's credit. Qin Pingan suddenly turned his head and asked in a deep voice, "Border army of the Yao family? Are you sure?" Wei Xian pulled a long face. He didn't even have the intention to speak. It was a waste of his saliva. The hill shook. Qin Pingan suddenly flew up and landed from the sky. He happened to cut the fleeing cavalrymen and the two Qi refinement warriors in the middle. He had once promised Mr. Qi. Or rather, he had promised the only locust tree leaf that was willing to fall into his hands. Therefore Qin Pingan stopped today because he met Yao family. "332. The two sides faced each other, except that the Yao clan cavalry was replaced by Qin Pingan who had descended from the sky. The swordsman softly said that there was no hurry. The retainer then patiently played with the mud with the tips of his feet, bored to death. The young swordsman wore plain white linen robes. After a battle where there was a great disparity in strength, he was not stained with any blood. The man was handsome, but his eyes were long and narrow. His lips were thin, causing his entire temperament to be slightly harsh. He did not carry a sword. His life-bound flying sword was as long as a swordsman's sword. When it was drawn to kill, it was like a fire dragon coiling around. When the Yao clan cavalry spears and sabers came into contact with it, they could not block it at all. The retainer standing beside him was a burly martial artist. He wore the deity's dew armor, also known as the dew armor. Qin Pingan was not unfamiliar with this type of armor. He had once taken one from the imperial tutor of the ancient Yu kingdom. Later on, he had purchased an extremely high-grade broken dew armor from the inverted hanging mountain. It was later repaired by Lu Tai, but he had never had the chance to wear it. After all, Qin Pingan's golden necklace robe was even rarer. The two of them cooperated skillfully. The swordsman rode his life-bound flying sword to kill the enemy, while the martial artist guarded the side of the swordsman to prevent any of the Yao clan cavalry from escaping. He fought the swordsman in close combat and helped the swordsman block the arrows from the crossbows and horse bows. There were a few times when arrows were shot at them from tricky angles. The pure martial artist simply used his body to block the arrows. In the end, it only caused a few sparks on the surface of the snow-white dew armor. The loss of spiritual qi stored in the armor pellet probably did not even cost a single piece of snow, while the other party often had to pay the price of a fresh life. The wild cultivators of the mountains and swamps loved riches and danger the most. They dared to take risks when they encountered an opportunity. Once those ancient spiritual masters' thatched cottages, immortal mansions and shattered secret realms of various sizes were suddenly discovered and excavated, wild cultivators would definitely swarm over. In order to fight for a spiritual weapon or magic treasure, they would fight until their brains splattered everywhere. What were they after? Wasn't it all for the pleasure of crushing others? Either they relied on divine weapons to kill people, or they relied on protective magic treasures that made them invulnerable to swords, spears and spells, causing their opponents to feel despair. The sword cultivator was strolling leisurely on the battlefield. With a flying sword within a radius of 1,000 feet, the sword light was like a rainbow, leaving behind afterimages of bright red fireflies. Wu Fu followed like a shadow, tightly protecting the young sword cultivator from all directions. The young sword cultivator was like his sword. He was straightforward and did not make any unnecessary movements. However, the burly warrior was different. He had a violent temperament and could not freely chase after the steel cavalry, so he did not fight to his heart's content. Therefore, every time the sword cultivator severely injured the Yao family's elite cavalrymen and fell off their horses, no matter if they died on the spot or if they were in the path of the two of them, the burly warrior would stomp on their heads or stomp on the cavalrymen's chests. The mangled flesh and broken armor mixed together, creating a tragic scene. A person fell from the sky? The young swordsman stopped when he saw the person blocking his way. He asked with an elegant smile, "Are you the new consecrator of the Lu family of Dequan?" Tong Yi continent had many mountains and rivers. According to the immortal records, compared to the Aquarius continent, Tong Yi continent was even more different. Therefore, the people of different countries were usually proficient in the elegant language of Tong Yi continent, especially the officials of the Ministry of Rites. The burly warrior said unhappily, "Mister, why are you wasting your breath? Just kill him. He is just a warrior below the 7th level. Such a young martial arts genius, killing him is even more satisfying." The swordsman laughed, "There is a big fish out of thin air, isn't that what I want?" Although the swordsman stopped to talk to Qin Pingan, the flying sword of the swordsman was hovering at the front of the Yao family's steel cavalry. In this pursuit, other than the sneak attack by the two of them, which narrowly killed the Yao family's steel cavalry, the swordsman had been riding on his flying sword to kill the Yao family's steel cavalry at the outermost perimeter. The first to break out of the encirclement would die first. That was the rule of his game. The old man's armor was no different from the surrounding cavalry. It should be the light armor of the Dequan Empire's border army. He held onto his abdomen, blood dripping from his fingers. Although the situation was bleak, the old man's expression was calm, without any signs of dejection or cowardice. Even though the elites under his command protected him and suffered heavy casualties, such a great man did not return home triumphantly, nor did he die in a heroic battle at the border. Instead, he died in this kind of filthy political struggle in the imperial court. The old man's eyes were filled with guilt and sorrow, but he did not reveal any of it on his face. He had been in the military for decades and was used to life and death. As a general, he was merciful and did not command troops. This old general who controlled the southern border was abnormally calm. The remaining 100 Yao family steel cavalry protected the old man tightly. They were not afraid because of the strength of the assassin. The Yao family's military was very strict. For example, the Yao family's disciples, regardless if they were direct descendants, were already familiar with the bow and horse at a young age. After the age of 15, they were all required to join the army and start as scouts. The Yao family's men died in battles at the border. Countless of them. It was to the point that the widows of the Yao family had spread to many countries. Qin Pingan did not turn to look at the cavalry, but asked the old general a strange question. "General's surname is Yao? Is your ancestor related to the Yao family of the Dali dynasty in the north of the Aquarius continent?" The old man frowned. "Dali dynasty? I have never heard of it." The old general hesitated for a moment, "But my Yao family's ancestor truly came from the Aquarius continent. But as for where exactly he came from, my ancestor was extremely secretive about it." They obeyed whoever became the emperor, and did not get involved in any disputes. However, in the recent 10 years, there was a helpless accident. According to the rules of the family, the Yao family's women were not allowed to marry into aristocratic families, and they were only allowed to marry into local landowning families. However, the young daughter of the old man fell in love at first sight with a young man who was traveling to the border. The young man was also well-behaved and talented. The two of them even fought side by side and went through fire and water. It should have been a good thing to tie the knot and become an enviable immortal couple. However, the old man abided by the family rules at that time and did not approve of this matter. His daughter was indeed a Yao family daughter, and she silently accepted this lovesickness and wrote a letter to break off all relations with that person. Unexpectedly, the son of the Great Spring Empire's top-notch family came to the border again. On a snowy day, The dignified eldest son of the heavenly official of the Ministry of Appointments knelt outside the Yao family's ancestral hall for a day and a night. Everyone in the Yao family was moved. In the end, there was no reason to separate this pair of lovebirds. The old man agreed to his daughter's marriage with him, but no one in the old man's generation went to the capital to attend the wedding. After that, his daughter only went back to her parents' home once. The old man also did not have any correspondence with that powerful in-law who controlled the promotion of all the officials in the world. However, even so, he could not get rid of the fact that the girl's surname was Yao. It was only an exception once, but 10 years later, it brought about the hidden danger of the family's destruction. First, last year, the old general's in-law was secretly instigated by his sworn enemy, Madame Fanlu, to impeach him without restraint. The Minister of Personnel was severely reprimanded by the furious emperor. When he returned home, he immediately picked up his brush and hurriedly wrote a letter with bleak wording. "My body is frail and weak, and I'm getting old. I'm still not as good as a child. I only have 2 or 3 teeth left. I've had no fate with the word fresh for a long time." The emperor did not allow it, but the old minister's reputation in the Ministry of Appointments fell to rock bottom. However, apart from the deep-rooted internal strife, the real trouble this time was that it involved the crown prince. There were many unruly outsiders in the capital who took up positions in the imperial court and added fuel to the fire. What was interesting was that the 3 princes were all outstanding and had their own strengths. In any dynasty of the Great Quan dynasty, they would undoubtedly be the crown prince's candidates. The ups and downs of the officials in the capital and the movements of the generals at the border were too much for the eyes to take in. Even the cavalry of the Yao family, which was far away at the southern border, could not stay out of the matter. The undercurrents of the Great Quan dynasty in recent years were very dangerous. The sword cultivators fought in an instant. The intrinsic flying sword that was hovering around the periphery of the Yao family cavalry swept past the horsemen. Thankfully, the young sword cultivator had chosen the fastest path without any obstacles in his pursuit of extreme speed. If not, the sword would probably have pierced through a few more heads. Chen Pingan pulled his sword out of its sheath and closed his 2 fingers together to form a sword sign. He controlled Do Ziji's sword, which had cost him a fortune, to defend against the flying sword of the swordsman behind him. The young swordsman's heart sank. Not only was this young uninvited guest a swordsman, but his sword could also block his life-bound flying sword, lantern candle. Could it be that it was a magic weapon that was hiding its strength? Otherwise, with lantern candle's sharpness, the so-called divine weapons of the Jianghu would not be able to withstand a blow from the flying sword lantern candle. However, the sword did not even seem to have a crack. The burly retainer was somewhat gloating. "Sir, are you still not in a hurry?" The young swordsman was not angry. He smiled and said, "I'll test this person's strength and play with him for a while. I have the ability to protect myself." "Very good." The pure martial artist wearing the Do armor laughed savagely. He stomped a hole in the ground and charged forward. He threw a punch at the young man from 50 to 60 feet away. The fist aura surged and the aura was as thick as a bowl. Qin Pingan put one hand behind his back and hid it in his sleeve. As he controlled infatuation to block the flying sword of the swordsman, he raised his arm and used his palm to meet the fist aura. He grabbed with his 5 fingers. The fist aura was directly crushed by Qin Pingan. The burly retainer laughed loudly without any expression of panic. It had been a probing punch and did not even use 50% of his strength. "Sir, your skills are not shallow. As for how deep they are..." The man in the snow-white armor shouted softly and suddenly accelerated forward. In the blink of an eye, he was several steps away from Qin Pingan. He suddenly swung his right arm. When he threw out this punch, because the punch was as fast as lightning, the burly man's entire right shoulder bloomed with snow-white light. There was a bang. He still used his palm to block the man's punch. The assassin's eyes showed a trace of confusion. The young man in front of him did not move at all. Although he was puzzled, it did not affect the ruthless knee strike he raised his leg. In a fight between martial artists, especially in a battle between masters, every move had to be done instinctively. It had to be faster than the mind and thoughts. Only then could one be considered to have truly reached a higher level. The hand behind Qin Pingan's back left his sleeve and lightly patted the knee of the white-armored retainer in front of him, causing his body to lean forward. Then he hammered the man's chest with his elbow. The burly warrior wearing the deity's Do armor was sent flying backwards by the elbow strike. However, the fist was still caught in Qin Pingan's palm, so it was pulled back. Qin Pingan's fist smashed into the Do armor outside the man's chest. The burly man flew backwards and landed on the ground dozens of feet away. However, because he had the military school's armor pill, his injuries were light. Only the chi in his body was shaken up and a trace of blood seeped out of the corner of his mouth. Slapping the ground with his palm, the man stood up again and spat out a mouthful of blood. Especially after the trip to Tongye continent, Qin Pingan became even more determined. Wei Xian asked again, "Then young master, do you want to fight for the throne?" Qin Pingan laughed and pointed at himself. "Me?" Wei Xian finally asked, "Then do you want to be virtuous and achieve immortality?" Qin Pingan asked, "Why are you asking these questions?" Wei Xian didn't say anything. Qin Pingan also didn't want to say anything. The three of them remained silent. 333. Before entering the border town, they passed by a lonely inn. Outside the inn, there was a wrinkled and shabby signboard. On the phone, Qin Pingan shook his wine gourd and decided to get more wine. Qin Pingan could tell the quality of the wine. He had drunk the daylily wine from Huangliang Blessed Land and the wine from Osmanthus Island. He had also bought a lot of wine from the roadside wine shop, so he didn't care. Outside the inn there was a skinny dog basking in the sun. From afar it saw Qin Pingan and the other two and began to stand up. It bared its teeth and barked. What kind of hospitality was this? A little cripple ran out with a knife and pointed the tip of the knife at the dog. He said fiercely, "If you yell again I'll take your head." The dog fell back to the ground. The little cripple looked up and saw the three rare guests. He quickly hid the knife behind his back and said with a smile, "Don't be afraid, guests. We're not a gangster's inn. I guarantee that we're doing honest business here." The limping skinny young man seemed to be worried that the customer would turn around and run away, so he made the first move. He turned his head and shouted into the hall inside, "Lady boss, we have a customer. Hurry up and clean the table. There's your favorite, a handsome young man and a scholar." After the waiter reported the good news to the lady boss, he quickly turned his head and bowed. He stretched out his hand and said, "Guests, please come in and have a seat. We have the green plum wine made by the lady boss's ancestral method. We also have my master's specialty roasted whole lamb. This is the only shop in the thousands of miles of border." Qin Pingan and the other two walked into the inn. There were not many tables in the hall on the first floor, presumably because the business was slow. The second floor was livable, but there were no guests in the hall at the moment. A woman was sitting on a bench and eating melon seeds. She glanced at the so-called scholar. She didn't have much hope at first. The little cripple was a maggot who grew up in a cesspool. How could he know how to write the word handsome in his life? The woman was wearing a red and yellow wide-sleeved robe. The robe was of good quality and the style was good. However, it seemed to be covered with a layer of grease because of the passage of time. The woman's face was plump and rosy, and her figure was graceful. Moreover, she was not ugly at all. She was a woman in her 30s, but she would not lose to those beautiful 15-16-year-old girls. Her eyes lit up and she coquettishly cried out, "Hey, hey!" She threw a handful of melon seeds on the floor and casually used her embroidered shoe to push them under the table. She twisted her slender waist with all her strength like a snake and wriggled towards Qin Pingan. She slapped him and gently placed her hand on the shoulder of the handsome young man in the white robe. She pinched him in passing. She couldn't tell that she had picked up a treasure. Not only was he good-looking, she didn't expect him to be so strong. He was not one of those useless embroidered pillows. Qin Pingan saw that she wanted a yard after taking an inch and wanted to slap his chest, so he took a step to the side and let her slap empty air. He smiled and said, "Innkeeper, I want to buy 3 to 5 caddies of wine. I won't eat or sleep. I'll leave after I buy the wine. I heard from the waiter that there's a green plum wine here that has been passed down for generations." The woman resentfully withdrew her hand. "Young master, why are you in such a hurry to go to Huzi town?" She really wasn't trying to attract business by scaring young master. That place was often haunted by ghosts and demons, which could cause people to be bewitched. This year it was even worse. Many merchants and travelers had met with misfortune. No one died, but those who went crazy over there would at least have a pair of hands. Therefore, young master, you should stay at our inn. We have as many jugs of green plum wine as you want. It's not expensive. The best 5 jugs only cost 1 silver tael for 2 jugs. Also, you can have a whole roasted lamb. After you eat and drink to your heart's content, you can stay here for the night. When you come back. The woman's eyebrows were slightly raised, rippling with lust. Sister, I'll personally bring young master some water to wash his feet. Pei Qian was drooling at the side. When he heard the words roasted lamb, he couldn't move any more. She wiped her mouth and lightly tugged on Qin Pingan's sleeve. Qin Pingan thought for a moment and asked Wei Xian, "Can you drink wine?" Wei Xian nodded. "A lot." Qin Pingan turned his head and smiled at the lady boss. "I can't stay, but I can have a meal at the inn. In addition to the wine at the table, prepare an extra 5 caddies of green plum wine for me. I want to take it with me." The woman waved her hand at the little cripple. "Pick a lamb for your old hunchback master. Remember to choose the right size and be careful. Don't always think that a cheap master will fall down from the sky and teach you peerless martial arts. This kind of good thing won't happen to you. Hurry up and scram." The young man muttered and ran away. The three of them sat down. Just as there was an empty bench, the woman went to the counter and took a few plates of food. She placed them behind the table and sat across from Qin Pingan. "Judging from young master's accent, you don't seem to be from Daquan. You're one of those scholars who traveled to study, right? From the northern Jin kingdom?" Qin Pingan smiled and said, "I'm from further south." The woman leaned forward and bent over to grab a handful of dried fruits she bought from Here town. She pressed her heavy chest heavily on the table. She noticed that the young master was looking at her with a smile. His eyes were clear. This made the woman a little surprised. Was there a cat in the world that didn't eat fish? She smiled sweetly and asked, "Let's drink a little wine first? I can accompany young master to drink slowly. When the lamb is roasted on the table, I'll be a little tipsy. At that time I'll tear off the golden and oily lamb leg. The taste will be amazing." Qin Pingan nodded and agreed. The woman went to fetch a jar of wine and 4 large white bowls stacked together. She removed the clay seals and poured the wine into the bowls. The green plum wine was amber in color. It was especially clean and not turbid at all. Just by looking at it, people who loved wine would probably be intoxicated. The woman was quite proud. She smiled and introduced the ancestral green plum wine. It was brewed in half a year, 3 years and 5 years. The worst was half a year. There was once a hero from the capital who traveled here. He was leading a tall horse. After drinking the wine, he gave a thumbs up and praised it endlessly. What I've heard the most are stories of the Yao family's people who made great contributions and received rewards from the imperial court and were promoted to high-ranking officials. Qin Pingan nodded. He had a general impression of this branch of the Yao family that had migrated from Liju Grotto Heaven to Tongya continent. Wei Xian had already finished a large bowl of wine. This was the second bowl. His face was flushed, but his eyes were bright. The border army doesn't disturb the commoners, nor does it raise expectations. It's clear that they want to express their stance to the emperor. They don't have any thoughts of setting up an independent regime. This is a wise move. Otherwise, how could they be at ease when the emperor is in a foreign land? The woman was stunned. "Sir, what are you talking about?" Wei Xian drank a mouthful of wine and slapped the table. "Wherever the horse hooves go, it's all the land. This wine is delicious." The emperor of Nanyuan Kingdom, who claimed to be a great drinker, was drunk into a puddle of mud. He lay on the table, dead drunk, snoring thunderously. Now he had to stay at the inn even if he didn't want to. After that, the little cripple and a hunchbacked old man brought a large plate of roasted whole lamb to the table. Qin Pingan rarely ate so full. Pei Qian was even more full. In the end, he almost tore off the lamb and stuffed it into his mouth. Qin Pingan chewed and swallowed slowly. He ate slowly, but he didn't drink quickly either. The lady boss was sitting at the counter. Qin Pingan had invited her to have a meal with him earlier, but she had politely declined. It was fine to drink a little wine with him, but if she was thick-skinned enough to have a meal with him, it would be too unkind. No one would do business like that. Pei Qian ate until his stomach was full. He began to walk around the table, otherwise he would feel uncomfortable. Qin Pingan asked for Pei Qian's room, which was one of the 3 rooms on the 2nd floor. He helped Wei Xian down the stairs and threw him on the bed. Although his alcohol tolerance was low, his alcohol tolerance was good. He slept after getting drunk and didn't go crazy or talk drunkenly. Pei Qian went to his room, closed the door and began to burp. Qin Pingan picked up the bamboo chest and placed it in his room. He went out, preparing to ask the lady boss about the local customs of the Great Spring Empire. Qin Pingan discovered that a guest had arrived at the inn. He was around 30 years old and wore a long blue robe. He sat at a table and smiled foolishly at the cold-faced woman at the counter. There was no wine or dishes on the table, not even a plate of food. At the bottom of the stairs sat the little cripple, who looked at the man with disdain. On the other side of the curtain hanging at the entrance of the kitchen, the hunchbacked old man was sitting on a bench with his legs crossed, smoking a pipe. Chin Pingan wasn't in a hurry to go downstairs. He leaned on the railing. I can't say for sure that I'll reach the 9th realm, but reaching the 8th realm is definitely not difficult. Zhu Lian turned his head and smiled. Of course, as long as I can get used to the rich spiritual energy here, I still have a chance to fight a martial artist of the 7th realm to a draw. I won't be suppressed by the realm and can only wait for death when we meet. As for a battle of the same realm, as long as it's not young master, my chances of winning are great. Chin Pingan murmured, is the threshold only at the 7th realm? The old man sat back at the table and tapped a finger on the table. I'm willing to serve young master loyally for 30 years. I hope that young master can give me freedom after that. How about it? Chin Pingan smiled and shook his head. I don't know how to restore your freedom. The old man was stunned. He fell into silence and stared at the picture scroll. Chin Pingan guessed that the picture scroll itself was similar to Liju Grotto Heaven's natal porcelain. Even if you were a cultivator of the 5th realm, you would still be controlled. Thinking of this, Chin Pingan smiled. On the other side, Wei Xian was as drunk as mud. He was lying on the bed and talking in his sleep. Even though there's no killing intent in his body, his killing intent is everywhere. There was a knock on the door. Chin Pingan put away the last 3 grain rain coins and the picture scroll. He was about to open the door when Zhu Lian did it for him. Pei Qian blinked and quickly ran far away from Zhu Lian to Chin Pingan's back. Zhu Lian closed the door and turned around with a smile. The little girl's foundation is really good. Is she young master's daughter? Pei Qian nodded vigorously. Chin Pingan shook his head and turned to ask, is there something you need from me? Pei Qian looked at Zhu Lian and shook his head. Zhu Lian was tactful and asked with a smile, young master, do you have a place to stay? Chin Pingan said, out of the door, the 2nd room on the right is the one. But Wei Xian lives there. If you don't want to live with others, I'll help you find another room. In the Jianghu, there's no need to pay attention to these things. Zhu Lian waved his hand and rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Young master, did you choose the founding emperor of Nanyuan first? Chin Pingan nodded and warned, the two of you don't get into a fight because of personal feelings. Zhu Lian smiled. Wei Xian is the enemy of 10,000 people. I admire him very much. I can't wait to toast to him. Why would I make him unhappy? Zhu Lian walked out of the room and closed the door softly. When there was only a small gap left, Zhu Lian suddenly asked, may I ask how much young master spent for me? Chin Pingan answered, 17 grain rain coins. Zhu Lian smiled, I've let young master spend. After the old man left, Pei Qian was still worried and went to lock the door. Only then did she feel relieved. Chin Pingan asked, you're not afraid of Wei Xian's face every day. Zhu Lian is so amiable, why are you so afraid? Pei Qian said softly, I'm afraid. Chin Pingan asked again, what is it? Pei Qian said softly, I think that Lady Boss is not a good person. Adding a little cripple and an old hunchback, how strange. Could this be a black shop? The storyteller under the bridge told stories. He said that black shops like to drug their customers and then use them to make human meat buns. Chin Pingan laughed angrily, don't think too much. Go back and read. Pei Qian sighed and left. Chin Pingan was not in the mood to flip through the remaining 2 scrolls. Lu Baixiang Suiyu. One of them did not dare to come out of the mountain, afraid that it was easier to invite a god than to send him away. The other even more so. Thinking of Pei Qian's impression of Wei Xian and Zhu Lian. Actually, her intuition was not wrong. The way Wei Xian looked at people was from a high position to a low position. 3:35. After the sun set over the western mountains, the twilight deepened. Borrowing the last bit of lingering light, the green-robed visitor, who was playing around with the little cripple, stopped and looked toward the end of the road to the south. The little cripple took the opportunity to punch him on the shoulder. The downtrodden scholar swayed and ignored him. The little cripple was a little better. He followed the scholar's line of sight and looked into the distance. He didn't see anything and thought the scholar was deliberately interrupting him. The little cripple was about to continue punching him so that he wouldn't dare to tease the lady boss in the future. The young man's heart suddenly trembled. He lay on the ground with his ears pressed to the ground and his expression grave. It was a cavalry and their numbers were not small. In Hooer Town, other than the occasional courier who passed by, there had never been a large cavalry troop that showed up. The young people of Hooer Town, in order to admire the Yao family's iron cavalry, often went to the distant Guejia army town in groups. Iron armor, war horses, light crossbows and war sabers. In the eyes of the poor children of Hooer Town, these were the most manly objects in the world. The little cripple was no exception. It was just that his peers in Hooer Town didn't like to play with him. At this moment, the little cripple left the green-robed visitor to the side and went to the main hall to report to the lady boss. The lady yawned and only said that she understood. These soldiers definitely looked down on their inn in Hooer Town. They were most likely marching through the night to the Guejia army town in the north. There was no need to pay them any mind. The little cripple made an "oh" sound and immediately ran out of the inn. He climbed onto the roof of the inn and reached out to cover his forehead. He raised his eyes and looked into the distance. Taking advantage of the fact that the sky wasn't completely dark and he could barely see things, he wanted to see the attire of the border army iron cavalry up close. The next time the lady boss ordered him to go to Hooer Town to buy oil and rice, he would be able to show off to his peers. Dust could be faintly seen in the distance along the road. The heavy tremors of the earth became clearer and clearer. However, the sky waited for no man. The little cripple was a little anxious and quickly climbed down the roof. He went to the main hall and asked the lady boss if he could hang up lanterns. The lady glared at him. Who would pay for the candles if he hung up the lanterns so early? The little cripple patted his chest and said, "I'll pay for it. If not, the old hunchback will pay for it." The lady nodded. The little cripple happily went to hang 2 large red lanterns outside the inn. Just as he was about to climb up the roof, he saw a rider slightly detour from the official road and silently appeared outside the inn. He was wearing bright and gorgeous armor, different from the plain style of the Yao army. The rider took his helmet and held it in front of his chest and asked indifferently, "Do you sell green plum wine?" The little cripple. The cavalryman said in a deep voice, "In the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, get the innkeeper to empty the entire inn, then prepare 5 tables of food and bring out the best green plum wine. You will be reimbursed for all expenses. If the green plum wine is really as good as the rumors say, there will be a great reward. Remember, after entering the inn we will send people to check the rooms. If anyone dares to linger, kill them without mercy. After we leave, all the guests can go back to their rooms." The rider put on his helmet again, turned his horse around and galloped away. The little cripple's face was lifeless. The green-robed traveler squatted alone at the entrance of the inn. The lady faced the 2 groups of guests on the second floor and said apologetically, "Later on, all of you can stay in your rooms. Tonight's matter is our inn's fault. After this, we'll give each of you a jar of 5-years-old plum wine." The girl rose from the ground and returned to the second floor, slamming the door shut. Ma Ping and the other 2 resentfully returned to their rooms. Chen Pingan had Wei Xian and Zhu Lian sit in his room for a while. Pei Qian naturally didn't need to be mentioned. The lady had the little cripple go out, but had the scholar surnamed Zhong pick a room on the second floor so that he wouldn't be an eyesore. The green-robed traveler picked a room on the second floor and then leaned against the railing. The lady stretched out a finger and waved it at him. "Get in the room." The scholar said worriedly, "Junyang, you're so beautiful. Won't those soldiers be tempted by you? After drinking wine, it's easier for them to lose their minds after drinking." The lady smiled. "When the time comes, you'll be the hero who saves the beauty. If I'm blind, maybe I'll repay you with my body." He waved his hand. Taking advantage of others is not what a gentleman would do. "Junyang, don't worry. We scholars are all righteous and have a stomach full of wisdom. As long as I stand here, no matter how much wine they drink, they won't have any evil thoughts." Before the lady could say anything, the girl surnamed Yao in the distant room had already opened the door. She unsheathed her saber halfway, making a melodious sound. She sternly said to the scholar, "Pervert, shut up." It was obvious that the girl's saber was much more effective than the little cripple's fists and feet. The scholar immediately entered the room without saying a word. The more this was the case, the more disappointed the girl was with the lady downstairs. All year long she hung out with these men, drinking and laughing with them. What was the difference between her and those brothel girls? After entering the room, the girl leaned against the table and started sobbing. The lady stood behind the counter and sighed. She poured herself a bowl of plum wine. Blah. The lady looked up and saw the scholar jump down from the second floor and fall to the ground. After getting up, he walked to the counter and smiled. Junyong, just think of me as the bookkeeper. I'm worried if I'm too far away from you. The scholar smiled gently. The lady was stunned and replied, but you're so ugly. If you get too close, I'll feel disgusted. The scholar looked as if he was struck by lightning. He squatted on the ground and held his head. It turned out that the whisperings of those scholars and beauties novels were all lies. There was no need to care about them at all. The hunchbacked old man took the lead and walked into the inn. A group of people followed behind him. Probably because the other party was reasonable, they didn't chase away the guests on the second floor, nor did they rush into the 5 tables. The person in the lead was a middle-aged man wearing a red python robe. He had a pale face and no beard, and he had an imposing aura. There were 2 people behind the man in the python robe. One of them was wearing a silver armor with cloud patterns. When he walked, the armor clanked. The other person was 70 years old. He wore a brocade robe and a laurel on his head. He had the air of a transcendent being. The 7 or 8 people behind him should be his trusted retainers. The 3 of them sat at one table while the other retainers sat at 2 tables. Among the retainers, there was an inconspicuous young man with a jade pendant hanging on his waist. When he saw the lady, he smiled. Outside the inn, there was a total of 700 to 800 elite cavalrymen and a dozen carriages. In each carriage there was a prisoner and 2 people watching over them. Without exception, the people watching over them were all level 5 chi refinement warriors from the Great Quan dynasty. The hunchbacked old man frowned. The old man truly did not expect these people. This group of guests was not giving face to an old man like him, they were giving face to the Yao clan. As for the 80,000 Yao clan cavalry and the southern conquering general's face, they had only reduced the number of people from 5 tables to 3 tables. That was all. As for why the guests on the second floor were not chased away, it was because a young retainer casually mentioned that the more people there were, the livelier it would be to drink. After that, the insufferably arrogant eunuch in the python robe agreed with a smile. The general in the silver armor looked towards the lady and ordered, "Serve the green plum wine first. Hurry up and follow up with the food." The hunchbacked old man lifted the curtain and went to the kitchen to get busy. The little cripple began to serve the wine to the 3 tables. On the first floor of the inn, the atmosphere was heavy. There was almost only the sound of wine being poured. Suddenly, someone raised his hand and greeted the lady, smiling. "Lady boss, may I trouble you to pour a bowl of wine for our brothers personally? I heard that the green plum wine was passed down from your ancestors and was brewed by you personally. Of course you have to pour the wine personally." With the young man taking the lead, the retainers at the table instantly lost their scruples and burst into laughter. The lady picked up a jar of green plum wine and was about to pour it with a smile. However, for some reason the lady's body tensed up. After running the inn for so many years, she had seen all sorts of people in the pugilistic world. She had even seen many immortals and chi refinement warriors. However, when she met the eyes of the young retainer, she actually felt a little fearful. It was as though an ordinary person had encountered a ghost in the dark. A sense of helplessness arose from the depths of her heart. Suddenly, the green-robed guest grabbed the lady and laughed loudly. "Junyong is not feeling well today. As the accountant, can I pour the wine for our distinguished guests?" The young retainer seemed to have heard the funniest joke in the world as he looked around. "Brothers, what do you think?" Everyone said no. Only then did the young retainer look at the green-robed scholar. "No, what should we do? Or should we let the lady boss pour the wine herself? It's just pouring wine. We don't need your Junyong to accompany us to the Hang troops town, right?" The eunuch wearing the red python robe turned a deaf ear to him. On the other hand, the old immortal master wearing the laurel robe smiled slightly. The young lady Yao Lingji opened the door and said with an ashen face, "No." The young retainer stood up, appearing to be a crane in a flock of chickens. He raised his head and asked with a smile, "Why?" The young lady only had to look at this person to feel a little anxious. She subconsciously held onto the hilt of her saber and said without thinking, "This is the Yao family's territory." Yao Lingji did not know that the moment she held onto the hilt of her saber, all the retainers on the first floor had a murderous intent. The silver-armored general sitting beside the eunuch in the python robe and the laurel robe was even more murderous. The young retainer had been craning his neck to look at the second floor, but he seemed to have seen everything on the first floor. He stretched out his hand and pressed it down lightly, indicating for everyone not to act rashly. Then he smiled and said, "But the entire Great Quan dynasty is my family's territory. What should we do? Does your Yao family want to rebel?" The woman carried the wine jar and walked out of the counter. She first said to the young lady in a deep voice, "Lingji, return to your room." Then she bowed to the young retainer and said, "Junyang will pour the wine for the young master." The young retainer smirked and stared at the woman's face. He pointed at the young lady on the second floor and said, "How about you and your mother come together?" The woman's face turned pale. A door opened on the second floor and a young man in a white robe walked out. "I don't think so." The young retainer turned his head and looked at that person with a playful expression. "Oh, who do you think you are?" This time someone on the first floor helped Qin Pingan answer. "Who do you think you are?" It was that down-and-out scholar with the surname Zhong. The young retainer sighed. "All right, tonight there are so many people who want to make things difficult for me. The tavern owner who doesn't want to drive away the guests, the lady boss who doesn't want to pour wine, the young lady of the Yao family who speaks arrogantly, the foreigner who wears a white robe and thinks he's a sword immortal, the scholar who wears a green robe and thinks he's a Confucian sage." He suddenly looked at the woman and then at the young lady on the second floor. He smiled and said, "It doesn't matter. The two of you can try to save the Yao family tonight. If I'm in a good mood, I might be able to help pull the Yao family out of the fire pit." The woman took a deep breath and seemed to have made up her mind. She turned to the down-and-out scholar and said, "Zhong Kue, this matter has nothing to do with you. I know you have some skills so you can leave now. Don't worry about us." Then she looked up at Qin Pingan and was about to speak. Qin Pingan smiled and asked, "Lady boss, what was the saying earlier?" The woman was somewhat puzzled and fell silent for a moment. Qin Pingan muttered to himself, "The road of the human world is narrow, and the wine cup is wide." The road was narrow, so they would meet the Yao family who had something to do with the locust tree leaf. The road was narrow, so they would also meet these fellows who couldn't wait for others to die. But it didn't matter. The plum wine here was delicious. Qin Pingan said softly, "Today I'll have to trouble the four of you." Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, four people walked out from the room behind the white-clothed young man on the second floor. The founding emperor of the Nanyuan kingdom was the first to walk out. He said with a straight face, "No need to be so polite." The martial madman Zhu Lian then walked out with a bow and stood on the other side of Qin Pingan. He put his hands behind his back and said with a smile, "Young master, your words are unnecessary." A beautiful woman carrying the sword, Infatuation, on her back stood beside Wei Xian. She was the woman from the lotus flower-blessed land, sword immortal Suiyu. She said with a cold expression, "Thank you for lending me the sword." Finally, the burly founder of the demon sect, Lu Baixiang, stood beside Zhu Lian with a saber in his hands. He smiled and said, "My lord, this saber is not bad. Stopping snow, the name is also good." Finally, a soft and weak voice sounded, "Father, what about me?" Qin Pingan was somewhat helpless and said, "Go back to your room and read." The skinny little girl made an "oh" sound. After gently closing the door, she loudly read the teachings of the sages in the book to her. The scholar on the first floor listened to the sound of reading on the second floor. Other than the sound of reading, there were also Qin Pingan, Wei Xian, Zhu Lian, Suiyu and Lu Baixiang on the second floor. "336. The small inns at the border were filled with all sorts of people tonight. After the 5 people walked out of the house, Yao Lingji's breathing became heavy. This made her feel incredulous. Her fear of the young retainer was more of an intuition that was mixed with many complicated emotions. When a weak woman faced a man with evil intentions, the inferior woman would revere the invisible power. There were also those who were kind by nature who would instinctively avoid evil people. However, when Yao Lingji looked at the 5 people on the same floor, her suffocation was very direct. In the same forest, the rabbit and deer would flee when they saw the tiger. In the same river, the fish and shrimps would meet the dragon. Yao Lingji had been a scout for the border army for 3 years and had been in 2 life-and-death battles. Yao Lingji had never thought of backing down. Logically speaking, she should not feel this way. She was the most outstanding martial arts genius in this generation of the Yao family. She was only 14 years old but had already reached Realm 4 and had the potential to break through the bottleneck. Regardless of whether it was a 15-year-old Realm 5 martial artist or a 17-year-old Realm 5 martial artist, they were all worthy of the word genius. In the Great Quan dynasty, regardless of whether it was the army or the pugilistic world, Yao Lingji was a top-notch unpolished jade. With a little polishing she could shine brightly. No one doubted that she could successfully reach the wind-controlling realm in the future and become a powerful martial arts master. Especially experts who were born in the army, their killing power was especially great. This was undeniable. In the pugilistic world, grandmasters often fought in pairs. Most of them were evenly matched. On the battlefield, the pursuit was to fight against 100 or 1,000 people. Yao Lingji clenched an item that looked like a silver ingot in her hand. It was the invaluable armor of the military school. Furthermore, it was the dew armor that was ridiculed by the Qi refinement warriors in the mountains as the pond armor. It was the pond armor golden crow warp and weft armor that was a grade higher in quality. It was a true immortal treasure. From this, it could be seen that the Yao family of the border army had high expectations of Yao Lingji. The young retainer looked at the 5 people on the second floor. He slammed the table and pretended to be angry. "Are you trying to scare me because you have more people?" When the young man said this, there was a smile on his face. There were 3 tables of people in the inn and hundreds of elite cavalry outside. Probably because he felt that he was a little shameless, he could not help but laugh out loud. The 2 tables of elite retainers who looked like retainers also laughed along. They did not take the commotion on the second floor seriously. Although the people on the second floor had a strong aura and were even a little intimidating, so what? He was just a boorish man. The Jianghu people of the Great Spring Dynasty had long lost their backbone. They were just a bunch of lackeys lying in front of the temple, wagging their tails and begging for mercy. And the person who had personally broken the backbone of the entire Jianghu happened to be sitting at a table in the inn today. Those who came did not come with good intentions. The innkeeper, nicknamed Jianyang, didn't let out a sigh of relief because of Qin Pingan's appearance. Instead, her mood became even heavier. Third Master had already announced his name, yet the other party was still so overbearing. It was obvious that they were here for the Yao character. Once there was a dispute, he was afraid that the other party would take action. At that time, the Yao family would be in a difficult position. The old hunchback nodded to the woman behind the curtain. The woman smiled bitterly. The other party clearly had ulterior motives. Perhaps he wanted to stir up trouble and wanted to drag the entire Yao family down with him. She clearly knew that the Yao family was currently in a state of turmoil, and that it was better to be quiet than to move. As for her and the inn, they could only endure as much as they could. However, she couldn't persuade the people on the second floor to retreat. The other party was kind enough to stand up for you, but you wanted him to be a coward instead. This woman really couldn't do such a thing. The green-robed scholar was puzzled. "These people are?" The woman smiled bitterly. "They are nobles from the capital. We can't afford to offend them." The scholar hesitated for a long time and was about to speak. The woman said helplessly, "Zhong Kue, I beg you. Don't make trouble. Things are very troublesome now. I'm not in the mood to deal with you." The scholar sighed and shut his mouth. Qin Pingan looked down at the lobby on the first floor and asked, "Bullying a woman like the innkeeper, isn't that not very kind?" The young retainer smiled and said, "We're here to do business and pour a few cups of wine for our customers. How is that bullying?" Qin Pingan pointed at the young man's heart. "Ask yourself." The young man was stunned at first. Then he picked up the wine bowl and drank a big mouthful. He wiped his mouth and smiled. "If Master Chu of the academy said this, I would definitely think twice. As for you, are you worthy?" Qin Pingan said with a smile, "Logic is logic. Is there a need to talk about who says it? Aren't you bullying the weak and fearing the strong? I believe that as long as your fist is hard, you'll listen to reason no matter what, right?" The young man nodded. "I've heard these words. They do make sense." Then he threw the wine bowl and raised his arm high. He opened his fingers and gently clenched his fist. "Then whose fist is harder? I'd like to see how many people in the Great Spring region dare to arm wrestle with me." The woman was worried that Qin Pingan was young and impetuous. He would be in the wrong if he made the first move. She quickly reminded him, "Young master, don't be impulsive. These people were ordered to leave the capital. They have an imperial edict. If you make the first move, you won't be able to explain yourself." The young retainer's eyes were gloomy. He turned to the woman. "Shut up. What right does a broken widow have to interrupt? Do you know who I am?" The woman's face was pale. The young retainer pointed at Jianyang and then at Qin Pingan and the others on the second floor. He sneered. Jianyang of the Yao family secretly colluded with the Jianghu people of other countries and tried to steal the prisoner carriage. She is guilty of the most heinous crime. The woman was inconsolable. Finally she cursed, "Who are you, you little bastard?" The young man pointed at himself and said innocently, "Me? Little bastard?" He coughed and straightened his clothes. He smiled and said, "According to what Madame Yao said, Gao Shizhen is really an old bastard. Haha, don't you think it's funny? When I get home I'll tell this joke to Gao Shizhen." Madame Jianyang and the hunchbacked third master looked at each other. They were both shocked. Duke Xin Gao Shizhen. He was the only remaining duke of the Great Quan dynasty and was highly relied on by the current emperor. The Great Quan dynasty had been peaceful for a long time. The Liu family had ruled for 200 years. At the beginning of the dynasty, they were bestowed with nobility from outside the family. In total, they were bestowed with the titles of 3 princes and 7 dukes. However, only the line of Duke Xin remained hereditary. The others had already lost the rice bowls that their ancestors had fought for with their lives. Duke Xin only had one son, an old one. It was the junior duke, Gao Shuyi. This guy was famous in the capital for being a domineering prince. He enjoyed a good reputation in the court. Time and time again he relied on the shadow of his ancestors to get into big trouble. However, every time he came out unscathed. The emperor treated Gao Shuyi with tolerance that none of the other princes and princesses could compare. Therefore there was a saying in the capital's officialdom: when the junior duke left the manor, the earth would shake and the mountains would shake. How could such a notorious disciple participate in this trip to the south? Although the emperor favored the line of Duke Xin with the emperor's wisdom, he would never treat it so lightly. In the Great Quan dynasty, the person who was least afraid of getting into trouble was probably this lawless Gao Shuyi. After Gao Shuyi bullied his eldest grandson, the general Song Shao, who was also the minister of war, could only curse Gao Shuyi as a shit-stirrer. On the second floor, Wei Xian softly explained the background of Duke Xin to Qin Pingan. Qin Pingan nodded. When everyone thought that he would retreat in the face of difficulties, in the blink of an eye, he shrank from the second floor and arrived in front of the junior duke. On the road outside the inn, a horseman who sat behind a coachman was chewing dry food that was hard to swallow. Occasionally he picked up the water bottle and drank a few mouthfuls. He raised his head and saw a carrier pigeon fly up from behind the inn. Immediately, someone rushed over and waited for the horseman's order. A handsome, snow-white falcon perched on the man's shoulder. The horseman waved his hand. "Don't bother." The man silently retreated. The horseman was the one who first came to the inn to deliver the message. The coachman beside him straightened his back and did not dare to move. An old man lifted the curtain and asked with a smile, "Your Highness, why don't you follow us into the inn?" The man smiled and shook his head. Self-discipline was a great skill. For people who were born in the royal family, it was not difficult to control people. They had been influenced since childhood and could learn from history. 2 qi cultivators, one old and one young, were sitting cross-legged in the carriage. They were responsible for escorting the most important prisoner to the Mirage City in the capital of the Great Quan dynasty. The person who spoke to the horseman was an old man wearing a purple Taoist robe and a fishtail crown. He held the end of a rope in one hand and a horsetail whisk in the other. The prisoner's hair was disheveled and his body was covered in blood. He lowered his head and did not speak. His face could not be seen clearly. His golden robe was tattered. His wrists and ankles were nailed with a vajra pestle. In addition, his neck was tied with a black rope. One end of the rope was held in the old cultivator's hand. The most miserable part of the prisoner was between his eyebrows. A flying sword pierced through his head. The tip of the sword came out from the back of his head and stabbed into his head. This prisoner was an orthodox god of mountains and rivers. He was once a qi cultivator at the peak of the 7th realm. In his territory, his cultivation was at least at the 8th realm. He was the king of mountains and rivers and had the power to fight against the 9th realm golden core. However, he did not know why he was reduced to such a state. In addition to the old man from the Taoist sect, there was also a young woman in the carriage. She looked at the horseman with eyes full of love. Although she did not speak, her meaning was obvious. The woman's appearance could only be considered delicate. However, her temperament was outstanding and her skin was whiter than snow. She was a beauty in the eyes of ordinary people. After all, in the eyes of mountain cultivators, beauty in the mortal world was ultimately a stinky skin bag. Her skin was rough and there were all kinds of strange smells. If one looked carefully, they were all flaws. The horseman suddenly turned his head and looked in the direction of the inn. He seemed to be a little surprised. The old man revealed a hint of surprise. What a shocking martial aura. And there are so many of them. A small inn at the border has so many hidden talents? Could it be that the young High Duke has hit the jackpot? Are the masters of the North Jin Kingdom going all out to kidnap the prisoner? The woman asked tentatively, "Do you want me to remind the High Duke?" The horseman shook his head and smiled. "We are already in the territory of the Daquan Kingdom. Unless the Yao family is rebelling, there is no danger." The old man in the Taoist robe's eyes flashed, but he did not say anything. After a while, just as the old immortal master was about to speak, the horseman had already jumped off the carriage and went straight to the inn. After the horseman left, the young woman from the mountain deity family asked softly, "Master, the young High Duke is forcing the Yao family. His Highness did not restrain them. Is it really okay?" The old man waved his hand and said, "Everyone in the world can rebel but not the Yao family. They have been loyal to the country for a long time," the old man sneered, "but it will be addictive." The prisoner still had his head down and laughed happily. "When it comes to loyal officials and the cornerstone of the border, you actually treat them as a joke. Even if the Daquan Kingdom is temporarily in power, what can you do? How dare you still be so stubborn?" The old immortal master shook his wrist and the rope instantly tightened around the prisoner's neck. The prisoner trembled all over and clenched his teeth, refusing to make any sound. In the inn, a strange phenomenon suddenly occurred. A man in a white robe appeared in the hall without warning. The young High Duke, Gao Shuyi, sensed that something was wrong and was about to retreat in fear. But in a flash, his shoulder was already grabbed by the man. The three people at the other table, except for the eunuch who was still drinking, turned a blind eye to this. Immortal Master Laurel and the silver-armored general had already stood up abruptly. They wanted to save Gao Shuyi, but they both stopped. This was because there was a scarlet long sword from the second floor that was suspended between the two tables. The tip of the sword was pointed directly at Immortal Master Laurel. The silver-armored general stopped and turned his head to look. Someone on the second floor had moved a few steps to the side with a smile on his face. The narrow blade in his hand stopped in the snow and was about to be unsheathed. The short man jumped over the railing and landed on the threshold of the inn on the first floor. It seemed that he was going to stop the hundreds of riders outside by himself. The stooped old man squatted on the railing and lowered his head with a smile, staring at the eunuch who was the calmest. The middle-aged eunuch in the red robe looked like he was in his 30s, but in fact he was already 80 years old. He was one of the martial arts grandmasters of the Great Spring Dynasty and was known as the Pagoda Scholar of the Great Spring Imperial City. After he became famous, there were no longer any strange rumors in the Great Spring Imperial City, which had always been haunted by ghosts. However, the real power of this senior eunuch was that he had recruited a large number of Jianghu henchmen and wiped out more than a dozen top martial arts sects in the Great Spring Dynasty one by one. In 3 years the whole Jianghu was set off a bloody storm. Both the good and the evil had tried to assassinate this old eunuch many times, but without exception, none of them returned. There were 2 people at the same table with the eunuch. Immortal Master Laurel was called Su Tong. He was the current master of the Tsaomu Nunnery, the first immortal sect in the Great Spring Dynasty. He was good at thunder magic and could order ghosts and gods for his own use. He was also a medical expert and proficient in refining elixirs. The elixirs he refined were crazily sought by the rich and powerful officials of the Great Spring Dynasty. The silver-armored general, Su Qingzhou, was one of the few top masters in the Great Spring Army. He was less than 40 years old, but his Henkung Fu had reached the peak. The saber Da Qiao on his waist was also a military treasure. Could be said that it was good at both offense and defense. Every time he broke through the enemy lines on the battlefield, he would take the lead and be invincible. Gao Shuyi ran his qi and struggled for a while, but it was useless. Instead of being afraid, he smiled even more. "Is your Yao family really going to rebel?" The man slightly increased his strength. Gao Shuyi felt a burst of pain, but he still tried to maintain his smile. The man said to him, "I'm just a passerby. Since you like to provoke me so much, then after I kill you I'll just escape to the northern Jin Kingdom. As for whether the Yao family belongs to the Yao family or not, you can slander me however you like. I don't care." Who would believe such a nonsense? Gao Shuyi grimaced, sweat oozing from his forehead. "Kill me if you can." Qin Pingan stared at him. Gao Shuyi whispered to Qin Pingan in an extremely soft voice, "Do you know that the mother and daughter are lucky? Otherwise, after the Yao family's property was confiscated, they would be sent to the musical house soon and become promiscuous official prostitutes. At that time you can also have a taste of it." As soon as the young duke finished speaking, Qin Pingan's fist arrived. It directly hit Gao Shuyi's forehead. It was so powerful that it was like a boulder attacking a city. Gao Shui's head swung back. Although the jade pendant on his waist lit up with a burst of colorful brilliance and instantly gathered on his forehead, he was still hit by this punch and fainted on the spot, foaming at the mouth. After the punch, cracks appeared on the amulet jade pendant. Because his shoulder was always held by Qin Pingan, Gao Shui's head swung back and forth like a swing. Qin Pingan's second punch hit the man. Pull one hair and the whole body will be affected. There was a bang. The young eunuch put down his chopsticks heavily and said in a soft voice, "Young man, it's about time." Although he didn't have a good impression of Gao Shui, he couldn't let Gao Shui beat him to death right under his nose. After the eunuch spoke, the immortal master Su Tong and the military general Su Qingzhou were relieved. But the man still didn't stop his punch. Gao Shui's ancestral jade pendant shattered with a bang. As the jade pendant shattered, Gao Shui woke up. His face was flushed and his eyes were bloodshot. He said with a ferocious expression, "Son of a bitch, I will definitely make you and the Yao family die without a burial ground." The eunuch in a bright red robe suddenly stood up, furious. How many years had it been since someone dared to be so presumptuous in front of him? The lady boss screamed, "Stop!" Qin Pingan turned his head to look. The woman shook her head lightly. Her eyes were full of anxiety. She wanted to say something but didn't dare to. She could only mutter, "Young master, if you have something to say, let's sit down and talk. I believe that the young duke was just joking with us." The young eunuch, who was angry out of humiliation, concluded, "There's no need to talk. Your Yao family collaborated with the Northern Jin dynasty to rebel. Death is not enough." As he spoke, the eunuch put two fingers together and wiped the table. Qin Pingan's blade-strengthening gourd flew out of his waist and smashed the pair of chopsticks that were as fast as lightning. The third punch sent Gao Shui flying. Wei Xian, who was at the door, moved aside, allowing the young duke's corpse to fall outside the inn. The horseman happened to be not far from the door. Looking at the corpse on the ground, he was still in a daze. Obviously, he didn't dare to believe that this was real. Qin Pingan turned to the woman and said, "Do you know why old General Yao almost died in an assassination attempt? It's because you guys are too easy to talk to. It's obvious that someone thought that the old general was dead, so none of the Yao family dared to be angry or say anything." The woman didn't seem to hear Qin Pingan's words. Her expression was blank as she muttered, "Dead. If he was killed by you like this, Duke Shen will definitely go crazy. His Majesty the Emperor will also be furious. The Yao family is finished." The hunchbacked old man who worked as a cook in the inn was also at a loss. The young girl Yao Lingji was even more shocked. In the inn, there was only the sound of the little girl reading weakly on the second floor. At this moment, the down-and-out scholar patted the woman's shoulder. His back was clearly facing Qin Pingan, but his voice clearly sounded in Qin Pingan's heart, "You only need to kill, I'll take care of burying." (337) Qin Pingan was skeptical about the scholar's words. The old Taoist had once brought him to the Lotus Blossom Blessed Land to see all kinds of people. Qin Pingan was more or less familiar with the structure of the officialdom. With such a mess, Qin Pingan had already planned to flee to the south. He might even be chased by the Qi cultivators of the Great Spring Empire. Even if the abject scholar was from one of the four major sects in the Tongya continent, such as the Tongya sect, the Yugui sect, the Fuyao sect and the Taiping sect, it would still be difficult for him to deal with the current situation. As for whether the scholar was from a certain Confucian academy, Qin Pingan was inclined to think otherwise. Because in his impression, the sages of the academy were not willing to and could not casually interfere with the family affairs of the secular dynasties unless it involved the orthodoxy of the country. Regardless, Qin Pingan still appreciated the scholar's good intentions. However, Qin Pingan did not recklessly look at the scholar in order to avoid revealing any clues. Because the person that Qin Pingan was most wary of was the palace eunuch wearing a red python robe. His aura was so condensed that it was said that not even a drop of water could leak out. Only his dantian was like a lantern hanging in the residence of Qi. With each long breath, it would brighten and darken. The light lasted for a long time and the darken was short-lived. It was not able to stay bright for a long time. Even if he was not a real Jindan Earth immortal, he was probably only a step away from it. Although the difference of one step was like the difference between heaven and earth. Only those who had reached the Jindan realm were of my generation. However, only the mountain immortals who had reached the earth immortal realm were qualified to say such words. For all the chi cultivators of the 5 states and pure martial artists below the wind-controlling realm, this kind of half-formed Jindan realm was still high and mighty. Outside the inn, or rather the entrance, Wei Xian's vision. One by one, the chi cultivators flew over and landed beside the young rider. The old immortal master in the carriage held a horsetail whisk and the young female cultivator. Behind the dozens of chi refinement warriors, hundreds of elite cavalry quickly spread out in formation, surrounding the inn so tightly that not even a drop of water could trickle through. Every time the bows and crossbows specially made by the imperial court left the armory, they had to be reported to the Ministry of War. Regardless of whether they were damaged or lost, they had to be checked and inspected carefully. The young rider squatted down. His friend of many years died with his eyes wide open, full of shock and confusion. The young man gently touched the face of the young duke and asked him to close his eyes. Obviously he was the master. The corpse on the ground, Gao Shui, who had drowned in the Jianghu, was actually this person's study partner. In fact, other than Gao Shui, there were 2 other young men in the inn. They were the study partners of the princes who had no official position and no salary when they were young. They were the descendants of noble families so that one day they could change the title of prince to crown prince. It would be better if they could change the title of prince directly from prince to emperor. The young rider was the 3rd prince of the great Quan dynasty, Lu Mao. Although the elder brothers of the 1st and 2nd prince had high prestige in the officials and generals, Lu Mao was the most favored prince of the current emperor. Moreover, it was rumored that this prince liked to sneak out of the palace to travel when he was young. Every time he returned to the palace, he would bring back a basket of stories of the Jianghu and interesting stories of the countryside, which always made the emperor laugh. Moreover, Lu Mao's birth mother was the emperor's most beloved concubine. She died early, so the emperor Lu Zhen cared for Lu Mao very much. Probably because he loved the house, he also treated the study partners of Gao Shui and the other old officials who were sent to the 3rd prince's residence very well. Lu Mao stood up and ordered people to carry away Gao Shui's corpse. He said to the inn, "I'm very curious. Since you want to save the Yao family, why did you insist on killing the son of Duke Shen? Why didn't you wait until the inn's messenger pigeon sent the news to the Yao family and let old General Yao come out to solve this matter? Is there any room for discussion after killing Gao Shui?" Wei Xian leaned against the door, feeling that this was a bit interesting. The great general of the southern expedition, Yao Zhen, had just been ambushed and suffered heavy injuries. Even if he received the news from the inn, he might not be able to come in person. Most likely he would send a direct descendant of the Yao family or a trusted aide to mediate with Gao Shui, who was biting like a mad dog. The reason why this hidden descendant of the Great Spring imperial family purposely stopped at the inn and drank the plum wine was obviously a scheme to take advantage of the situation. The sheep he wanted to take advantage of was naturally the leader of the Yao family's iron cavalry, Yao Zhen, who was far away at the border and controlled the army. Gao Shui's arrogance and domineering attitude was not completely faked. He jumped out and made enemies with all of the Yao family's descendants except for Yao Zhen. If Yao Zhen came in person, Gao Shui would not be suitable. After all, he was not Duke Shen Gao Shui, and there was a difference in seniority between him and Yao Zhen. However, other than Yao Zhen, everyone else was a soft persimmon that Gao Shui could easily bully. Therefore, no matter how many people came from the Yao family, they would only add fuel to the fire and exhaust their own vitality. The situation would only worsen. Wei Xian dared to say that Emperor Lu Zhen, who had already missed several ceremonies this year, such as the Zhuangyuan banquet and the spring and autumn sacrificial ceremonies, had not made an appearance. This meant that Lu Zhen was either critically ill or very likely to have encountered some unforeseen event. He had completely lost control of the imperial court. Originally, the competition for the position of crown prince required the various princes to spread their feathers like peacocks. Now it had become a competition for the dragon throne. Naturally, it would become cruel and bloody. If Lady Yao had not married her daughter into one of the major clans in the capital and had not tried to establish a relationship with the Minister of Appointments because of her son-in-law, Li Shiling, she would have followed the teachings of her ancestors. She would have had a chance to continue to sit on the border and wait for the battle to come to light in the treacherous capital. When the time came, Yao Zhen would either have sent his legitimate son to the capital to meet the new emperor to express his loyalty, or the new emperor would have directly patrolled the border to the south to buy Lady Yao's support. Outside the inn, the 3rd Prince Lu Mao's words were not for Qin Pingan to hear, but for Jionyang and the old hunchback who were inside the inn. Once they heard it, the situation at the inn became even more interesting. "You Qin Pingan risked your life to protect the Yao family. If Lady Yao did not understand the situation and turned around to complain that your actions were unnecessary, framing Lady Yao as disloyal, would Qin Pingan, who acted in a righteous manner, still be hot-blooded? A chivalrous heart had always been able to withstand the ravages of mountains of swords and seas of fire. Jianghu affinity, a promise of 1,000 pieces of gold could be exchanged for life and death, but it could not withstand a cup of ungrateful wine. Lu Mao laughed coldly and said, "Are you trying to force Lady Yao to rebel? You only know how to take revenge for a moment. Are you really a hero of Jianghu?" Just as expected. The human heart could not withstand scrutiny and probing. Furthermore, people were often like this. Before things were completely rotten, even if they were in a hopeless situation, they would still hold on to a sliver of hope. Although the head of the family, Yao Zhen, had encountered a treacherous assassination attempt, he had only been injured in the end. As for the Yao family's in-law, old Minister Li of the Ministry of Appointments, when he had submitted a letter to resign, the emperor had replied with a rather humorous reply in his memorial, "You're only halfway there, it's too early to resign." Then the emperor had ordered people to send a few tributes to the Li manor. The combat strength of the Yao Iron Cavalry was still one of the best in the south, and no one dared to underestimate them. The Yao cultivators that had secretly infiltrated North Jin with the imperial court had probably returned to Yao Zhen's side. The son-in-law of the Yao family, Li Shiling, was said to have a chance to enter the Confucian Academy in Tongye continent. The Yao family and the Li family were the pillars of the country in the Great Spring Dynasty. They were noble families. Even if the two families were to be connected by marriage, the people would not think that it was ambitious. Instead, it was a match made in heaven. It was the icing on the cake of the Great Spring Dynasty's prosperity. It was a well-deserved story. Since that was the case, how could Lady Yao have died? Jionyang's expression changed slightly. Old Hunchback's expression was uncertain. The girl on the second floor, Yao Lingji, looked at the white robe. Her beautiful face could not help but reveal a bitter expression. There was gratitude from the bottom of her heart, but there was also uncontrollable resentment. It was not that she was like this because she was afraid of death. Instead, it was because ever since the Lu family of Daquan had established the country in the Yao family's border army, within the Yao family's ancestral hall, there were layers upon layers of memorial tablets and memorial archways. Each and every one of them had the surname Yao. These ancestors who had died on the battlefield, other than giving their descendants the courage to face death, also gave their descendants a formless pressure. The purity of the Yao family could not be allowed to be tarnished in the slightest by their descendants. This was human nature. The descendants of the Yao family could die, but the reputation of the Yao family could not be tarnished. Otherwise, how could they face their ancestors? It was tragic and respectable. Qin Pingan did not respond to the third Prince Lu Mao's two questions. Lu Mao spoke for the third time, "Since it seems like you will not change your mind, then how about we ask the unrelated people in the inn to leave? These young people are the descendants of the nobles of the Great Spring Lu family. They did not lie in the shadows of their ancestors and enjoy the benefits. Instead, they personally went into the enemy's territory to kill the enemy. They should not die here." Reason, emotion, and Jianghu ethics. The young retainers at the two tables in the inn were all filled with righteous indignation. They glared at Qin Pingan. Especially the three people sitting at the same table with Gao Shui. Their eyes were burning with anger. They could not wait to chop off Qin Pingan's head and bring it to Gao Shui's grave as an apology. Wei Xian turned to look at Qin Pingan, waiting for his answer. Should he let them go or kill them? Qin Pingan ordered Wei Xian, "Don't let anyone go. As long as they don't go near the gate, don't bother." Wei Xian smiled and nodded. The eunuch was the only one who could act on his own in front of the third prince, Lu Mao. He said coldly with a feminine voice unique to eunuchs, "Your Highness, this is a group of ungrateful people. I beg you to allow me, General Su, and Mr. Su to take down this group of North Jin Kingdom thieves. So what if they are swordsmen? They are just trash with one or two more flying swords." The woman was about to speak when the scholar comforted her. "Junyang, things have already come to this. Anyway, it can't get worse. Why don't we wait and see? No matter what you say now, it's meaningless." The little cripple, who was hiding behind the curtain of the kitchen, nodded vigorously. This Zhong guy's words make sense in this lifetime. The old hunchback turned and said angrily, "You are already a cripple. Do you still want to be a mute?" The crippled teenager kept quiet out of fear and immediately shut up. In the inn, the 5 people, including Qin Pingan, were all pure martial artists who were good at close combat. On the other hand, other than the General Su Qingzhou, the eunuch and Su Tong were Qi refinement warriors. There were also 2 tables of young retainers who belonged to them. They would only be restrained. On the second floor, Yao Lingji suddenly shouted at Qin Pingan, "Stop killing people. Otherwise, our Yao family will be destroyed by you." The door on the second floor opened. Pei Qian stared at the young girl and said angrily, "Stupid girl, shut your stinky mouth. If you dare to order my father around again, I will stab you to death with the supreme swordsmanship that my father taught me." Then the little girl asked the first floor, "Father, I have finished reading the book once. What should I do?" Qin Pingan's back was facing the second floor. "Read it again." Then Qin Pingan added, "If you dare to shout again, I will make you eat books instead of reading." Pei Qian nodded vigorously. "Okay, father. I will listen to you." The moment Pei Qian closed the door, everyone from both sides attacked almost at the same time. On the second floor, Sui Yuyu controlled the long sword Infatuation, which looked like a magic weapon, and used the crescent moon style to slash the neck of the immortal master Su Tong. Su Tong used the Dipper Steps, which was dazzling. Not only did he dodge Infatuation time and time again, but he also made a gesture with his 2 fingers. His sleeves were filled with spiritual aura, and on his robe, a scene of 5-colored cloud seal appeared. At the same time, several black-armored generals appeared around him. They had armor but no body, but they were very agile. Although Infatuation could easily pierce through those armors, it did not seem to damage the combat power of these talisman soldiers at all. Once, the long sword pierced through the face of an armored soldier. It actually raised its arms and clenched the blade tightly with its 10 fingers. Sizzling sounds were heard and a large number of sparks splashed out. Su Qingzhou, who was protected by the military school's armor pill, and Liu Baixiang, who was holding a narrow saber, stepped forward at the same time. Their sabers collided and a silver thread seemed to flow out from the tip of their sabers. In an instant, the 2 of them swapped positions after striking each other with their sabers. Outside the inn, 7 or 8 immortal spiritual weapons in the hands of Qi cultivators were smashing toward Wei Xian, who was blocking the door. It was especially bright in the night. Wei Xian suddenly grasped the armor pill of the deity and infused it with his spiritual aura. In an instant he was covered in armor, which was exactly the same as Su Qingzhou, the general of Dequan. His fists were like dragons and as fast as thunder. His body was condensed like a waterfall, and with the protection of a low-grade dew armor, Wei Xian did not directly hit the weapons of the immortal masters. Instead he just deflected them. Between the 2 sides, the fireflies that were drawn by the magic weapons slanted in front of Wei Xian, making clanging sounds. In the blink of an eye, Wei Xian was wrapped in the light. However, the more he fought, the braver he became and his momentum soared. In the inn, the woman of Lotus Blossom Blessed Land was on the right side of Sword Fairy Sui. She looked indifferent. She put 2 fingers together in front of her chest and controlled the infatuation to attack Su Tong. Her other hand was as white as mutton fat. She gently twisted her wrist. Half of the chopsticks on the first floor turned into flying swords, as if they had received a military order. They flew past the soldiers and assassinated Su Tong. The remaining half flew to the second floor and hovered around her to deal with the unpredictable thunder art under Su Tong's palms. Every time they collided, a chopstick would turn into powder. Martial madman Zhu Lian squatted quietly on the railing, not saying a word. In his eyes, there were only Qin Pingan and the eunuch in the official's robe. These 2 people who could really decide the outcome had a tacit understanding. They went all out when they attacked. Using the mind talisman, Qin Pingan's first punch was the deity drum-beating style. The guardian of the Great Quan dynasty, Huai Guang, used his Yin spirit and Yang spirit at the same time. The 2 Dharma forms were illusory, but they had the majesty of a deity. Not only was Qin Pingan's punch blocked, but the eunuch's Yin spirit also reached into his chest. Fortunately, he was wearing a golden robe. Although there was a heart-wrenching pain in his chest, Qin Pingan was still as immovable as a mountain. He stomped his foot. He stomped on the ground. His soul separated and 3 Qin Pingan appeared. The other 2 once again used the deity's drum-beating style. After the first punch there were countless punches. .338. When they arrived at the door of the room on the second floor, Pei Qian had already run past Qin Pingan and opened the door first. Qin Pingan strode in. Pei Qian hesitated whether to follow him in. Qin Pingan turned his head and ordered, "Go to the inn and ask for 3 more rooms. Let Junyang put the money on the bill first. At the same time, tell Wei Xian that I will be in seclusion for a few days." During this time I won't see anyone. The 5 of you better not stray too far from the inn." Pei Qian looked at Qin Pingan and asked, "Are you okay?" Qin Pingan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Did he look like he was okay? He casually said, "I won't die." Pei Qian carefully closed the door and said, "Call me if you need anything. I'm right next door." Qin Pingan nodded. The 2 flying swords, number 1 and number 15, hovered in the room. Qin Pingan first took out a stack of dust-cleansing talismans and pasted them all over the room. Then he took out 2 porcelain bottles. The quality of the materials was worlds apart. One was a red porcelain bottle given by Lu Tai. It could grow bones. Qin Pingan had personally experienced the miraculous effects of this bottle of elixir in the forest outside the Flying Eagle Fortress. The other bottle was a secret elixir unique to the Yang family pharmacy. It could stop the pain no matter how great it was. Qin Pingan didn't have the chance to use it during his 2 travels and encountered so many monsters and demons. He didn't expect that he would take it out in a small border town. Qin Pingan took off the severely damaged robe on his body. It involved a lot of his flesh and bones. Qin Pingan was in so much pain that he broke out in cold sweat. He sat at the table and reached out his trembling hand to open the plain white porcelain bottle of the Yang family pharmacy. He poured out a pitch-black elixir and forced it into his mouth. He even took off the wine gourd and drank a mouthful of green plum wine. Then he began to apply the thick ointment in the red porcelain bottle. His hands, arms and shoulders were another round of torture. The strength of the eunuch in the python robe was beyond Qin Pingan's expectation. In order to deal with this crisis, Qin Pingan had been cautious enough. In addition to the martial madman Zhu Lian, he also invited the other 2 people in the picture scroll, Sui Yuyu and Lu Baixiang. However, he did not expect Li Li, the palace guard of the Great Spring Dynasty, to be so unreasonable. Apart from the realm of Qi cultivator, his body was actually comparable to a pure martial artist of the 6th realm. Previously, Qin Pingan only had 3 pieces of grain rain money left. Following the thoughts of the old Taoist and the Taoist child carrying the golden blade strengthening gourd, Qin Pingan took a small gamble. He threw 1 piece of grain rain money to the picture scroll on the right of Sui Yuyu, which was the least likely to be touched. As expected, with just 1 piece of grain rain money, the female sword fairy of the lotus flower blessed land slowly walked out of the picture scroll and came to this world. Obviously, the Taoist child had predicted that Qin Pingan would be the last to invite the right of Sui Yuyu. If it were not for the little figure of Lotus Lake's guidance, according to Qin Pingan's order of choice, he would invite the martial madman Zhu Lian who lost to Ding Ying first, followed by the founding emperor Wei Xian, the devil cult's Lu Baixiang and the right of Sui Yuyu. Then Zhu Lian, who cost a total of 15 pieces of grain rain money, was a great show of strength. Perhaps Qin Pingan would really put the other 3 picture scrolls on the shelf. Qin Pingan sat at the table and closed his eyes. His hands hung naturally, but he visualized himself sitting in the posture of a sword furnace. His breathing gradually calmed down, like an old monk in meditation or a Taoist in forgetfulness. At noon 2 days later, Qin Pingan changed into a clean set of clothes and finally walked out of the door. He stood by the railing and found that the lobby on the first floor was a little strange. The strange thing was that the inn was too peaceful. The old hunchback sat on the bench on the other side of the curtain and puffed out smoke. The little cripple was wiping the tables and stools. The landlady was taking care of a table of guests who were drinking heartily. The down-and-out scholar in green sat by the door with a sad look in his eyes. If Qin Pingan had not sensed the 4 long and subtle breaths of Zhu Lian in the rooms on both sides, he would have mistakenly thought that nothing had happened and that he had not met the son of Duke Xin or the eunuch dressed in a python robe. Qin Pingan only felt that it was a lifetime ago. In this battle of life and death, Qin Pingan's gains were even smaller than his battle with Ding Ying, but he was more emotional. It probably had something to do with his state of mind and winning or losing. The first person to walk out of the room was the old man Zhu Lian. His body was still stooped, but he showed a smiling face. He saluted Qin Pingan with his fists clasped and shook them twice. He said, "Young master, it is a blessing in disguise. Congratulations." Qin Pingan nodded and asked, "At that time, what about the cavalry and the Yao family outside the room?" Zhu Lian moved closer to Qin Pingan's side and laughed softly. That gentleman from the Defu Academy managed to subdue the 3 parties as soon as he made his move. The prince outside the door immediately left with his men. He only took the body of the junior duke, Gao Shui. As for the Imperial Horse Directorate head eunuch's body, he didn't even dare to mention it. As for the older prince, he and the border troops of the Yao family who rushed to the inn did not even dare to come. They turned around and left. When the lady boss of the inn and the others woke up, this gentleman came up with an excuse, saying that young master had killed many people and won them over with his fists. With the intervention of the other prince, the matter was resolved. The gentleman then continued to stay here to eat and drink. If the world were filled with such scholars, it would be too interesting. Julien then talked about the details of the disturbance. Chen Pingan walked towards the stairs and asked doubtfully, "Junyang and the others are still in the dark? How is that possible?" Julien laughed. The gentleman from the academy must have informed the three parties not to reveal his identity. He deliberately hid it from the people in the inn. Chen Pingan asked, "What about Pei Qian?" Julien pointed in the direction of Hu'er town. "He borrowed some copper coins from someone and is having a good time in Hu'er town." Chen Pingan frowned. When he reached the first floor he went straight to the scholar at the door. Julien did not follow him. He looked like an old housekeeper of a small family and sat at the table closest to the door. Chen Pingan sat on the doorstep, took off his wine gourd and handed it over. The scholar in green shook his head and stared blankly at the woman who was laughing with the guests. "I'm not drinking. If it's not given to me by Junyang herself, it's tasteless." Chen Pingan retracted his hand and drank a mouthful of wine. Who was the prisoner that Gao Shui and the others were escorting back then from the northern Jin state in the south? The scholar named Zhong Kuei didn't hide anything and said casually, "It seems to be the remnants of the water god temple in Pine Needle Lake, as well as the followers of the orthodox mountain god, His Excellency Jin Huang and his wife. In any case, the third prince of the Great Spring Empire caught all of them in one fell swoop. If you hadn't interfered, I'm afraid there would have been many Yao family members in the prisoner carriage. But don't worry, I promised you that I would clean up the mess. You don't have to worry about the Great Spring Empire seeing you as an enemy. But whether it's the third prince or the Duke Shin's mansion, I can't stop them if they hate you. If you can't even deal with this." Chen Pingan laughed. "It's okay to deal with this. I believe that the Great Spring Empire will not have a second pagoda scholar." The Great Spring Lu Empire was indeed much stronger than the Combe country and Sai country in the central part of the Aquarius continent. As for why Excellency Jin Huang, who had a good impression of Chen Pingan, suddenly became a prisoner of another country from a mountain god. It was clear that the green water buffalo great demon beast had died in Chen Pingan's hands, and his property had been confiscated after that. Chen Pingan wasn't interested and he wouldn't get to the bottom of it. When Chen Pingan mentioned the Imperial Horse Supervisor Li Li, the scholar's face turned gloomy, as if it was a big worry. Chen Pingan saw that the scholar was silent and turned to look outside the inn. He was still worried, so he stood up and walked to the side of the official road. He looked in the direction of Hu'er town, worried that Pei Qian would cause trouble there. When Chen Pingan returned to the inn, he ordered a table of food from the housekeeper and asked Julien to call Lu Baixiang and the other two downstairs. After the meal, Pei Qian swaggered back to the inn looking very happy. When she saw Chen Pingan, she felt a little guilty and her eyes wandered. Chen Pingan did not ask her in detail. He only asked her if she had eaten. The little girl with a round belly shook her head and said no. Then she ate the leftovers on the table. Chen Pingan walked out of the inn alone and took a walk to relieve his boredom. In the end, when Chen Pingan returned to the inn, he found that the entrance was blocked by people who were cursing at the inn. It was very lively. "339. Sorry to keep you waiting." There were at least 20 men and women cursing at the entrance of the inn. The young, strong men had angry looks on their faces, the women had their hands on their hips, and the children were heartless. They were either licking the candied haws with their heads tilted to one side, or secretly shooting at the drunkard with their slingshots. Chen Pingan stayed in the crowd for a while, but he still couldn't figure out the reason because they were speaking in Hu'er town's dialect. However, when he saw Pei Qian on the second floor panicking when she saw him, Chen Pingan had an idea. Pei Qian was originally squatting by the railing on the second floor, either picking her nose or picking her ears. She didn't take it seriously and even deliberately made a disgusting gesture. The fiercer the cursing outside, the happier Pei Qian was. Fortunately, the men and women of Hu'er town didn't dare to enter the inn. The little cripple found the noise too annoying, so he gloomily cleaned up the leftovers on the table. The old hunchback sat in the distance, smoking a pipe. Jianyang sat behind the counter eating melon seeds and didn't mind making a big deal out of it. The abject scholar, who was half an accountant, originally wanted to be a peacemaker, but he was pushed hard by a man and staggered back to the inn. He resentfully returned to the woman's side and pretended to pick up the Snow-White account book. Junyoung rolled her eyes at him. When Qin Pingan crossed the threshold with a straight face, Pei Qin wanted to sneak back into the house, but she was stopped by Qin Pingan, who asked her to go downstairs. Pei Qin timidly went down the stairs. Without waiting for Qin Pingan to ask, she confessed everything. According to her story, she went to town to look for a pharmacy to buy some herbs for Qin Pingan. Then her peers there bullied her and ganged up to bully a foreigner like her. At first, they snatched the stick of candied haws that she intended to leave for Qin Pingan. She tolerated it, saying that she had read a lot of books and understood that harmony was the most important thing. Those people also liked to follow behind her and say nasty things. They formed a group and even threw stones at her, but she ignored them. Later, when she bought a dragonfly kite, someone was jealous and pulled it over and let it go. With a whoosh, the kite floated out of town and completely disappeared. She was so angry that she fought with them. 5 or 6 people couldn't beat her, and she even cried and went home to call her parents and elders to beat her. She wasn't stupid, so she quickly ran away. Besides, the dragonfly kite cost 20 copper coins and it was gone just like that. She was so heartbroken that she had to search for it outside town for half a day. Although Pei Qin didn't have much confidence, she had been paying attention to Qin Pingan's expression when she lied, ready to be beaten at any time. When the time came, she just needed to protect her head. It didn't matter if her stomach or arms were kicked or pinched a few times by Qin Pingan. After eating a full meal, she would be a good man again. However, Qin Pingan only listened to Pei Qin's explanation quietly before saying, "After lying, tell me the truth again. It's okay if you don't want to. You can stay at the inn in the future. You won't starve to death." Pei Qin didn't speak. Qin Pingan went to the counter. Junyoung glanced at the skinny little girl at the top of the stairs and chuckled softly. "Young Master Qin, how did you raise such a little devil?" She almost turned an alley of town upside down. First, she cheated the children of their food and scared the little guys who were playing with mud. They all believed that she was a princess from Great Springs' capital city who lived among the common people and would sooner or later return to live in the palace. After getting familiar with her, she played with those children all day long and became the king of the children over there. Later they had a falling out over a kite and fought fiercely. It seems that she was beaten twice by an adult who rushed over. If it were an ordinary person, he would have stopped after suffering a loss. But your girl claimed to be my distant relative and relied on this to hire a few ruffians in town to beat that man up in the dark. After that, she became even more lawless. Most of the children were neighbors in the alley, and when ghosts appeared at night, not to mention the children, even the adults were so scared that they did not dare to turn off the lights at night. Young Master Qin, you know that town is really haunted now. Because of this, several constables guarded the place for a whole night before they found the little girl who was pretending to be a ghost. Guess what the result was? Your girl was stunned and politely sent her back after saying something to them. You have to say, a group of constables in the guise of officials escorting a little girl into an inn really does look like a princess. Qin Pingan nodded and said, "Young Master Qin, you know that town is really haunted now. Because of this, several constables kept watch for a whole night before they found the little girl who pretended to be a ghost." Qin Pingan felt a headache coming on. He turned his head to look at Pei Qin, but he did not see him. He only saw a pair of legs. He must have been sitting at the top of the stairs. Junyoung covered her mouth and laughed. Spending money to avert disaster is not a big deal. It's just a small amount of money, at most 10 taels of silver. You must not get involved in this matter. Just leave it to me. Young master, with your good temper, those people will be even more motivated. It's just a small matter, but they can make it sound like a disaster that pierces through the sky. Qin Pingan helplessly said, "Put it on the tab. I'll settle it with the room later." Junyoung stopped laughing and said seriously, "Young Master Qin is the benefactor of our Yao family. If I still have to fuss over such a trivial matter, won't I, Junyoung, be ashamed?" Qin Pingan shook his head and said, "It's not the same thing." Junyoung still wanted to say something, but Qin Pingan had already said, "I'll have to trouble madam with today's matter." Junyoung agreed and walked out of the counter leisurely. She elbowed the bookkeeper and took out some money from the drawer. She then went to the entrance of the inn to settle the matter. Town, located at the border, was a place where good and bad people were mixed together. Not everyone was capable, but they were certainly insightful. With so many people coming and going, there was nothing new that they had not heard before. There were still some people who had some ambition. Moreover, there might be some experts who concealed their identities such as Junyang and third master of the Yao family. Previously, there was such a big commotion at the inn, especially the fight between Wei Xian and the Qi cultivators, which was very eye-catching. It was truly a scene of immortals fighting. Looking from afar at Hu'er town, other than the commotion of course there was awe. Later on, there was a valiant cavalry detouring to the north, and all kinds of rumors began to spread. Some said that the inn's Junyang was a vixen who liked to seduce men. She was really a vixen. Most of the people who believed this were the aunties of Hu'er town. There were also some who said that Hu'er town had not been peaceful all these years because of demons and devils. This time there was a real dragon crossing the border. Junyang swayed her waist and stood at the entrance. The atmosphere outside was suddenly reduced. The scholar Zhong Kuei laughed and asked, "Since when did Tongye continent have such a big sect in the pugilistic world? A sect in the pugilistic world that is equivalent to a clan of immortals?" Speaking of this, the scholar laughed to himself, as if he felt that his theory was very novel and interesting. The strong man who guarded the pass alone, the bloodthirsty and violent hunchbacked old man, the man who used a saber to feed the martial general Su Qingzhou, and the beautiful woman who suppressed the immortal master Su Tong with her sword-riding skills. The most important thing was that these four people, whether it was their aura or cultivation, were all improving in the battle. Of course, there was also a young man who was not a Qi refinement warrior but could ride a sword. He was just a little handsome and had stolen his limelight from Jianyang. Otherwise he would definitely hold arms with this person and call him brother. Qin Pingan hesitated for a moment, but still chose to be honest. "We are not from Tongye continent." Zhong Kuei nodded and said, "Are you from Hassa continent?" The Hassa continent was very famous. Even though the Tongye continent was a place that liked to look down on the heroes of the world, they were still convinced by the Hassa continent that was closest to the inverted mountain. That was because the Qin family of Yingyin lived there, and Qin Chunan, who was almost the only one who had the title of mellow scholar. Zhong Kuei had admired Hassa continent for a long time. It was only because of his status in the academy and the teachings of his teacher that he could not travel there for a long time. Other than the Qin family of Yingyin, Hassa continent had many famous places. Zhong Kuei wanted to visit all of them. Tongye continent was too boring. Both the people at the foot of the mountain and the cultivators on the mountain did not like to walk around. Qin Pingan pointed to the north. Zhong Kuei's eyes lit up. "Do you know Mr. Qi from Cliff Academy?" Qin Pingan choked and did not know how to answer. Zhong Kuei laughed and said, "Most likely you know Mr. Qi and Mr. Qi doesn't know you. It's okay. We are the same." As for the nearest neighbor to the north, Baoping continent, Zhong Kuei did not think much of it. There were probably only a pair of brothers, Qi Jingchun from Cliff Academy and Chui Dong from Dali's imperial tutor. However, it was said that Liju Cave fell and Mr. Qi died. Even Zhong Kuei's teacher felt sorry for him. He told Zhong Kuei in private that if Qi Jingchun was in Tongye continent, he would not have been humiliated like this. At the very least, he would not have been alone and hated by the whole world. Qin Pingan smiled and asked, "Shall we chat over a drink?" Qin Pingan was willing to drink with Zhong Kuei just because of the words, "Mr. Qi." Zhong Kuei looked at the woman at the door and said in a low voice, "We can drink, but if Junyang complains you have to help me." Qin Pingan nodded and said, "Of course." Zhong Kuei carried 2 jugs of green plum wine. As the accountant, he ordered the little cripple to bring them a few dishes to go with the wine. Zhong Kuei sat cross-legged on the bench and did not look serious. Qin Pingan asked, "I heard that you are from Defu Academy?" Zhong Kuei did not take it seriously and said casually, "Yes, I am. I am a gentleman." Impressive, right? Qin Pingan toasted a bowl of wine. Respect for gentlemen. Zhong Kuei quickly reached out to stop him, but Qin Pingan had already finished it. This gentleman from the Jianghu Academy sighed and said, "Is this worth a toast? I think you just want a drink, right?" Qin Pingan remembered the sage from the academy that he met in Shushui country, Zhouju. He was very different from this gentleman in front of him. Zhouju was at old Senior Song's Swordwater Villa. He could decide a person's life and death just by reciting poems. Scholars, after reading different books, would probably have different graces. Zhong Kuei suddenly thought of something. The man who blocked the Qi refinement warriors outside that night was wearing the Du armor. If I am not wrong, it should be the West Peak, recorded in the ancient books of the military school. It is one of the 8 ancestral armors of the Du armor. Is it passed down from your ancestors? Qin Pingan's heart trembled slightly. He shook his head and said, "I bought it from Lingji shop in inverted Hanging Mountain." Zhong Kuei asked, How much did you spend on it? Qin Pingan shook his head and said, I only spent some money on it. It is not expensive. I plan to give it away in the future. Zhong Kuei smiled and said, Lingji shop did not know the value of the goods and let you pick up a big bargain. But it is normal. The West Peak set up a restriction for the expert. If not for the fact that the Academy had the secret manual that was about to be broken into pieces and was familiar with the inside story of the military school of the armor pill, I would not have recognized it. I advise you to keep it. It is such a valuable item. Moreover, it has so many stories. It is a pity to give it away. Qin Pingan did not say whether he would give it away or not. He asked curiously, the 8 ancestral armors? Zhong Kuei picked up a peanut and threw it into his mouth. The full name of the Du armor is Deity Du armor. Let me ask you, what deity? What do? Qin Pingan shook his head and did not know. Zhong Kuei smiled and said, in addition to the West Peak, the other 7 earliest Du armors are Buddha Land, Flower Bud, Mountain Ghost, Narcissus, Sunglow, Colorful Clothes and Sea of Clouds. Most of them were destroyed in the war and completely disappeared. There are not many left. Only the Mountain Ghost and Colorful Clothes are left. Although the West Peak in your hand is very shabby, it is considered good compared to the other 2 that were left in the world. If you meet someone who knows the value of the goods, you just have to ask for the highest price. I guarantee that you will make a lot of money. However, these ancestral armors have lost their foundation. Their supernatural power to protect the owner is less than 1 in 10. It is really regrettable. For this, I have to drink a glass of wine. Zhong Kuei lifted the bowl and drank it up first. Qin Pingan had to drink a bowl. Zhong Kuei took the initiative to talk about the storm. Those 2 princes are not good people. If you still stay in the Great Spring, take it easy. There are rules at the foot of the mountain, and there are many masters at the foot of the mountain. For example, when the 3rd prince met you, he was drenched in dog's blood because there is always someone better than him. Qin Pingan nodded and said, that's true. Zhong Kuei suddenly smiled and said, thinking about the fight between you and the pagoda scholar of the Great Spring that night, and seeing you agree with me at the table today, I am not used to it. What's wrong? You have suffered at the hands of the Academy in your hometown, so you are afraid of such a gentleman title? Qin Pingan could not help laughing. Zhong Kuei said again, that day you said that everyone's reason is reason. I think you said it very well. As for asking the young Marquis to ask himself, although it sounds more domineering and reasonable, in fact, it is a little impolite. Qin Pingan drank a mouthful of wine and said, it can't be helped. Zhong Kuei nodded and said, indeed, the world is like this. When you are in a cesspool, you think it is natural to eat shit. When someone serves you a dish, you are not willing to eat it. Qin Pingan was speechless. Was this the reason that a Confucian gentleman would say? Zhong Kuei sighed and said, but even if the world is rotten into a cesspool, it is not a reason for us to eat shit. At this moment, Qin Pingan was holding a dish with one hand and a bowl of wine with the other. He felt a little awkward. Zhong Kuei noticed Qin Pingan's strange behavior and hurriedly comforted him. We are not eating shit and urine. It is good wine and good food. Don't worry and eat. Qin Pingan ate and drank in silence. He could not keep up with this guy's thoughts when chatting with him. For a moment, Qin Pingan missed little treasure bottle. At the door, Junyang came out and quickly solved the problem. In the eyes of Huer Town's residents, the inn was mysterious and evil. Therefore they did not even have the courage to enter and complain. Qin Pingan thanked the woman and went to the stairs. Pei Qian was still sitting there and drawing. When Qin Pingan told her to follow him, she obediently followed behind him. She looked embarrassed and downcast as if she had made a mistake and was repentant. However, Qin Pingan did not need to think to know that the little girl behind him was secretly delighted. He could even imagine Pei Qian's arrogance the next time she went to Huer Town. When they reached the room, Qin Pingan sat down. Pei Qian did not dare to sit down. She closed the door and stood across the table. Qin Pingan went straight to the point and said, "You will stay here from now on. I will give the inn a sum of money." Pei Qian suddenly looked up angrily. She was about to speak when she saw Qin Pingan's cold expression. She lowered her head again and said, "I know I was wrong. I won't do it again. I'll go to Huer Town later and give Xiao Mei a butt curtain. I'll buy her a big butterfly that costs 40 copper coins. It's colorful and much prettier than a dragonfly. Xiao Mei and the others have been eyeing it for a long time, but they can't afford it for a bunch of poor kids who eat tanghulu as if it's the new year." Qin Pingan asked, "Where did you get the money?" Pei Qian looked up and blinked. "I borrowed it from Jionyang. It's not much." Together, It's only 2 taels of silver. Qin Pingan asked, how are you going to pay it back? Pei Qian said timidly, I will put it on the tab first. I will be your slave in the future and pay you back bit by bit. Qin Pingan said, you will stay here from now on. You can do odd jobs for the inn and pay Junyang back slowly. Pei Qian frowned and looked like she was about to cry. Qin Pingan pointed at the door and said calmly, get out. Pei Qian wiped her eyes hard and said loudly, I know. You have always liked that little bookworm called Chao Qinglang. You've always been worried about him. If you could, you wouldn't want me. You would only keep Chao Qinglang by your side. He made a mistake, but you wouldn't be like this. You would only reason with him. You would even tell him not to be like me in the future. Qin Pingan, you always want to cast me aside. Pei Qian turned and ran out. She slammed the door and went back to her room. Qin Pingan began to think about the route to the north of Tongya continent. After all, the immortal ferry to Baopian continent's old dragon city was in the north of Daquan. If they took a detour, they would have to travel another 2,000 to 3,000 miles. Now that they were on bad terms with the third prince of the Lu family of Daquan, it was almost an irreconcilable relationship. If he were the third prince, he wouldn't be able to endure it either. Even if the third prince was scared by him and the gentleman from Dafu Academy, a prince who could lead an army to the hinterland of the enemy country and kill His Excellency of another country and the water deity temple, even if the third prince wasn't determined to kill him, he would most likely cause a lot of trouble for him. If it didn't work, they could only take a detour. On the same floor, not to mention Pei Qian who was in seclusion, Wei Xian was flipping through a miscellaneous book bought from Here Town. The founding emperor didn't treat him badly. There was wine and meat on the table, and there was the military armor pill on the table. After the battle, Wei Xian pondered for a long time. He couldn't help but marvel at the immortal methods of the qi cultivators in the world and the heavenly materials and earthly treasures in this world. Further away was the room of martial madman Zhu Lian. He was walking in circles around the table with his hands behind his back and his waist bent. Lu Baixiang stood by the window of his room and looked into the distance. The narrow saber, snow-stopping, was hanging on his waist. It was said to be a relic of an earth immortal of the nascent soul level. It was indeed not comparable to the so-called divine weapons in his hometown. Sui Yu sat cross-legged on the bed and breathed in and out. The infatuated sword was on the table. Qin Pingan took out a blank picture scroll. Thinking of the killing intent that flashed by that night, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. One shouldn't have the intention to harm others, but one should always guard against others. In the dusk, Qin Pingan went downstairs for dinner. Of the 4 people in the painting upstairs, only Zhu Lian was on time. He sat with Qin Pingan and even helped to pour wine. Lu Baixiang and the other 2 didn't go out. As for Pei Qian, he stayed in the room and didn't make any movements. Qin Pingan went out alone and walked slowly along the official road to Here Town. Walking on the bumpy yellow mud road, Qin Pingan turned his head and looked to the west. Then he turned around and walked back to the inn. He arrived at the entrance of the inn at about the same time as a group of people. Unexpectedly, there was the injured head of the Yao family, Great General Yao Zhen. He brought along the youth who was in danger with him. In addition, there was also the martial arts genius Yao Lingji who personally experienced the incident at the inn, as well as a young woman with a curtain on her head. Behind these people were 5 or 6 riders. They were no longer the Yao family's side riders, but rather the accompanying cultivators who didn't need to deliberately wear armor. In Dali, these mountain people who joined the army should be called Secretary Wu. After seeing Qin Pingan dressed in a long green robe, the dispirited old general who still insisted on personally going to the inn immediately dismounted from his horse and walked quickly to Qin Pingan. He cupped his hands and said, "Righteous man, you've saved us twice. Our Yao family is moved to tears. Tonight we've come to visit our benefactor. Please accept my Yao Zhen's bow." After the old general finished speaking, he was about to bow deeply to Qin Pingan. Qin Pingan could only stop the old general's arm and dispense with this grand bow. He had only stopped Yao Zhen. The rest of the Yao family disciples and the cultivators who were on the same side as the Yao family had already bowed in unison. The old general's face was pale. He had a forthright personality that had been honed on the battlefield. He asked straightforwardly, "How should my Yao family repay you?" Seeing Qin Pingan remain silent, the old general smiled and said, "It's not that I'm looking down on young master's chivalrous heart. It's just that if the Yao family were to turn a blind eye to such a great kindness, the Yao family would be too ashamed to hang the Yao character on the border army's banner." Qin Pingan was also not polite. He asked, Does old general have a way for me to avoid the eyes and ears of the imperial court and go to Tiancai Peak on the northern border? Yao Zhen asked. Benefactor, how many people are there? Chen Pingan originally wanted to say 6 people, but when the words reached his mouth, he immediately changed his mind and said, 5 people. Yao Zhen thought for a moment, then nodded and said, that's fine. If Benefactor trusts the Yao family, just wait here for a few days. After that, we will definitely let Benefactor's group of 5 safely reach Tiancai Peak in the northern border. Qin Pingan asked, will it cause trouble for you? Yao Zhen laughed heartily and said, we've already survived all the trouble as big as the sky. Right now there's nothing that can be called trouble. When the old general said these words, his entire body was relaxed. Although his injuries were not light, and the bumpy ride made things worse, his words were as if a heavy burden had been lifted off his shoulders. However, the people behind Yao Zhen all had heavy moods, and their expressions were filled with unwillingness. Yao Zhen did not seem to want to enter the inn, so he suggested that he and Qin Pingan take the official road. Qin Pingan did not object. The two of them distanced themselves from the crowd by a dozen steps. Yao Zhen revealed the secret and said softly, I don't dare to lie to Benefactor. I fought and killed my entire life. This time, His Majesty has shown mercy and allowed me to retire in the capital and take up the post of Minister of War. I can bring my family and retainers with more than 100 people so Benefactor can stay with them. I need to spend a few days to arrange a suitable position for you in the army. Truth be told, the imperial court will definitely investigate these 100 people carefully. They will investigate them one by one, so Benefactor and you will have to suffer some grievances. The old general felt somewhat guilty. After thinking about it, Qin Pingan nodded in agreement. Being able to escort the Yao clan elder to the capital allowed Qin Pingan to feel a little more at ease. The old general's first words did not conform to the rules of officialdom. Entering the capital to take up the post of Minister of War was a transfer, and it was not even a demotion. The Minister of War of the Great Quan dynasty was an important position in the imperial court, a seat that many great generals could only dream of. But for Yao Zhen, if there came a day when he had to dismount, he would be retiring. Moreover, he would need to leave the southern border where the Yao clan had been rooted for generations and go to Mirage City, which could be considered leaving his home. Given Yao Zhen's age and his status as the stabilizing force of the Great Quan dynasty, Emperor Lu Zhen's actions caused the entire court to ponder. But one thing was certain: the imperial court was prepared to protect the Yao clan, or perhaps His Majesty had already made up his mind to throw the Yao clan out of the maelstrom, granting Yao Zhen a pretty good ending where he could protect himself and live out his remaining years in comfort. Although the Great Quan Lu clan's War of the Princes was abnormally intense in this generation, the current 3 princes, even the first prince who had been presiding over the northern border at such a young age, placed great importance on their reputation in court. To put it bluntly, it was not strange for Yao Zhen to die of old age on the border, on the battlefield, or inexplicably on the battlefield, but it was impossible for him to die at the feet of the Son of Heaven in Mirage City. This was because it was rumored that a highly qualified gentleman of the Fu Academy had left the academy and taught in Mirage City for many years. Yao Zhen did not want Qin Pingan to think that they were going to Mirage City together so that Qin Pingan's group could protect the Yao clan as they went north. Thus, he helped Qin Pingan organize the Great Quan Imperial Court, explaining in detail the Yao clan's current situation and how they had managed to escape danger. This was partly due to the efforts of that gentleman of the Fu Academy in the capital and partly due to the invisible deterrence of that young gentleman at the inn. Qin Pingan said almost nothing, mostly listening to the old general's explanation. The only question he asked was regarding the third prince's matter of escorting prisoners. Yao Zhen had always been a rigid and inflexible person, paying even more attention to the relationship between ruler and minister, father and son, but after this calamity, his heart had been completely broken, and his style of doing things had changed. Many of the secrets of the Great Quan Imperial Court that he would not have told anyone even if he was beaten to death were now casually spoken of. Presumably, other than being sad, the old man was also somewhat relieved and able to retire in peace. The conflict between Excellency Jin Huang of the Northern Jin Kingdom and the water god of Pine Needle Lake had resulted in both sides suffering losses, destroying the foundation of the Northern Jin Kingdom. The number 1 mountain god of the Northern Jin Kingdom, second only to the 5 mountain gods, had been imprisoned in the Tensum prison carriages. The third prince had plotted for 7 or 8 years, mobilizing many secret factions of the Great Quan Imperial Court. As long as he could successfully escort Excellency Mountain God back, in the eyes of Mirage City, he would have made an unparalleled contribution, no different from a general opening up a vast frontier. Alas, all his efforts had been for naught in that inn on the border. Imperial Horse Supervisor Li Li had died, and so had Duke Xin's only son. After 10 years of hard work, he had only gained face and suffered losses. Yao Zhen casually chatted with Qin Pingan as they walked down the official road. He regarded Qin Pingan as his benefactor and did not feel awkward because of Qin Pingan's age. While Qin Pingan and the old general were chatting outside, the atmosphere in the inn was strange. Jianyang was leaning against the door, the old hunchback was drinking wine for the first time, and the scholar Zhong Kuei was sitting on the doorstep, looking up at the woman's side profile. There was only one table of guests in the entire inn. The beautiful woman with a sword on her back, the dignified man with a saber, and the lean man who claimed to be a huge drinker did not drink. They casually ordered 3 dishes from the inn. The little cripple was also starving. When he saw that there was still an empty table, he sat down with the 3 of them and ate. He did not take any food, only eating the white rice in his bowl. The little cripple stole a few glances at the woman opposite him from time to time. She was much prettier than the lady boss. How could there be such a beautiful woman in the world? She carried a sword on her back. She must be a heroine. He did not know if she would pass by the inn in the future. By then he should be able to be a chef and would no longer need to sweep the floor, wipe the table and serve tea and wine. At the thought of this, the young man felt that the rice in his bowl was no worse than the delicacies of the scholar Zhong. When Qin Pingan returned to the inn, it was already closed. Only Zhong Kuei was left on the first floor waiting to close the door. After closing the door, Zhong Kuei took the initiative to invite Qin Pingan to drink, but they did not chat much. They drank separately. After drinking, Zhong Kuei made a bed on the floor near the counter, and Qin Pingan went to the second floor to rest. In the end, Zhong Kuei laughed and said that the money for the wine would be recorded on the bill. Qin Pingan felt somewhat helpless at that time. He did not understand why a Confucian gentleman with a high cultivation base would live under someone else's roof and live such a cowardly life. Qin Pingan had seen and heard many so-called experts along the way, but none of them were so unparticular. The hidden Madame Gui, the sword-wielding guard at the inverted mountain, and the old Jindan sword cultivator who served as his and Fan Air's coachman were all not very approachable. In the end, Zhong Kuei said, "In the Jianghu, money is hard to earn and shit tastes bad. As long as you don't spend money to buy shit to eat, it's a good life." On the main road, the Yao family and the inn were getting further and further away. There was a woman riding alongside Yao Zhen. It was the woman wearing a veil hat. She lifted the veil hat, revealing a face that was naturally bewitching. She should be the Yao clan's femme fatale that Zhong Kuei had mentioned. Although her appearance was charming, her temperament was cold. Her pair of peach blossom eyes were innately flirtatious throughout the year. Because the old man was injured, he didn't ride his horse. This old general who had been on the battlefield his entire life was becoming more and more convinced of his old age. The young woman softly asked, "Grandfather, why don't you go in and see Ninth Aunt? So many years have passed and we still have to go to the capital this time. Don't tell me we can't even see her once?" Yao Jin shook his head. "Forget it." The young woman turned to look at the saber-wielding girl and the silent youth. "Lingji and Shinji aren't feeling too good right now." Yao Jin smiled. "They don't have to think that they are number one in the world every day. This is a good thing. Once they arrive at Mirage City they will have to suffer." The young woman hesitated to speak. The old man was silent for a moment. "This is good." She couldn't help but ask, "Grandfather, do you not blame little aunt and little uncle at all?" The old man didn't answer. In the darkness of the night, the old man suddenly smiled. "I heard you say that they are profound, intelligent, eloquent, and upright heroes. What are their aptitudes?" Although the young woman was puzzled and didn't know why her grandfather would mention this matter, she still replied, "They are first, third, and second." The old man smiled and asked, "Then what do you think their benefactor is?" The young woman shook her head. "I don't dare to say that they are benefactors." The old man nodded and turned his head. "Jinji, you shouldn't have gone to Mirage City. Don't you want to reconsider? It's not too late to regret now." The young woman named Yao Jinji smiled and said, "Since the fortune teller said," before she could finish, Yao Zhen glared at her and said, "You can't say it. When we arrive at the capital, you can't say it." Yao Jinji giggled and put down the veil again to cover his face. For the next 2 days, the inn and Huer town were peaceful. The little girl Pei Qian rarely went out. Even if she went out to look for food, she would deliberately avoid Qin Pingan. During this time, Qin Pingan accompanied Zhong Kuei to sit on the threshold and drink. The scholar said that he had to keep an eye on Hu'er town, but this wasn't the most important thing. He wanted to see Junyang every day. Qin Pingan asked him why he liked Junyang so much. Zhong Kuei thought for a long time and could only say that he was obsessed with her. Qin Pingan jokingly asked him how much he liked her. Zhong Kuei sighed and said that he didn't like her much, so he always felt sorry for Junyang. Qin Pingan was at his wits' end. He was a weirdo. Before the Yao family's team arrived at the inn, Sui Yuyu knocked on Qin Pingan's door and said that he had a few words to say. The two of them sat opposite each other. Sui Yuyu said slowly, "After the longevity bridge is rebuilt, if you want to ascend to the upper 5 realms, you will need to refine 5 magic treasures that correspond to the 5 elements. The better the quality of the items you refine, the higher your cultivation achievements will be." Qin Pingan asked, "For example?" Sui Yuyu seemed to have expected this, or rather, the person who asked her to pass the message had calculated everything. She answered Qin Pingan almost exactly as he said. For example, the metal of the 5 elements could be the bag of refined gold coins or the golden gall. For example, the wood of the 5 elements could be the locust tree from Pearl Cave, or the divine bamboo from Green Mountain. For the water of the 5 elements, it could be the water character seal. For the earth of the 5 elements, it could be the dragon beheading platform, or the earth of the 5 mountains of the Dali dynasty. For the fire of the 5 elements, it could be some snake gallstones or even a fire dragon on the wrist. Finally, Sui Yuyu said, "These are just examples. As for what to refine, how to refine, and when to refine, you still have to decide for yourself." After Qin Pingan sent Sui Yuyu out of the room, he began to practice the sword furnace stance. That night, he slept soundly with the 1,000-year sleeping stance. Qin Pingan had a strange dream. In the dream, someone was blocking in front of him. Both of his arms were broken and dripping with blood. This person bent his back with his back facing Qin Pingan. He bit the hilt of his sword with his mouth and performed an unimaginable horizontal sword stance. Qin Pingan woke up and opened his eyes. He tried hard to remember the dream, but he could only remember a vague back view. And when Qin Pingan was lying on the bed in a daze, far outside the inn, one big and one small were piling up a small mound. Zhong Kuei and Pei Qian, the former, squatted there and looked at it. The latter added soil after filling it with soil, building a mound that looked like a small grave. He also specially found a wide and thin stone and inserted it in front of the grave. After completing the task, the little girl whose face was covered with mud turned her head to Zhong Kuei and said solemnly, "This is Qin Pingan's grave. From now on this day every year, both of us will come to pay our respects." Zhong Kuei was puzzled. "What is this?" Pei Qian sat on the ground and crossed his arms. He gritted his teeth and said, "In my heart, Qin Pingan is already dead." Zhong Kuei made a no sound. "In that case, this small grave can be called a cenotaph." Pei Qian frowned. "What do you mean?" Zhong Kuei rested his chin on his arm and stared blankly at the small grave and small tombstone. Actually, he was looking at Pei Qian's bright eyes from the corner of his eyes. The scholar seemed to be deep in thought and seemed to have understood something. "First, set a small goal, such as 1 second to remember. Book guest residence. You're tuning in to the Sword Dance in the Vast Sky YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.